What a day it is in terms of competition around the world heating up, capturing the eyes and hearts of millions, maybe even billions on a global scale. And the ALGS, we have our best day yet on this very Sunday. It's Championship Sunday. It's not the championships, but it might as well be because it determines who goes to LAN and it determines who stays home. Will we see someone rise from the bottom like a phoenix from the ashes to glory? Or will we see a team who's already at the top look down and yell, "You cannot reach the level I am playing right now"? It all happens today. And of course, my name is Rain Day. Thank you everyone for being here. And I cannot wait to bring along two of my favorite people to cast the action with me right now. We've got Tiff in the back, but we've also got my boys Onset and Gaskin. Mark, it is match point. What else do you have to say?
I mean, what a day it is, right? This is what the season's come down to. Qualification for LAN. Everybody wants to be there on that main stage under the bright lights with the audience in front of you. And today is the opportunity to solidify your place to do that. Not only are the top 9 going to be solidifying their point in LAN, but also we have match point, like you mentioned. So we're going to have one team with an opportunity, maybe one of those teams who struggled a little bit this season, but worked their way into the regional finals, could come out with a huge performance today, and they could find themselves at LAN as well.
Match point is one of my favorite things in esports as well. Honestly, just the unknown of what could happen, the fact it gives a chance to all of those teams who are down in even the bottom 10, those teams who have no mathematical chance of realistically getting into that top 9, still have an opportunity to get to LAN, still have an opportunity to make that moment and write their story. And that's what makes today so special.
It's the brilliant innovation of Battle Royale esports that Apex, I think I just hold very dear to see this come to life every single time we have a chance to do so. And I know that the teams who are participating today, well, they feel good when they're the ones who win. Sometimes not so good if it feels like heartbreak, because that's what can happen if you're on match point for too long and someone else steals the show. A team who's done that ascend mark beforehand, taking it from Alliance, taking it from Gaming Gladiators, who aren't even in this lobby right now. But overall, look at the teams. Anyone is good enough to win here.
Anyone is good enough to win, and the wonderful thing about this lobby and the format is everyone still has something to play for. Even if you're qualified already from your phenomenal performance throughout this season, you still have to get points on the board if you want to be first place and be crowned the champions of the regular season, right? So every single team in this lobby is either competing for a place at LAN, competing for first, or just competing for a chance to maybe win match point and send themselves there when they thought they had no chance until today came around. So an amazing day, and you're looking at those teams. I mean, the lobby is stacked, Rain Day. There's no weakness in this lobby.
I mean, it took 9 days for these teams to self-select based on their performances, Dan. And look how close it is between sometimes, look, 8th and even 13th place. It's only separated by 9 points, and points count today. So it is really do or die for a lot of our teams.
Very do or die, and there are a lot of teams who will benefit from it being match point as well. There are those who have struggled a little bit maybe to keep up with the consistent points totals, but will still get victories and have a high percentage win rate when they get to top 5, so when they can get to that end game. And I think that's what's going to make today so interesting. As Mark said, so much to play for all of these teams, and it means that we're going to see, you know, the teams at the top competing for money, and we're going to see the teams at the bottom just trying to scrape their way into LAN.
Right. These are the overall Pro League settings. I want to explain this to everyone because we've had questions. Here's how it goes. If those teams right now in points were to end today the same way, they would go to LAN. That 10th team, a little bit of a misnomer, will be the team that wins. Let's say one of the top teams end up winning, then it will go the next 9 teams below that based on points that qualify to LAN. But here's the rub. These teams are earning points today. So let's say VZN gets a 0-point game, and let's say V2 wins, or they get second place. That's 21 points. They would leapfrog over VZN. So your performance today, even if you don't win, still counts as if it's a regular season day, counting for your overall points. So you've got to perform. You cannot have a dud if you are in that top 9. You're not safe. However, when you look at what these teams are playing for, despite joining into the playoffs, this Pro League has been a lot of work for them, Mark, and there's money on the line depending on how they finally finish. First, a cool $20,000.
Yeah, $20,000 for first place, and you can see how the pricing goes down all the way down to 20. So getting to the regional final still picks you up a paycheck, but the biggest thing here, right, is getting to playoffs, getting to LAN. This is what the season has all been about. That's where the big money is. That $20,000 though is going to make sure that you dress pretty nicely when you do get there.
Hal throwing on some Balenciagas. It seems to be the gamer shoe wear. I'm not mad at it. I like the style. But at the end of the day, these teams are about so much more than their personal styles. It's about how do they work within this new lobby. And we've kind of taken a look at how this lobby will shape up, and teams that maybe need to perform and maybe desperately have already shown that they can do the job. And we're just waiting to see the consistency happen. But Mark, I want to start with you first. Who is your team to watch today heading into our regional finals?
Well, the team that I've picked is one that might go through a little bit of drama today, and that is Pioneers. Now, who would have thought I'd be saying that at the start of the season when these guys were winning games left and right? They look like the team of old, getting to endgame, but not just doing that, slaying everything along the way. But the last 2 weeks of action for them have not been good enough, and it leaves them in a position where they are 7th overall, still not qualified, sat on 80 points. Their last 2 game days have been 5 points and 7 points respectively. If they have another one of those days, then teams who are just behind them, like E6, like VZN, LFO, and Game Ward, will all be chasing them down and might be able to steal one of those land spots away. It's going to be a very stressful day for them, and with the heavy rotate playstyle of some of the teams in the lobby like IG and Ascend, it's not going to be that easy for them. Now, my question is to you, Dan Gaskin. Who have you got, my friend?
Well, you mentioned them, the heavy rotational teams. IG are one of the best, especially after the last game week where they dominated with the amount of victories they were able to get. They are the best World's Edge team that we have in this region. Without a doubt, they've got 6 wins on the board, a 75% win rate when they get to top 5. They should be owning this map, but when it comes to Storm Point, that's when they start to struggle a little bit. That's where my worry comes in with match point format. If it was to fall on Storm Point, can they get the job done? But there is one thing we are sure of. They are consistent. They will get points. They rotate early. They play a composition to suit a match point format. And you better believe IG are going to be up there when we're talking about who is up to having the possibility of winning today's competition rain day. IG, they are in with a shout.
I don't know if you can count out any of those teams you mentioned. KCP needed, IG proving it. Alliance, well, sometimes a bridesmaid, never a bride. This is a team that has been the center of our attention for a long time in EMEA, but has yet to really put all the pieces together to show that in these big match point moments, they will win, or should be our favorites. They're already qualified for playoffs. So for me, if I'm Alliance, I'm trying to get better at something I know I am going to face, and that is winning when it counts, when there are multiple teams who are pushing the strain onto us. They picked up the young effect, a 17-year-old controller player who has been phenomenal, maining Horizon for them after losing Vaves, a tenured member of this squad. And for some reason, it just clicked. Alliance, I think, are at the top of their game. And even though they're already going to land, they've got a lot to prove while they're going on that journey. And I think winning today would be a big step to say we are the best in all of EMEA. Those 3 teams, certainly teams that you can consider worthy of watching. But hey, maybe we have some teams we've highlighted that you're not interested in, and maybe you're interested in some other performances. Well, I've got a way to split the difference. Why don't you check out Multi-View? Go into the command center. A feature of the ALGS is to be able to, especially during match point days, follow along with multiple POVs, meaning you can see Alliance, you can see KCP, you can see Vex, you can watch all of their teams' perspectives and hear their actual team comms, see how they rotate, see those final fights, those last ring circles from their perspective to know whether your team is on point, on form, or maybe things just aren't clicking, whether emotionally or physically, when you see how they're playing. But overall, Multi-View, a great asset to the ALGS, and definitely got to use it on match point day. All right, it's time for a segment called What's in Your Pack, presented by WD Black. Today, we're focusing on a very important weapon, part of the R400 combination, Mark, but let's leave the 301 out of this. Let's focus on the 99, the R99 specifically, and how it can help your game.
Yeah, short-range weapon, great SMG to have as your secondary to swap to after you've done some initial damage, some opening damage to a team. Just a wide swing, get in the faces of your opponent and clean things up. But the gold mag is something that I really want to highlight, because I feel like when it's getting a little bit hectic in end games, a lot of the time you're using so much ammo, you're swapping between targets. Having that auto reload function can be the difference between surviving and going down in those close range battles. So having the R9, having the gold run especially, is definitely something that you want to get in your back pocket.
Yeah, and I think that one of the biggest things as well is the fact you're going to have the Digi-Threat available to you right there and then when you pick it up. We've seen Bangalore's in the meta. That smoke is very prominent with the Bloodhounds being around as well. So just the fact you've got that extra vision can really help in some of these games and may be the difference maker in today's competition.
It's interesting. The R99, for those who maybe haven't joined us in 10 seasons, was the premier weapon for so long. The car has overtaken it, but still, if you find a gold one, you're probably better off using that as your secondary or your main SMG when you go into these fights. That's been What's in Your Pack, presented by WD Black. All right, here's a big storyline for today. Not only is it match point, meaning you have to get over 50 points, then you have to win. You cannot win on your 50th point, crossing the threshold. You have to have 50, then win a game to end the tournament. So we don't know how long this is going to go, but we don't know which map it's going to end on either. That's right. The map schedule is going to shift every 2 today. So World's Edge will start, then we'll do 2 on Stormpoint, 2 on World's Edge, so on and so forth, which means, fellas, that if you are a great World's Edge team, I think you had mentioned that about IG International, Dan, heading into a second game of World's Edge, crossing match point, then you got to get the job done on Stormpoint. So, Dan, it's a unique problem. It's a match point problem, but it's one these competitors and teams, I'm sure, are ready to face.
Yeah, for example, IG's win rate from top 5 goes down to about 14% from 75% when you switch over to Stormpoint from World's Edge. So that really does tell a story of them having a preference on either map. Something I think is very important we bring up as well is the fact that we talk about, one team can win, one team can qualify to LAN, and then it's within the top 9. If a team who is in that top 9 wins today, of course, that 10th spot then becomes available. So it's kind of playing for top 10 and hoping still one of the bigger teams still gets a victory if you are just teetering and you're not able to get a victory yourself. So that is something that will come into the equation a little bit later on today.
Mark, I want to set up the stage for you as well. We have 6 teams already qualified for EMEA, right? Ascend, Aurora, Vexed, Alliance, IG, Fire Beavers, they're going to LAN. KCP, E6, and VZN represent the 3 open spots that are left for these teams, plus the match point winner. So what's the mentality going into today, knowing that perfection is required for those teams in the middle, and also those teams who are in the 9th points, the 9th placements right now, they can't get comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, right? I don't think we're going to see too much variation for what we would expect in a game of Apex Legends with these teams in the first, 4 maps until someone starts to hit match point. And then you might see their playstyle change a little bit because they're thinking, hey, we could just end this right now. Even if you're one of the qualified teams, we know have booked our place to LAN and, we could just get it done. And then everybody else would just kind of look at and go, hey, you haven't done enough, unfortunately, or you've just done enough, unfortunately. It's when if we get into later games, and we know what match point can do sometimes, we can get into game 7, 8, 9, 10. We saw what happened in APAC North. We could go all the way to 13. Damn it, give me 14, 15, 16, 17. I don't mind. But when it gets to that place in the day, that's when things start to get a little bit shaky because the teams who might have been playing a little bit more aggressively, like Vexed, for example, who like to be very kill point heavy, do they change the way that they approach things? Because also in the back of your mind as well, you have to remember when you get to the grand finals of playoffs, then you're going to have to win a match point if you want to become a champion. So I want to see a few of these teams that have been KP heavy maybe start to switch their mentality to thinking, hey, this is going to be something we have to prepare for in the future. The best time to do it now.
Well, usually we say win or go home. With Match Point Sundays and the ALGS, we say win or we don't go home. This keeps on going until we have a victor. And that, of course, will be decided by the performances today. So buckle up. Get ready. Your teams are about to compete, and only one is taking home the crown. Let's send it over to the 2 of the best in the business for the call, Onset and Gaskin.
Too kind, Rain Day, and everybody has been waiting for this moment. Dan Gaskin, today is the day that we find out who our EMEA qualifiers will be for the playoffs, for that LAN event, for the bright lights, and of course, those big moments. And we start on World's Edge. What a perfect place to start the day off.
It's a familiar home for so many viewers and players alike, and every single zone is going to be so important today for those to either try and pick up big points, or of course later when we get into match point, about it being a comfortable circle for you, as we are going to be heading slightly east on this circle, maybe slightly northeast, as teams now are going to have the chance to try and rotate early if they have that beacon information. You can already see the likes of Ascend down at Lava Siphon, Aurora at Harvester. They're going to have great beacon information and can rotate early. One of my biggest questions is going to be IG. I speak about how good they are on World's Edge. Doesn't look like they've got a beacon to work with now. Do they move deep into this zone early on, try and pick up a beacon at no name, so then they can get that info? It looks like that's probably where they're going to go.
Hey, look at that. The observers listening to every word you're saying, Dan. We're going to follow IG, and why would we not follow IG at the start of this game? It's a circle they got pretty good priority to, as well as one of the teams who lands middle map. They're pretty much good good prior to any zone that goes down here on World's Edge, unless we head right maybe to a Skyhook or Trials zone. But I like the idea of, like you're saying, them hitting the beacon on their path towards zone. They're going to be able to leave quick enough that nobody's really going to be mirroring, and no one's really going to be shadowing how they try and move. So if they have the opportunity to, then maybe they will hit the beacon. But one thing to highlight as well is IG's zone knowledge is so good that maybe they don't even need beacon. Maybe they got a pretty good idea of how they want to play this zone, even from the outset.
Well, it looks like Noise was already able to get a beacon just from his drone. He sent that drone quite some way, by the way, to be able to get beacon information. But another reason why IG are playing crypto, so they can secure beacon information as quickly as possible, even if it may not be in the closest of vicinities. But that's why we're seeing the move so early. They've got beacon information. They know where this is going to be heading, there or thereabouts, all season long, or at least certainly in most recent weeks. Their predictions on circles and their kind of placements have been incredible. The amount of points they've been scoring have been unreal, and the fact they've been able to get those victories off the back of it as well. They do seem to be like one of these teams that's kind of go hard or go home, very risk heavy when it comes to trying to take one of those god spots, but they seem to find it so often, and that's why they're one of the top teams when it comes to points scored and wins won.
Now this is a team who I mentioned as my team to watch today. This is a trio who certainly needs to step up their performance from the last two game names that we saw. 5 points in one game day, 7 points in another game day. Quite simply, if they do that today, Dan, it's not going to be good enough, you would feel. There's going to be teams who do pick up points and might push them out of those qualification spots. And already you can see, I mentioned how KCP, they love to be a zone-heavy team. They love to early rotate. But there's other teams in this lobby who do it just as well as them. The likes of IG, the likes of Ascend. And I think that's going to play on their mind a little bit. You can already see changing from plan A to B already. They're inside a train station. You saw a little change in rotation from them, and that means they've got to rethink their strategy in this lobby.
I wonder whether expectations got a little bit too much for the Pioneers. You know, when they were scrimming, they were dominating, they were feeling it. Everyone was talking about how they were the next big thing. They were going to own this region, and they just fell off ever so slightly. And I really hope that that downfall doesn't come into regional finals here. I'm hoping they had time to reset, reassess what they want to do as a squad, so that now they can come into regional finals at their very best, still progress in a way where we start to think, you know, they are genuine contenders when it comes to those LAN playoffs.
We're his Vexed, and this is a team I don't think is going to be changing their playstyle. They're all about those KP, and they're all about getting those points as quickly as they can. Their placements, not on average that good, but the amount of kills they get on their way to getting that placement, pretty damn good. One of the best ones that you'll have in the whole region. You can see already here, Dan, looking for an early fight here in Skyhook.
Yeah, an early fight and getting very aggressive, as we know Vex like to do. One of the most aggressive teams in this lobby. And it looks like they want to start today exactly how they finished regular season.
And this could be a really big fight as well. I'm pretty sure this is E6 inside the building. It's not actually, excuse me. Yes, it is. It's E6 and two players are already down. And E6 were one of those teams, Dan, who are trying to chase down one of those qualification spots. Nice shots coming in here with the Vault. Should get the damage done, and you would expect that kill to be finished. But the one thing about a Caustic, Dan, it can be such a pain. And they've lost Matafe as well. Matafe has gone down and has been finished.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Vex to lose, especially when it seems like there is going to be plenty more players in the vicinity, as it looks like Vex, they were aggressive, but V2 joined the party, and Vex, one of our big competitors for today, to not only qualify, but of course to win today, have gone out in 19th place. They got aggressive, but V2, they heard the commotion from a distance, and they made sure they got involved.
I mean, it was a very awkward fight for Vex. They fully sent it in, and it was just a one knock that came in. Caustic's such a difficult character inside of a building to eliminate quickly. The gas just slowing things down. The Dora problem as well. And as soon as Matafe went down, and then the damage wasn't capitalized on within 5 seconds or so, he got finished. He was turned into a death box, and then the third party comes along. And just to put this in perspective as well, that was a battle between third place overall in Vex. It was E6 who are in 8th place currently holding down one of their spots. And then it was V2 who are in 12th, and there are not a lot of points between those two teams that we just mentioned, V2 and E6, who are chasing those qualification spots. So, I mean, for E6 to go out early in game number 1, Dan, that is a nightmare start for them.
Well, I feel like every fight today is going to be a little bit like that, Mark, where we're like, well, this team is so close to this team, or this is going to be so important when we look at the grand scheme of things. There's so much on the line for all of these squads and all of these individual fights. It matters where you rotate. It matters who you're going to be taking fights against, and why you should probably lead on the side of caution in these opening games with how big and how much of a risk it can be, because you've got several teams who are fighting for different things. You are going to have some teams who are going to risk a little bit more because they have to, and those who are at the top, maybe they just need to be a bit more cautious. Maybe you need to be a little bit more just take less risks with some of the plays they're saying. I don't think Vex needed to push that. But at the same time, who am I to tell Vex when to push and when not to push? They have been doing it all season. That's how they found success. I imagine they'll still bounce back in match number 2, but it's definitely a frustrating end to their game number 1.
Well, this is Jules from Game of Drones just outside of the Vault Tunnel and just beaming shots down onto the Dorito building. Inside that building is Pioneers, already getting some flesh damage down. That can be such a difficult place to actually hold down that Dorito building. Only one way in and one way out on either side of the building with the 2 doors. So if you get that gen destroyed on the Watson and you have a couple of grenades thrown in there, you can be taken care of pretty quickly. As V2, the team who came out on top of that little scrap over in Skyhook, they make their way into zone now and they will be safe for quite some time. Nobody really in the vicinity from what I can see for them, although Game Lord actually might be a little bit closer than I imagined over that train station.
Yeah, Game Lord are definitely there and could cause a little bit of a threat or pose a threat. There's the circle on your screen. You can see IG, who moved very early, posted up just west of Skyhook. They're pretty confident it's going to be Overlook, excuse me. They're pretty confident it's going to be moving over towards Overlook, especially in those buildings around, and they may have one of the better positions. But we know that zone 4 shift can be pretty deadly at times, and that's why we see certain teams maybe go for a less risky setup when it comes to these later circles. They go somewhere which will allow them to transition from one circle to another very easily. But pretty much we're seeing half the lobby already in the next circle. There are some late movers who we would expect, the likes of Alliance having to transition a long way across this map. They're going to be late to join, but there could be 2 or 3 fights happening on the edge of the circle as this next one moves in.
Yeah, Alliance just making their way into Fragment West right now, so they, like you say, have a long way to go. Obviously dropping over at Thermal Station is going to be quite the travel for them to make. For esports, they're kind of holding down the choke at the moment, just outside of Overlook, trying to see if they can connect with some damage, and looking at them is going to be Game of Drones for now. And this charge rifle, it was highlighted last week, and Yuki was put it to use for Alliance, and you can see Jules here, how easy it is to do damage. Just to command space. Nobody wants to push a player or try and peek a player who has this charge rifle in the hand, because it's guaranteed damage for the user, and those Evo shields are going to be pumping up as well.
Yeah, I love a player who is confident enough to use a charge rifle. I know that that might sound like a ridiculous thing to say, but I personally don't like to put myself in the positions with a charge rifle. I'm more of a player who likes to kind of run and gun. I don't like to post up. So you need someone who is a little bit more passive, a little bit more patient with their play. Obviously, they are perfectly going to be able to play in certain ways as well, where they can get aggressive. But we'll see whether this is really going to help them charge up those Evo shields, as you say, get them to red so that you can be in quite a heavy state when it comes to that late game.
Yeah, 18 squads now remaining, and just looking at our map overhead as well, we can see that there's a lot of teams inside of the circle, but I would also say there's a little bit of a split on where teams maybe think this one is going. Is it going to go outside of the respawn village, no name as it does get called as well? Is it going to pull towards the tracks, or is it going to be a little bit more of a shift to somewhere that we weren't expecting? But at the moment, there's a team who's flying in on V2, a little bit of damage being done by the Vault, and Nubicide is already going to pop Beast of the Hunt so he can get out of dodge back to his teammates. But V2 trying to force their way into zone for now, and it's Alliance who are holding them out now from this broken building.
Yeah, this is a big fight on this southwest side of the map, because even though there's only a couple of teams scrapping at the moment, there is another 2 teams in Fragment East who A, could join it if they wanted to, but B, will then hold out a team that might be quite weak after they win this initial engagement. So you've got to be very careful with the fights that you are going to be taking in these scenarios. And it looks like both teams realize how much pressure is on this fight, and it looks like V2 are going to avoid it entirely. They don't fancy trying to take on Alliance, and they're going to try and find a different path into this next circle.
Well, Alliance have had a difficult path so far, and I'd actually be interested to jump into the comms now to hear what Alliance's next move in is going to be. This listening, of course, presented by WD Back. Let's see how Alliance get out of this situation.
It's a Watson team next to us. We want to force this Vladon team in the open here.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
They're fighting up there. If they fight hard, we can walk into 3-pit. We want that spot.
55
fight hard.
level.
I don't think they're fighting hard. They're dropping.
Dropping.
Take space
Okay,
of it.
okay.
Take space of it, if you can.
I'm gonna stay here. I got charge rifle.
Okay. Can
Look
you
at
get
how she's
closer,
poking
push?
about. It's too late. No. They all went in the building. We're good. I mean, we cannot
They're in storm, right?
Yeah.
How much is in here, bro? I want to take this ramp here and gatekeep backwards if we can. I don't know if we can,
These guys are
but...
still in zone, right? These guys are still in zone. There's still one team in zone.
Yeah, I think so.
I want to see where they went, man. I don't see them. I don't see them. They could be on our west side, guys.
So anybody up here?
On your
Like on
guard.
the mountain side?
My bad.
Look up and see.
They're in market. They're in market. Coming towards us. Coming towards us again.
Yeah, gatekeep there.
Team up there,
Yeah,
yeah.
one coming towards us. 100%.
Crack them. Crack blood on.
Blood on now.
Nice. Third him.
I can't. He's on the other side of the bridge. You can peek the bottom though. You can peek the bottom effect.
Come.
I hit him 25.
Running back, right side. Right side.
Knocked him again.
No,
Knocked him down again.
Right side, right there.
Over
He
there.
died.
50
Wait. Don't worry, 40.
Enemy out
Keep
there.
pushing.
Behind you. On tower. On.
Pull up if you're Q.
See how much
He's trying
time
to rest. He's trying to rest.
Okay. Do you know where?
On the other side.
I cracked him hard.
He's down the knockdown, behind the bing.
20 seconds on run.
Well, back into the game, Alliance. They're busy, Dan. That's one thing you can say. Gatekeeping left, right, center, trying to think about what their next move is, but with so many teams still pressuring them, and they're just picking up KP after KP at the moment.
Amazing, though, that they're able to hold out V2 and also keep Forge back. Forge were the team who then pressured them ever so slightly from Fragment East. Alliance turned on them, did enough damage to say, hey, Forge, look, if you want to take this fight, we'll go down swinging. And Forge backed out of it very quickly because Forge know they can walk into circle comfortably, whereas Alliance, they're going to have to take the hard route. You have to take the risk now with the Skyward Dive, and it's about where you end. Because, look, Horizon are going to be in the same kind of vicinity. V2 will be joining it late. Fire Beavers can watch as well. This is not going to be a comfortable landing.
And they managed to find a head glitch to play with, but there's a little bit of damage being done. The castle will go down from Newcastle, which is going to allow them to stabilize for now. And good job you're playing Newcastle, to be honest with you, because otherwise Alliance will be dead and buried already. But look at these shots coming in now from Hackett, the IGL, the leader, holding it down for his squad.
Yeah, he's holding it down at the moment, but you can see how much damage Alliance are taking. They're hoping they can reset here, but there's too many teams looking at them, it would seem. If these bats can get popped, there is a reset potential, but Hackett unfortunately goes down as the Newcastle, and that's probably the worst legend that could go down first, but maybe Effect can do some shredding here to help. It's Forge again getting involved in this fight as Horizon get eliminated.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams fighting in this area, and the problem is trying to force your way into this zone where there's so many teams. You can already see the charge rifles just raining down fire, extra shots in the back, and now it all is on the hands and the mind of Effect. He's managed to hold off a little bit of a push here, and some good shots onto the blue armor are going to break it, and that might give him just enough time here to get one player back onto their feet, but now he's getting swarmed by someone else who's being a little bit sneaky, and it's Na'Vi who are now introducing themselves. Forge survived, Na'Vi involved in the fight to take out Alliance, and now you can see Forge getting third-partied, and it's Na'Vi who are coming through to do the damage.
I think as soon as we saw that Zone 4 shift, every team that's currently playing Edge knew they had to pick up KP. So they were listening, had their ears to the ground. They're getting involved in fights. They're trying to pick up extra kills so they can get some guaranteed points. Because I tell you what, looking at that next circle, points are going to be hard to come by via placement. There is only 2.5 buildings that are in the next circle, and all 3 of them are occupied. Even teams like IG, who moved very early, they've still got to move ever so slightly, probably below the train tracks for them to stay safe. But Na'Vi have got to walk in. Yes, they've got high ground, but there's so much vision from other squads.
Well, Aurora at the moment taking a little bit of damage. They are in one of those buildings, which is in the zone, and they will be safe. But they're getting pressured at the moment, but not for long, as SAF, who are their naughty neighbors, are going to be taken down. And Aurora, once again, showing that amazing team fighting ability inside of the house. And Aurora now, KP on the board, 11 squads now remaining. And with the position they have, Dan, this might be a massive game for our number 2 squad.
Definitely could be. Aurora, Pioneers, and Ascend are the 3 teams that hold the buildings. They're going to be arguably the safest when it comes to this next circle pull. Game of Thrones and Nightmare are on the edge of the northeast side of this circle, and they'll be trying to hold out teams that are going to be pushing in from that high side I was speaking of. So we're going to see a lot of fights happening on the kind of northern side of the circle, whilst Forge try and force their way into these building areas, but they should probably go down to Ascend, Pioneers, and Aurora. But here comes the push. A lot of teams with a lot to do now.
Na'Vi may be looking for a third-party opportunity. VZN are fighting at the moment. Let me tell you, Na'Vi are in the skies above them, so they have to finish this. They have to finish it quick. And VZN look like they're going to be able to do that. Should get the finish on the downs. Should be able to get a reset. And EMP comes in to make things a little bit more uncomfortable. But Nightmare Esports eliminated as we find ourselves now with 9 squads in the lobby.
Yeah, 2 or 3 teams are literally in the zone, scraping their way into this next circle. Forge do eventually go down as expected. IG look like they're just about able to force their way in. VZN down to 2. They're struggling a little bit, but need some help. They are able to get a little bit of tick damage, but I don't think it's going to work out for them, and they will fall in 8th place. So a great hold, as expected, Game of Drones were in the prime position to take out all those northern teams.
Game of Drones moving from the high ground down as well. They will have good line of sight on all of these teams who are late to the party, late to the zone, and that's why you're seeing them pick up so many of this KP. Boy, all of this is happening. Pioneers inside of this building that we were talking about. They've been here for quite some time, and anyone who's trying to push at the moment, Strafey, he's got himself a Kraber, already a 140.
Yeah, Na'Vi landed on top of Pioneers. That's why we jumped over to Pioneers and saw how heavy they were defending themselves. They got the fences down, they got the gen down, they did everything they could to keep Na'Vi at bay, and they have been able to achieve that. But you've also got IG who have snuck underneath these buildings as well, and that's why Aurora are hunting them. They know there's some vulnerable players here, as Na'Vi will get eliminated in 6th.
And you're wondering why you're playing Wraith. Well, Ranch is just showing you why Wraith still has a place in competitive Apex. You can portal in, you can get some loot, you can put yourself in a position to get in and out of danger, and also to do damage to those teams underneath without being really put into danger of getting down yourself. Game of Drones still trying to move in from that high ground, but with all the teams inside and around this Dorito building, the question is, can they get close enough to that fence to play safe? As Ascend still alive as well inside our top 5.
Yeah, we have 2 of our biggest teams, our most big winners, but that's why the EMP is so important, as now you're going to get absolutely shredded. All that defense is taken away in an instant. Pioneers down in 5th, and Ascend, they attack at the perfect time.
IG now trying to make their move in as well, as they know Ascend will be weak. I'm pretty sure they managed to get one knock as Graceful tries to finish off the down, but that EMP might have been one of the biggest and most perfect EMPs we've seen all season.
Hit every single fence in its wake, as IG now will get that solidified elimination onto the knock, but Ascend, they're struggling a little bit. Look how weak Ascend are. Surely IG clean it up. They will clean it up. Ascend out in 4th, IG into top 3, and now there's 2 squads they've got to start thinking about.
This is really good from IG as well, making sure they get inside of the building, making sure that they are safe, they can get some armor swaps, they can get some loot, and that leaves Aurora and Game of Drones on the outside of the building. IG just have to pick their moment now. Let these 2 teams fight, let them do the damage, and even though they don't have the armor advantage in this end zone, you would imagine that unless Malawan and Aurora decide to focus onto them, that this could be an IG game.
I mean, I mentioned at the start of the show, a 75% win rate from top 5s for IG on World's Edge. That's 6 wins from 8, and this very easily could be 7 from 9 with the way they're currently playing and how successful that push was. And not just that, it was before that, how they walked into circle, unknowns to anyone, managed to creep under the building and then timed their push to perfection. But there is still a lot to do here, because there is a lot of caustic elements that could come into the equation.
I mean, at the moment, Malawan's trying to shoot 3s from the outside of the building. Aurora now pushing on to IG, trying to put the pressure on, knowing they have to leave. And there is that riot drill from Mad Maggie. Cleve trying to show that what he can do. The old man goes in as well. He gets the first knock onto Noises. Big spray coming in as well. He's got double SMGs. Anyone close range is going to get taken out. And now IG find themselves with 1.
Well, maybe that win rate is in question now, because 2 of them have gone down. JMW looks like he might fall, and it's going to be down to Aurora and Game of Drones. Game of Drones don't have a great win rate, but what a day it would be to change things. Now we're down to our last 2.
Down to our last 2, and Game of Drones, I mean, they just about made it to regional finals. It was 20th spot, the last spot for Game of Drones to get here, and maybe they could be the champions of our game number 1 here. However, they've taken a huge amount of damage. They have to reset outside of the building, but Aurora, they've been 2nd place. They've been one of our best team fighting teams throughout the entirety of the Apex Legends Global Series. They do have the caustic to play with as well, but they don't have the Nox gas, so it's not going to be as effective as you want it to be.
You can see Game of Drones trying to position themselves, trying to take high ground, but they are forced back. But it looks like they are going to be able to take a spot. Wraith could come in huge here, though, for Aurora. We'll see whether it actually pays off. They get a portal down.
Ranches goes through, and Ranches gets the first knock as well. The portal is massive, and now Aurora, who looked like they were on the backside of a bad result, are swarming through to win game number 1. And Wraith, we haven't seen you for a while, but that's a reminder of just what she can do in endgame.
So important to be able to get them out of that building without just taking all that fire in a choke point and going through the doorway as well. You could see that was the game plan for Game of Thrones. They were kind of waiting. They were hoping they'd be able to just all pelt that same area. But then the portal just able to change things, change their eye direction, and make sure that it wasn't going to be as easy as taking them down 1, 2, 3. But I'll tell you what, Aurora, there was questions asked from myself about their consistency. Will they find those victories? We know they're a good team fighting team, but when they get into those final circles, it looks like they still can get the job done as well. And what a way to start the day is for them.
Amazing stuff. We'll bring Rain Day back in because what a game one it was. Not only did we see kind of a clash of the top and the bottom, right, of the regular season, but we also got to see some Wraith. We got to see the portal back again, and I love it.
Interdimensional rift. I almost forgot what the ability is called at this point, because we seriously have not seen a resurgence of what is and has been the most popular iconic character in all of Apex Legends back now into the ALGS with a win. Aurora have always been good at doing that, but I want to get some analysis from someone else who's joining our broadcast. I know we've already introduced 3 of us, but there's a 4th member, and it's none other than Spider Tiff here with me, going to break down some games, going to be casting some games later as well. Tiff, it's great to have you here, and what a day we have with Match Point on our table.
I mean, that's what's going to be so cool about this. It is match point, and if it's going to be anything like what we just witnessed in map number 1, it is going to be an insane day full of trials and tribulations. So our teams are going to have to keep it locked in.
You mentioned trials and tribulations. Here's a tribulation. Barely making it to the regional final. That's Game of Drones. 1 point separated them, and I think EBR, from being in the Pro League and not in this tournament, and then obviously now being in there. Somehow G Dolphin and the squad, they put it together. They're in the top 2 in this first game. That's got to be a fantastic start for a team whose only chance to make it to land is to win this entire thing.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. I had a chance to speak to Rondon leading up to the regional finals, and I was obviously very curious because G Dolphin, obviously subbing in on Phoenix Legacy, I believe he subbed it on another team, but found their way onto the Game of Drones roster, and they had mentioned it changed up their play style a lot. Jules is incredibly passive on that play style, but G Dolphin, obviously on that Rampart, I don't know if you guys saw this, but he was on Fuse, so things are definitely changing. They're working with their coach to make something happen, but it was this fight right here, Rain Day, as we get to look through some of these highlights, where I was losing my mind already. Vexed, pushing straight into Element 6, who is on that bubble, forgetting that V2 also lands in Skyhook insta-thirded.
That is one of those things when you have a lobby like this, you're playing AC, BC, you're doing A, B versus A, but then you have this group that has no identity. It's all of the best teams. You kind of got to remember where we land, where they land. It's a weird one to forget early on, but it also shows there's some nerves, right? This is a big deal. These players know there's $20,000 on the line in terms of finishing first in the Pro League, but more importantly, there's eyes on us in the biggest stage we've had all season long. So it's a test in many ways. And for teams like Aurora, I feel like what they're doing is still making the statement that, yes, we are top 2, but it's not a fluke. We play weird lineups, but we know what we're doing. And this last game, it certainly proved it.
Yeah, and I love that because they're talking about weird lineups, but sometimes if you're just more comfortable on those legends, you're going to perform to the best of your ability regardless of that legends package. And just their positioning throughout this game, and Ascend pushing into KCP, that was well timed, but then you have to guard your back. And Aurora, not only do they have the Wraith, they have a Caustic. So if they can get inside that building, anchor it down with those Nox gas traps, they're just going to be wreaking havoc on literally everyone in their pathway.
I love the thought of Aurora's Riot Drill and Maggie, also 2 teams that were in our top 2 using Mad Maggie. This was highlighted to be a legend that was an up-and-coming pick and competitive. Kind of got, I don't know, foreshadowed and never really took to fruition, but now we're seeing it play huge dividends alongside the interdimensional rift that Wraith is bringing, getting in and out of the house. Those little moments sometimes make the difference. It certainly did today, but what a game for Game of Drones. 17 points still. IG International finishing up with 11, but this was a great start for a team that desperately needed it in Game of Drones.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's match point. You got to get to 50 before you can hit that win contention. So if Aurora is already popping off in map number 1 with 23 points and Game of Drones with 17, they've already put almost 10 points, 12 points over 3rd place to get them the distance, but Ascend 4th place, KCP 5th with 7 points. Not bad games. I know you like that stat of 5 to 7 points garnered in your kind of worst game, right? But with match point, things are a little different. You have to shake up that and get a little more aggressive.
Well, you know, first out to the races sometimes is very good. You get to lead the pack, but you don't know how close people are behind you. Right now on the backside, though, there are a few teams that did well despite not getting placement points. I want to point out Horizon. The mentality that getting a top 10 is more important than anything. You get 3 points for placing in 7th to 8th. So if you get no kills, Horizon right here, they did better than you, even going out in 17th in terms of placements, taking down a team and a half. So different ways to play it. We're going to see aggression and obviously placement matter a lot here too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you've got Alliance, Vexed, Element 6, a lot of teams already in the second half of the page, especially Element 6. I saw a tweet from Kay Swinney during that game. Yo, we kind of expected some grief during the finals, but not like that. They were not anticipating to go out that early on. So kind of spicy, but I'm curious to see what the series results are going to look like and see how everything shook up. And you're right, Horizon tied with 3 other players in that 6th to 8th place with the 5 eliminations. So even though they already went out early, they're making their way.
You got to do what you got to do. This is match point, meaning you got to get over 50 points here. Aurora have 23, Game of Drones 17. Once they cross 50 points, the next game, they will be eligible with a win to end the entire tournament and guarantee a spot at LAN. If you see any performances on the horizon, whether it's Game of Drones, whether it's Aurora, Cleve on that, Maggie doing so well, you can also show your contribution to their success and show a little appreciation for their play by voting for our ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy. All you need to do is use hashtag and the name of the player in our either Twitch chat stream or on Twitter, and we'll tally those votes and give you a Monster MVP at the end of today's broadcast. But Tiff, there's so many players to choose from, kind of a hard pick.
I know, we were just looking at the first page, jumping on over to the second. All of the members for Aurora on that first page. We saw Rondon from Game of Thrones, but jumping on over here, you've got the Fire Beavers. OJ, then Alliance's Yuki. So many talented individuals. I don't even know who I'm gonna pick. You even got Tyler FPS leading the kill eliminations for EMEA for a good portion of the time, but you got Amphi coming in as well for E6 last minute. There's so much talent here, Rainday, so much.
Good thing it's not our choice, right? It's you, the fans, the viewers. You'll be able to choose your Monster MVP with those hashtags. You'll also be able to participate in a different way by giving us some feedback on how you'd like to see the ALGS improve or what you like about it already that you want to see us double down on. Use this QR code, open up your phones, and make sure that camera is facing the QR code. It'll take you to a link, and if you do complete it, we appreciate you helping to build the ALGS the way that you want to see it. And who knows? Maybe you'll see your idea on broadcast next split. Game 1. It was a good one. I am so excited to see where this goes. We have got, I don't know how many games left because that's what Match Point is all about. Coming up, though, Game 2, and we'll see if Game of Drones can keep pace and if Aurora can go back-to-back. See you in a sec. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Regional Finals. It's EMEA right now, and I'm Spider Tiff. I'm stealing Gaskin for match number 2 because we have no idea if we're getting a 5-game match series or are we going the distance like APAC North and getting 13.
Well, the fact that we just saw Game of Drones getting into top 2 and almost clutching up a victory, considering they were in dead last coming in today, I think suggests how close this lobby is going to be, Tiff, and maybe just to expect the unexpected a little bit when it comes to match point. Anyone can pull it out of the bag and anyone could turn up when we get there. But of course, we're going to focus for now on getting to those 50 points. Aurora, they're almost halfway there already. A very impressive game number 1, and I guess we shouldn't have expected anything less from a squad like that.
That's true, and I know we were kind of chatting pre-broadcast. Would someone be able to have the potential to hit match point after 2 or 3 matches? I mean, if you're coming off 23 in match 1, playing just like that, I mean, anything is possible. But Game of Drones, knowing they do need a must-win here to get to the Split 1 playoffs, doing exactly what it takes. I know Rondon mentioned their overall goal was to just have fun and then get top 15 in Pro League, then of course, obviously win, but coming in very strong. And now as we get a look of the map, Game of Drones over down there in Big Mod, they had mentioned Nightmare was going to potentially contest them, but you can see Nightmare, they dropped Dome map 1 and they're continuing to do the same.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's abiding to the gentleman's rules and making sure that they do stay at their drop locations and move elsewhere so that there isn't too much of a contest. The closest contest you've really got is Ascend and IG sharing almost part of Lava Siphon, but it's mainly just for IG to get beacon information. I think Ascend know that. They allow it to happen. The drone comes, gets the beacon, and then IG are out of there. Remember, IG move very early. They did in the previous game. They got into an okay position. Not the best position that I've seen from them, but they still managed to pluck out a top 3 finish, considering how far they had to move after that zone 4 shift. But we are going to be heading to the northwest side of the map. I imagine those teams up towards Countdown are going to have a lot of info when they get those beacons scanned, but there could be some early fights over towards Countdown as well.
Early fights, we saw it in map number 1, and that's exactly how Vexed is going to rotate. I'd imagine they're going to do the exact same pathway up towards Skyhook, but coming on board with Aurora, your map number 1 winners, currently 23 points on the day. Double blue in 1 napkin, not a bad start, especially over here in Harvester if you're going to have the information available to go on that rotation. Because I mean, if you're not going to be able to have the recon characters to get beacon information, you need to have that central POI location, and Harvester is going to provide all of those easy rotations for them.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, Aurora, they get beacon 2 out of 2 games on World's Edge, and I think some people would be hoping for that. But the fact they don't even need to scan it, people will probably be shaking their fists towards them, saying, I wish that we could get consistent beacons, because there are so many teams who are punished sometimes because they don't have that beacon available to them, and they just have to try and think their very best about that zone information, maybe look at what other teams are doing, where are other teams setting up, can we follow them, can we find a spot, and just get general information or pick up a beacon on our way. But speaking of on their way, IG, as always, will be moving nice and early, heading to the northwest side of this map straight away to make sure they can try and get one of the early slots, one of the early priority positions. And it looks like Countdown is kind of what everyone is banking on at the moment, Tiff. I can already see 6 teams finding their way over to Countdown, and a lot of them are having shots at one another, but no real engagement has happened just yet.
That's going to be really tough. There's not too many places over there that teams can kind of shell up in, and just because you navigate God Spot early on doesn't mean you can necessarily hold it for the duration of all of these teams coming in to join you. And I was thinking about IG International when they were splitting Lava Siphon, getting the northern side of it. You wouldn't get necessarily the best loot, but I'm looking at Noises with the gold shield. I saw JMW with the gold helmet. They're absolutely kitted, so this could be a massive game for them. And as they navigate their rotation out through Landslide, they could run into teams like Aurora and Ascend that are going to be rotating up towards that way as well.
And when you are moving in late, when you're one of the teams that's arriving to these circles that are maybe a little bit more predictable, if you're one of the later teams, you have to kind of take a position that maybe isn't one of the priority ones, but you go for the zone 4 shift risk, right? You hope that that zone pulls away from where everyone is predicted, and we've seen it happen as Aurora, again, showing us how strong the charge rifle can be. They are very close. They are very much in the vicinity of IG, and they are drilling them from behind.
Look, I'm not sure which one of you said you had to have the confidence to run that charge rifle, but very confident it's working out really well. But Element 6, they were in an early engagement in map number 1, so this is going to be mission critical for them to get a stability here and make sure that they can just pull up, get healed up, and prevent from the onslaught happening. But Pioneers, they need to do the same thing as well, currently coming in 5th place, and they are just getting picked apart. You mentioned all the teams here, Gaskin, just kind of onslaughting each other. This is going to be tough to hold.
I mean, this is madness in Countdown. Look at that kill feed. It explode. The only team that actually lost out entirely was Forge. You can see they're eliminated in 20th spot, so no hero story for them in this game. They obviously had a little bit of a scuffle on the edge of map number 1, where they really made things difficult for certain squads like Alliance, for example, but they'll be exiting very early. But I think there are several teams who are down now to just a 2 or even just a 1 after what just exploded in front of us here at Countdown. And there's still about 8 teams who have to make their way to this next circle as well. So there is still the chance that some of these teams who think they're comfortable, they could be dropped on. A skyward dive could force you into taking a risky fight, and we may see a few more engagements as Pioneers do get eliminated in 19th place as well.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. They were trying to hold kind of that underneath, which isn't really the best place to make a move for. And you can see the map just on the right hand of your screen, Vexed holding that outer edge of the ring. They are going to fight their way in as that zone kind of collapses around those teams. They already managed to pick off Forge, and they need as many eliminations as possible. Now, granted, they're feeling pretty secure, obviously, already for Split 1 playoffs, but why not go out on top? So you know that's their motto here today, and I'm glad Element 6 able to find some stabilization there, and IG seemingly has a nice position here. But hey, the Volt, you got that energy mag in the crafter right now, coupled with a longbow. Sometimes you don't need the charge rifle. It's a good time if you got the longbow.
No, especially if you can Legolas it up, if you are good with the bow. Again, I'm not very good with it, and I think there's a pattern that's emerging here, Tiff, but I try to be good with just the SMGs, really. I get up close and personal, and that's what I do. I do my job. Anyway, we did see Horizon eliminated in 18th as well whilst we were having a little chat there, and we went from one team to another, so that's 3 teams already gone out. 3 teams who were pretty much trying to get a place in Countdown, but were punished for it, and sometimes that's how the cookie can crumble. You try and get one of these priority positions, it's already taken, you're forced to take a fight, and it doesn't work out for you. So they're going to have to reassess, but the good news is they move over to Storm Point for map number 3, so it's a chance to refresh and rethink things.
Jumping on over to Game Ward, I had a chance to speak to Psychop as well, and they were like feeling very confident coming into this. They just wanted to place top 5 or better. They're like, we're just gonna play the game that we know so well, but jumping in 17th place after map number 1, and they have their work cut out for them. Anytime you try to rotate throughout the bottom area of Countdown and not necessarily the top, can be a little bit tribulous. They do have the Horizon Gravity Lift available to them, but I kind of like this positioning in the rocks out here, right? You don't need to get into the inner workings of Countdown just yet. We saw just how much chaos was associated inside of there, but just kind of waiting to make their move. But it's Game of Drones, 2nd place in map 1, looking to be trying to get that information just outskirts and begin their rotation in.
Also, kind of wild that Gamewood are the team that dropped Countdown, and they're one of the teams with the worst positions on the outside of Countdown. They really got bullied off of their POI. I think that was kind of down to Forge, because Forge had a little look at them early on, and then so many teams arrived at the same time that they had to really back off. And that's always a shame when you see a circle coming towards your POI and you're not able to hold one of the best positions. But quite rightly, we're going to follow Game of Thrones for a little bit, as I say what their name was not meant to be, because they're going to be making a tough rotation. There is probably going to be some teams they run into eventually, but for now they're going to have the entirety of this southeast circle to move on in. They can either take a route down towards Harvester and take the south side of the circle. That would maybe have them challenging 4 or 5 teams, or they can take the harder rotation, I would say, go in the east side over towards Landslide. That would mean they'd be so vulnerable. So I do think they should probably move over through Harvester. It's just a matter of listening, hoping you can avoid some of those shots so that you can have an easier route in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this map and you're like easier route in, and all I see are so many choke points that are going to be guarded by all of the teams. Sure, there's a lot of open area if you can make it into Landslide, but trying to kind of get that positioning across and into Countdown, you're just going to get charge rifled into oblivion. But let's come on over to VZN, trying to get the reset here on VJ with Nox putting down that suppressive fire. They are able to get the res, but that's just one of those things where I'm like, hey, if I'm a team over there, I want to push and capitalize on that. But We'll see the black hole coming out from Zane. Grab lift going up. Thermites in hand, trying to get a line of sight on the enemy players. Can we make it happen? Yeah, G7 Scout shots looking absolutely impeccable, but not able to get up in their face. But they are doing just enough to kind of navigate throughout.
And this is where you've got to be careful as these teams who are taking this fight. It's been elongated. There are going to be teams in the vicinity who are on edge, who will look to try and pick up the scraps, getting involved. But it looks like VZN, they have got another knock. Foot are on the back foot, and they are retreating, desperately trying to stay alive. But Nightmare Esports, they are very close and will be trying to join this if this is not finished very soon. So VZN need to be aware of that. But this is going to happen, Tiff, because we've got 4 or 5 teams playing edge at the moment. The circle's about to close, and they know full well as soon as they get to that circle, there's going to be so many eyes on them. So they're just trying to desperately get some KP.
Yeah, and you've got 2 teams that are in must-win scenarios, Foot and Nightmare Esports in this fight. VZN, 10th place overall on the day, just kind of in that bubble situation, you know. This is the thing. The storyline for them is they played the first days in Split 1 Pro League as a duo. So being able to claw their way throughout every match day to find themselves just outside the top 9, they need a strong performance here today. So I love the ability to just disengage, hop on board with Nags, and just begin that rotation. There's no need to get caught out in a senseless fight.
And this is where we could see the peace of Countdown disrupted ever so slightly. All those teams that were cohabiting, they were happy to be neighbors. They realized that they all had a building or an area to work with. Well, now you're going to have 4 or 5 teams that are going to try and join you very shortly. And it's about where you go. Are they going to try and take a risky push? Are they going to take a stupid fight and try and ape onto a team? You're always worried you're going to be that team who's kind of in someone's target lines and you're in someone's like unlucky push situation. But we'll have to see how that happens when the next circle does close, because it looks like SAF have found their way into Landslide. Foot Esports are back up to a 3, by the way. They've been able to go into the zone, get that beacon, and make sure they can get the res. But elsewhere, there's a few teams who are having pops at one another, but no true 3v3 engagement that's happening right now.
Ooh, as we get a little glimpse of that next circle, I'm thinking Vexed has a solid positioning here. I wouldn't be surprised if Alliance potentially tries to engage them throughout this, because they're going to want that beacon information. Why not get it? So Vex positioning themselves on that beacon in the north of Lava Fissure, knowing that they have those strong 3v3 fights and they want to guard that beacon and deny it from other people. I think that's a smart choice by them.
Yeah, it's just a case of whether they can actually get the beacon information, as of course there's going to be a lot of people nearby. They are not running a crypto, so they can't easily get it, and you do expose yourself on getting that beacon, and no bubble to protect you as well. So it will just be a case of whether teams in the vicinity allow that to happen or not, but hopefully they are able to get it, because they will get so much of an advantage if they can get that beacon. As we join V2, I did say a little bit earlier, their transition might be uncomfortable, and you quite rightly pointed out, as soon as you arrive, you are going to be shredded. There are going to be teams watching you. Fire Beavers are going to be in the horizon, and they are making sure they get the damage done.
Hey, we spoke to OJ earlier on the broadcast, and they said just how confident Fire Beavers were feeling, and they were only going to improve each and every match day. And I mean, they're absolutely kitted, and you got Start a Fight that needs to do incredibly well here. Sure, they're able to grab 1 down onto V2, but when all of these teams are kind of collapsing over near Landslide in the open, this is just going to be a bloodbath as V2 falls.
V2 go down. 16 squads remaining, so 1 more squad has to go down for those placement points to start to tally up. As these points are all going to be so important as teams try and get towards 50. Remember, this is match point format. So as you get 50 points, you then have to get a victory afterwards to win today. But Foot, they're still moving their way into the circle. Let's have a listen into the comms and see what they're thinking.
I think we're gonna wipe this if we can.
Okay.
I have no nades. No.
I think he's running over. The more on the left, on the car, on the left.
Okay. Yeah, inside.
Outside, running here.
They're moving up. Move up after them, maybe. Don't shoot.
Wait,
He's gonna stop. You gotta get close.
Rival over there.
2, 2, 1. Crack. They're blues.
Can we keep you on touch?
Yes. Crack, more.
60 bets on him, 60 bets on him!
They're falling on us.
Zero, please!
Yeah, that's fine. He's one of my name, I didn't do much.
Zero.
I did.
Okay.
Slow.
I'm moving up.
This guy's 1 SP. They got you on off. 1 SP.
I'm on the rock here.
I'm going to north. I'm going to north. I'm going to north.
Getting shot.
Crack the guy on you. Crack the guy on you. People on this side. Go back. Go back. People on this side.
Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. But they're fighting.
We need to kill this.
Come to me.
I'm healing. I'm healing. I'm healing. We're gonna kill this. We're gonna have to kill this.
Yeah. I'm bubbling up then, okay? When you're ready.
I'm healing. He died tipping.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna go this side and get more angles. Yep. This is behind us.
Your team is going up. Yeah.
Buddy. We have to slide downhill.
They're here. Close.
Running back. Okay. Follow me. Coming to you. They're up on the car. No one is close to me. Maybe we just take middle. No. I think we need to go again. We have a lot of time.
I need to bounce.
Before. Yep. Drop phone off.
Yeah. I will take a second.
Nice.
Dropping one.
Wait. We have the rock right here.
Yeah, the rock there. The rock that was flying.
Smoke him. You're gonna rest.
78 on that guy.
The rest. I don't have nades.
I don't have as well.
I think we just buggle. Like, it's too late now. Do you think anyone is playing corner?
Probably not.
Going back.
No bats.
Yeah.
No cells, no bats now.
We need to get one on the corners. Under or this corner, okay? Yep. I need to bat here.
Yeah, I have no shields, by the way.
We go late.
Yeah, I have no shields.
I only have one.
Here. I have one syringe, that's all my healing now.
One medkit, 3 cells. That's all I have. I'm good. No.
Well, they've got to go again. It was absolute mayhem for them to push into that current circle, but they have to go even further here, Tiff, and it's going to have to be a skyward dive to take their way in.
You can hear in the comms, they're running low on heals, so diving straight into essentially a bloodbath where we know so many teams are. Aurora, Fire Beavers, everyone trying to make a little bit of something from Countdown work for them, but hey, all is well so far. That is a flip at the moment. When this ring starts to get so small like this, Gaskin, I'm essentially flipping a coin every time I see a skyward dive, and to see it work out for a team that needs to win a regional finals to get to Split 1 playoffs, it's always nice to see it pay off.
You've got to be brave. You've got to have zone knowledge. You've got to know what positions people are likely going to be taking. Aurora, though, are taking a fight right now. Totem, they go down. Fire Beavers are the team on the other side of Aurora doing a lot of damage, but it looks like no knocks have happened just yet, and you've got to be so careful because teams in the area are going to get involved if they see weakness here.
Lot of weakness. They're going to have to reset. I appreciate the fact that we've got multiple exhibits getting all of the information to these teams, but Aurora was able to completely heal up and prioritize that in positioning. They're not even going to attempt to get to Fire Beavers just yet. And as I say that, Ranch is on the Wraith, overextending just a little bit, but that's what Wraith is allowed to do. Firing down on the teams below them, just outputting a ton of damage. And unfortunately, that's going to be Foot Esports on the bottom going out. Now, 9 squads remaining, and game 2 is looking to get a little heated.
Yeah, this next circle pool is going to be ugly in 35 seconds. It wouldn't surprise me if we see 4 or 5 teams get taken out of the game. Ascend are in one of the best spots right now as Fire Beavers also get their elimination confirmed. They have a building to ascend, so they're in arguably one of the best spots to win this game right now, as long as they don't get griefed or aped on. Game would have got to move quite a way, as well as 3 or 4 teams who are all on this east side, or you could technically say the west side of Countdown, but the east side of this final circle. They're going to all have to move at the same time, and they will clash, and it's going to be carnage in the next 8 seconds.
Ooh, gotta share those heals. Well done by Aurora, trading it out, throwing a lot of damage, able to grab the down and full onto K-Swinny, the IGL for E6. This is looking to be not a good start for Element 6. I sat down, talked to them. I wanted to understand kind of the dynamics of what was happening. And you know that Slayers and Amphi are going to have to amp it up to get E6 into the distance, find those points. But Aurora is a team that's not going to let you do that. We literally have 20 seconds left on this ring closing, so they are going to essentially barrel walk their way in, and that's all for E6.
Yeah, E6 go down. IG have been strapped down to just one player as well. Stripped down, excuse me. Vexed also lose one because of GameWood getting involved. There's the final remaining player of IG going out. They didn't get to top 5, just 7th for them. And now we're down to 6 teams. Ascend, as I said, hold one of the buildings, but they are being griefed by VZN, by Vexed. All these teams that are trying to take one of the best positions in the game right now. As all these squads down below, Aurora and GameWood, they're just trying to avoid one another. But look at the flank from Ranches. He gets shots onto GameWood, and now they're going to be in a real tough position.
I think this fight has to happen now, and that was a beautiful way to opening it in. Use the Wraith to get that damage, and you've got the defensive that's coming in. They're going to throw the Bang ult just to push them away and onslaught that. I love this for them. Now Aurora forced to disengage, but you have 3 teams inside that last building. You see Ascend, Alliance, Vex, just all cohabitating, which is letting Aurora take this isolated fight on to GameWood. So if they can finish this before any of those teams move out of the house, beautifully done.
Aurora trying to go back-to-back here on World's Edge as they shred through what was left of GameWood. 4 squads remaining. As you mentioned, they're all up in the same building, but they have lost players. Vexter down to just 1. We are going to see VZN down to just 1. So essentially, this could be an Ascend versus Aurora final unless these rats really change things and maybe disrupt everything. All the commotion starts to begin. Aurora now will make their way up to try and get involved and maybe try and take the high ground off Ascend here.
Aurora with 14 eliminations thus far, but they are not satisfied. Ranches just landing damage after damage. So many shields being broken, but Lufka's gonna able to snag it down onto Maliwan. Sure, VZN is down, and I'm really liking that Clevie is trying to anchor it out through the back. Now, utilizing that into the void, going with the tactical. Very well done, but does have the portal available to them. They just went in, tried to clean up as many eliminations, but Ascend, they smell blood in the water, and they want a piece of it.
Ascend want to push in. If Aurora wins here, they'd be on match point, by the way, but they will not. Ascend deny match point and make sure they were able to get a dub of their own and get themselves closer to match point. They had the best building, they had the best position, but Tiff, they had to survive an onslaught of teams trying to take it away from them.
That was really interesting, and I'm not sure if that push from Aurora towards the building to get as many eliminations and just get into that fight was the right move. I think they kind of threw the map win at that point, and when they backed off, they had already lost a member, but congratulations to Ascend. They were the first to that building. Now the winners in map number 2 doing everything that it could take.
Well, an incredible game and certainly one that was full of everything. And I don't think Aurora quite got to match point. 48 points is what I saw. But we'll bring Rain Day back in and see what his opinion is on everything because, wow, that was an insane game number 2, Rain.
It certainly was. So much action going on in that final circle. We had 4 teams desperately needing points. Ascend also a team at the top of the leaderboards in EMEA, going to be in a position here to stop the only match point possible team, Aurora, from being able to get it. That is a big deal. Let's bring Tiff back in. Great cast, Dan. But Tiff, yeah, I mean, I think it truly did happen. You saw 48 points. They obviously lose there. If they had gotten those kills, they would have swung and got that 3 extra points, not only from 9th to 12th in terms of placement, but the extra kills. So Ascend do the lobby a solid by taking out Aurora there. But I mean, that also speaks to how dominant Aurora have been all game long.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I wouldn't have said that Aurora was going to be on match point or almost on match point after 2 maps and potentially being able to win in maps 3 or 4. It's kind of crazy. I do love the fact that match point can go the distance. And when I was watching APAC North going to map 12, map 13, I was screaming and it was like 7 a.m. in my time. So I could only imagine, but for some of these players that maybe don't want to go the distance, so they want to get it done now, Aurora on a tangent here.
You know, Aurora, too, fighting for first place against Ascend. Ascend coming in with 106 points, Aurora coming in with 105. But as we have to keep reminding everyone joining us, this counts as a regular season day. And at the end of the regular season standings, even if you're not the team to win match point or you are, which just guarantees you land, you're going to decide how much prizing you get based on where you end up. So Ascend and Aurora in direct competition to take first today, or at least second, to place above the other, because that would guarantee that they would be taking home $20,000 from their efforts from Split 1 heading into LAN, which they both are qualified for. So a lot on the line here in both sides of the coin. On the other side, too, GameWood, a team that was in that Final 4 tip. They need points today. That's a good sign for them to start waking up. In the lobby, I feel, has been a little slow for some teams.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, right? A lot of teams that have found early on success throughout our different match days are maybe not able to get things into gear. And sure, that map 1 was going to be that information gathering time. How are these teams going to be playing this now that you've got 20 of the best EMEA teams fighting it out to see who goes to playoffs? That's kind of what's happening. But Aurora have been so dominating, and the way they just push in and take control of a situation, I really respect it.
Playing with Wraith as well, a different type of lineup. Ascend also have to talk about the credit that should be given to them in terms of their way to play final circles. It is phenomenal. It is one of the best. That's why they've been so successful over the season and are your number 1 EMEA team right now. They get the job done against Aurora, but look at that KP, Tiff. It ain't even close. 16 kills in that game.
I mean, you're almost to a third of the lobby. And something to note, when you have a team picking up 16 eliminations, Randy, this is going to be denying eliminations from other teams in the lobby that are going to need these points to get themselves to match point. So it's going to be very challenging with Aurora decimating. But you look down to 9th place Fire Beavers, Element 6, able to pick up a good bit of eliminations throughout their rotations. Fire Beavers maybe placed 9th, but they were able to get 10 points.
I mean, you see all these kills here. You look at the back half of the leaderboard, I imagine there's only a few, because most of the 60 players that are jumping into this lobby, look at that. There's only 3 kills in the bottom 10. That's a problem. We saw teams come through and play 17th, Horizon specifically, but they got 5 kills. So that actually was a decent game for them. Now 1 kill, 0 kills. This is really going to hurt their shakeup. And these teams, Game of Drones, they've got to do well. They need to win match point if they're going to go to LAN. Not a Sincere as well. Need a fantastic day. 2nd place might do it in terms of points, but otherwise they're going to have to win. Pioneers not out of it yet. And so a 0, you don't want to put any of those up. Let's take a look at the series standings so that we can see where everything lies after 2. Tiff, your reaction, Aurora almost on match point, but not quite. And here's our other 20 teams trying to hang in there.
I don't even know what to say looking at this. Like, if you're Aurora and you finished map number 1 the way you did, but then doubling down and getting another 25 points in map 2, I am feeling confident. I am knowing that all of my work is paying off. But here's the thing. We're going over to Storm Point, if I'm not mistaken, right, Rain Day? We're going 2-2-2. So the teams that are incredibly strong on World's Edge, but maybe not as good on Storm Point, are going to have a little bit of an issue.
I mean, this is a really good point that you bring up as well. The fact that Storm Point now shifts this entire dynamic. Everyone who started to pick up a flow, well, you got to start a new one. And also, I think this opens things up for teams like Vex, too. They pick up 11 on World's Edge. They're a fine World's Edge team. I think they excel at Storm Point. But, Tiff, let's look at this final circle and how it managed itself, because it was Ascend, it was Vex, it was Game Ward, it was Aurora, all with a chance to do something.
Yeah, and this was great. Yeah, Aurora finished that fight to Game Ward just in the nick of time. They needed to do that, right? But the decision to fully int into this building where you have 3 teams, you have Vex, you had Alliance previously, and VZN, I was really curious about this, but they had plenty of eliminations. But I think this moment is what gave Ascend the upper hand to chase out, as they were retreating, to go ahead and reset the W.
I like Cleve here playing the Maggie. You know, the right drill, great opportunity here, but doesn't have it. I think it's going to come up right now. And then, yeah, you see it goes there. But at that point, maybe it's a little bit too late for Cleve to apply the pressure that he wanted. Enough time to get some batteries, and then the teams pop out, Ascend, Lufka inside, and now they can focus on Cleve. Ranches, he had to hit a battery. He does well, actually, in my opinion, to take down Kashera, but then he still hasn't hit that med kit, and trying to 2v1 in a situation like that, so difficult for them. But it just shows you the impact that they're having. World's Edge, this team has been really phenomenal. Ascend, also a team that, good for them, have stayed involved, because they aren't these big kill leader type players, Tiff. They do like to be consistent. Yeah, look at this. Storm Point is where we will switch up. What will happen now? To win this tournament, you've got to get over 50 points, and then you've got to win the game. Storm Point will be an opportunity for Aurora, our first team to possibly cross match point threshold. Will they be able to do it? You also have to remember that Aurora needs to remember there is more than just winning at stake. Points are gathered for today. So even if they don't win the match point format, you want to keep getting more and more points, because 2nd place is going to go to the highest point leader after the winner of this tournament. So that will do wonders for them to secure 1st place overall in the league. So they cannot let their foot off the gas whatsoever. Coming up, it's match number 3 here. Let's get it underway. I know we got 2 casters. One has been taking a break. One hasn't. Let's go back to Onset and Gasket to continue the games.
Thank you very much, Rain. What a little break that was. What a little refresher for me, Dan. And a lot happened in that break. Let me tell you that, especially the win coming in for Ascend as well. Not surprising to see game number 1 and game number 2, of course, won by the 2 teams who are at the top of the leaderboard coming into today. But the thing I've been most impressed about is Aurora's ability to just kill everyone. It sounds very simple, but the comp they're playing, I think it allows them to be aggressive. It allows them to swing angles and look to pick off fights with the Wraith. And as we always say, right, sometimes when you have a legend in your composition that isn't played by a lot of the lobby, it becomes almost stronger because of that, because the lack of counterplay that there is to it. And I think that it's just working for them at the moment.
I thought you were going to say the win for Argentina is what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah,
but, I've got to stay relevant. Esports and sports, it's all happening in the moment, but I'm glad now everyone can focus on Apex. But you are completely right. I mean, Aurora absolutely destroying the entire lobby. But at the very end there, maybe pushed in a little bit too soon. I think they saw the kill feed. They saw the fact that there was engagements happening at the end, and they thought they'd be able to just pick up the pieces. But Ascend held that building so strong. They were able to kind of fortify it and fight everyone who came their way, that they were a full 3 and Aurora fell to just a 2. And what an important win it was for not just Ascend, but the entire lobby, by the way, because if Aurora had won that game, they were on match point. They were going into game number 3 on Storm Point with the chance to win today in what would have been 3 games, which would have been a record, of course, for any sort of Apex competition. But still, they have to get to match point. 2 more points are required here on Storm Point, and we've seen teams fail before, Mark, right? This is not as simple as just getting 2 kills. It's not as simple as just getting into a top 10 position. I've seen teams actually lose here before.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a composition that has a legend in that people can recognize, right? It's like you've got a Wraith in your lineup. Whoa, all of a sudden we know that's Aurora, even though we, of course, have anonymous mode now. People are smart enough to realize that kind of thing. But something to highlight here is we're done and dusted with World's Edge for a couple of games now. We are heading over to Storm Point, which completely mixes up the narrative again, Dan. We've got a new map. We've got new landing spots. We have to keep our eyes out as well and see if there's going to be any contesting going down off the drop. But from what we saw on World's Edge and how everyone had organized themselves, would be slightly surprising to see. But again, new map, new rules, new comps. Let's see how it goes down.
Also means new win rates, means new stats for me to dive into a little bit later. All I'll say is the teams that I think we should be
in glory. I can feel it from here.
We should be focusing on teams who had most success throughout the season so far on this map. That is Ascend. That is Alliance. They are our most winningest teams when it comes to Storm Point in this region. So we'll keep a keen eye on how they do, how they rotate. And of course, it would be important for Ascend to try and match the pace of Aurora now, because everyone is going to go into this game assuming a team like Aurora is going to pick up 2 points. So you've got to try and get as close as you can to match point if you're not going to get there yourselves. As we get a look at our first circle, we're going to be heading southwest, maybe down towards Barometer. Certainly teams like Fire Beavers who have beacon information, they can move very early. And even Aurora from Gale Station are moving down towards Shipfall so they can get beacon information, or at least they would if they had a character that could give them. So we'll have to see whether they move over to Storm Point and whether they have a beacon character on Storm Point, because they certainly didn't on World's Edge.
Aurora don't need no beacons. They just killed a third of the lobby down and came second. I mean, it's simple. One game number 1. Don't worry about it. We just kill everyone. Doesn't matter where the zone is if there's nobody there. But let's start with LFO Forever. They're going to land in mid-map at the moment over at Command Center. A little bit of a loop path for them to think about, and a lot of work for them to do, of course. They were a team who were kind of on the bubble coming into today, as Ascend, the winners of our previous game, are going to be doing what they do the best, which is landed here at the aforementioned and kind of affectionately known Jurassic Park, just taking down a few prowlers to make sure that they can get looted up. But it's just going to be a good zone for them. You can see from their landing spot at Jurassic Park, they usually have pretty good priority to a lot of zones, but this one in particular, you would imagine they'd be able to get one of the great spots in and around Barometer. But I would say Barometer for a zone is quite unique here for Storm Point, because you do have a lot of playable area towards the end zone, which is something we don't see from some of the end zones. Sometimes you see a little open kind of space that people got to traverse across. They're playing different rocks and kind of just trying to find what they can, but this allows a lot of teams to coexist. So we should, you would imagine, have quite a traditional end game here in this game number 3.
Also, Barometer can be a little bit weird in that it doesn't usually end kind of in Barometer. It's usually the surrounding parts of it. It can often end in kind of the watery areas as well. So even though there's a lot of buildings to play for in kind of Zone 4, but when we shift to Zone 5, that's when suddenly you are exposed a little bit and where a lot of teams start to panic, and we get the incredible gunfights of people taking those engagements to try and secure KP. By the way, can confirm Aurora are running a beacon character. They are going to be playing Bloodhound. We know that they've played this before. You've got the Bloodhound, you've got the Catalyst, you've got the Bangalore. Bangalore. I mean, that's one way to try and secure your extra 2 points, is by playing these aggressive comps as we know for so long. Also getting beacon information that if maybe the fights aren't going so well, you can move into zone.
Well, Sen managed to land, but it isn't the most comfortable of land. As you can see, Kashira's down to about 20 HP overall. The shields were stripped away as well. I also wanted to highlight the Valkyrie there had 1 damage point needed until they would have leveled up that Evo armor to blue, so that's probably a little bit frustrating, especially when you're doing a skyward dive. That could have been the difference between survival and death. But Aurora, we can see them on the left-hand side of your screen as we take a look at our map overhead as well. And already, like we mentioned, a lot of teams inside and around Barometer. IG International, one of those teams. The team I want to kind of keep my eye on, though, is Pioneers. They're moving down from the wall. So as far as playing for zone is concerned, this is going to be a tough one for Pioneers. They're going to have to show something different here and fight their way in. I also want to give a big shout out to Strafey as well. The conditions he's having to play under at the moment in Ukraine, very, very tough. He's having to apparently refill his generator between game 4 and 5. So I always say it, but all the love to our players who are having to work in such tough conditions, and all the best of them in this game and today for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we can always analyze games and we can call players out for maybe not doing X, Y, or Z, but at the end of the day, there is always bigger things than video games, and obviously all love and hope that everything is going down well over there. But for Aurora, they need to secure 2 more points if they are to get onto match point. A very aggressive composition that we've been speaking of. They are already in the vicinity of the circle, so they don't necessarily have to be too aggressive to try and gain a position, but really is going to come down to how they want to play it. Do they try and hold out teams to secure those 2 points via kills, or do they play for placement? I know what I think Aurora are going to go for, but I'll allow you at home to make your own decisions of what you think they're going to go to.
Yeah, I think that the zone has certainly helped them. They can do either, right? Because they have such good priority to this zone. They could play for placements. A lot of the teams you would imagine by the time that Aurora had to fight would be engaged in a couple of fights themselves. So placement points will be easier, I would say, to pick up in this game than it would be if we were heading towards the wall, for example. But also with the way they've been fighting, Dan, you imagine it's just the first fight they see. If they'll probably win it and they'll get the points that they need that way. But Game of Drones, they're taking their time. They're going to head to the armory, see if they can find a few leftovers, a few scraps, and maybe it's not been done yet. No, it hasn't. So they can do this armory, they can pick some stuff up and make sure they're fully looted for an end game where they know Edge is going to be what they have to play. So it's always a smart thing to do. If you find the zone's a long way away, you've got to make sure you're looted, you're suited, you're booted, and you're looking fresh with a fully leveled up Evo shields and all of the attachments you want so you can fight your way into zone.
Yeah, Game of Drones in 3rd position at the moment, but one of our 6 teams in this lobby who have yet to find a victory on Storm Point throughout this split. So if they were to, get onto match point and find something, you would imagine it would be more likely to happen on World's Edge. But with the amount of points total they've got at the moment, it could be, if we get to match number 5, maybe they will be on World's Edge. Maybe is that chance of that Cinderella story for a team who is starting in 20th place today. Will, of course, be guaranteed to be playing in Pro League next split, but will want to get into that top 10 or into that top 9, or maybe win on match point so that they can play at LAN as well. There's a look at the crafting rotation in case any of you are interested as well. I'd say the most notable thing from that is just the fact you can get a reboot. The fact you can get your players back into the game is going to be so important. Just in case you lose that odd player, maybe one of the other teams gets a little bit too aggressive, takes the down, finishes you off, and then you think, we're going to have to fight as a 2. Well, if you can buy a mobile res, you can be in a position to really help out.
Yeah, no digi-threat in there as well, which makes it even more valuable loot on the map, with the Bangalore becoming such a prominent legend pick for teams who are fighting a lot of the time from the south to the north on this map. So if you can find one of those and you've got Bangalore on your team, you might be able to really, really do some damage in this lobby. But Vex Gaming, a little bit quiet, you would have to say so far. A little bit of a, shall we say, overly aggressive fight, I would say, in game number 1. I'm going to go there. It was a little bit overly aggressive, but they paid for it, and I'm sure they would have learned the lessons. It's just how they play, Vex. That's how they're always going to play, of course. But a quiet start for them. Of course, they're already qualified for LAN, but they will be thinking about being champions of this split, whereas Pioneers, they've got some work to do. Last game, I think they went out in 19th place, Dan, so a very, very point-hungry game for them. Didn't really get anything on the board. Pioneers going to have to make a play now with so many teams already, like I mentioned, in the vicinity, and the traveling they've had to do. This could be a tough game for them. They'll have to work extremely hard for points.
It's whether they try and bank on this circle pulling a little bit wayward away from the expectation here. It's a big risky play. Also, they're going to go for a package as well, see if they can find anything that can maybe help them out. Nope, nothing today. No help from the Apex gods. But if you do hold the northwest side of this zone, you can see where Pioneers actually are. If the circle does pull towards you, you could be in one of the positions of the game, best positions of the game. However, if it pulls where everyone thinks it's going to pull, suddenly you're in one of the worst positions of the game. But sometimes you have to take this risk if you are a late rotator, and it can pay off. But as I say, very risky.
Oh, V2 lose a player as well, just getting caught out here by Vex Gaming. It's unlucky who gets that first pick and should be able to get the finish as well. You can see already putting some shots into that knockdown shield. Even though it's gold, you would imagine it can only take so much damage, but it's just enough damage to get behind that wall. So Vex Gaming pushing on to V2 here, I believe, and doing a huge amount of damage with that entry frag.
Yeah, and they want to try and now get the rest of this squad to try and clean up, get extra KP. We know what Vex are like, but Tyler takes a lot of damage there. Looks like he was able to at least get the knock and win that engagement, and the support comes through from Unlucky. Straight away, backing his boy, getting involved. V2, they get taken out in 20th position, so we lose our first team on Storm Point. And again, a very well-executed fight from Vex Gaming. As soon as they got that initial knock, they made sure they showed aggression at the right time. Bait and switch was down to perfection.
Yeah, one player just split from the team. You can't afford to do that at this level, unfortunately. It only takes one player coming over the horizon when you've got a little bit of a shoulder turn for him to knock you, and all of a sudden your team is really, really on the back foot. And just to give a little bit of highlight there, V2 down in 12th position, so outside of those qualification points and not picking up any points towards match point either. So a lot of work for them to do as we rock through the games today. Vex Gaming, though, it's good for them to win that first team fight that we've seen on our screens for sure, and just refill themselves with a little bit of confidence in that 3v3 scenario.
Wow, do you know where Vex may end up? Somewhere near Aurora. And I think if you are Aurora, wow, that's really hard to say.
It's tough to say. I've
Aurora,
nearly fumbled that a lot of times.
You are probably not one going to fight against the likes of Vex, like another incredible 3v3 fighting team, very aggressive, will look to try and punish you. And if Aurora are going to go down the route of, okay, let's just try and secure top 10 here to get those 2 points, that could very easily be stripped away from them if a team gets aggressive or overly aggressive, they might think. So we'll have to see how that one plays out, but Vex certainly could rotate into them. In terms of other teams that have still got to make a long way, we were speaking about Game of Drones earlier. They're still at down beast at the moment. They are just chilling in the zone, making sure they're getting a little bit of a suntan. Maybe they'll eventually arrive at the
forensic
circle.
examination, I think, of the down beast is what is going on for Game of Drones at the moment. But I want to go back to the point you're making about Vex and Aurora, right? Because it looks like that might be the case. And Vex are kind of creeping in on that edge of the circle, and Aurora are going to be aware of that. They need to watch their backs, but the good thing here for Aurora is the Game Ward are actually pinching Vex as well, so there might be a third-party opportunity opening up for Aurora to pick up those KP that we were talking about to put themselves onto match point. So a lot of opportunities here for Aurora, but again, it seems like Vex have spotted Game Ward, but is that going to be the trigger for Aurora? Do they want to try and third-party this fight and get involved?
Yeah, they'll certainly be listening and maybe can take a sniff, because this could be their best opportunity at 3 points, at 3 KP, but again, could be a risk because the amount of teams that are next to Aurora as well could be slightly worrying for them. If they push out, they give away their building, maybe someone takes it off them, there's going to be a big call made from an IGL, that's for sure. But I'm looking at the minimap and I can see those arrows are definitely having a look over towards this one, and if you have to give Aurora a chance, you know full well they will be thinking about it and they will be heading over very shortly.
They're coming in for a little sniff at this. They're going to have a little prod and a poke. They're going to have a little tap on the shoulder. And I think they're just waiting very smartly at the moment to see if any knocks go down. But Vexed, I think they're about to be pinched and suffering the pinch of all pinches if they're not careful. There, those shots start to come in from the back. There's a couple of grenades going down as well. Now Vexed don't know what way to look. Do they look left? Do they look right? Well, they go in a zone.
Well, that is complete panic button being hit, Tyler. The slimmest of margins will get taken down, but it's Gamewood who get the knock. It is not going to be Aurora getting the knock, and it looks like Aurora backing off, going back to their position. They do not secure the KP they were hoping to get because they know full well they can't commit too heavily, too risky with where we've just seen Vex send themselves. They didn't really know where Gamewood were, and they didn't want to expose themselves too much. So Aurora back into their hidey holes, back into playing placement for now, but certainly nervy times for Vexed as they're now going to have to fight their way back through from zone into what is going to be a very open and exposed area when they do arrive to the circle.
I've got to be honest, I think they're very thankful that gravity cannon was in the vicinity, because if it wasn't there, they probably get wiped in that situation. There's also a fight breaking out at the moment on the other edge of zone between Alliance. I think the Pioneers are in the vicinity as well as Gamer Drones, and Hackett has gone down. So Alliance now find themselves as a 2, and they're also maybe the meat in a sandwich they won't want to be.
Remember, I was saying Alliance, one of our best teams on Storm Point. They've got 3 victories so far throughout the season and the second best average points totaled out of anyone in this lobby. Only second best to Ascend, and that's not really the worst place to be considering how insane Ascend have been this season. But to play it out as a 2, not going to be fun for them, and they certainly would like to use one of those mobile reses to try and get him back up if they can get the beacon. But Game of Drones under a lot of pressure, under a lot of fire, but there's going to be that confirmation of the kill onto Hackers.
Hackers goes down then, but Game of Drones having to hold off the push, and this is going to be Alliance and Pioneers who are now pinching Game of Drones. So Alliance have actually done a pretty good job to get out of this situation, which wasn't a good one. Even though they lost Hackis on the way, now they can come back in and have a little bit of revenge, because it's Effect who gets the knock onto Jules and gets the finish as well. And now Game of Drones, they are feeling the pain and the wrath of a pretty wound up Alliance.
Yeah, one thing I've learned is you do not want to annoy Alliance, because they are a squad who, even as a 2, even as a 1, can come back and make you pay for it, and they have done just that. It's a trade for a trade, a life for a life. But now Alliance, can they get the banner would be the real question. It looks like they may have to just give up on it, but we never know. Elsewhere, Aurora are looking over towards Gamewood, by the way, as Game of Drones do get eliminated, and Alliance will leave this banner, it would seem, and try and play the rest as a 2. But if Aurora are able to get these kills onto Gamewood, remember, that could be them onto match point going into map number 4 here. But let's see where Alliance land.
Alliance trying to land in the center, I think, and just take the low ground. Pioneers also working their way in. They were forced to pop that Valk ulti there. They couldn't go for the banner just because of the zone closing behind them. But the good thing here for Alliance is at least they've got some decent HP to play with, right? It's 2 players, yes, not ideal, but they've got red and purple shields, which means they can take a few shots, they can hold a corner, and they can maybe wide swing someone together, death ball, and get that first knock. But so for Alliance, it's not game over quite yet, but here come Pioneers, and maybe they've spotted out the duo. No, they're going to take one of these high ground positions, get the gen down, stop those nades, and immediately Dell, showing what a great Watson player he is, gets the gen down, immediately popping that ult excel to make sure it's up immediately if that one goes down.
Yeah, Gen is down and they take a position, and they should be comfortable for the time being, as well as IG. All these teams who did move early now are just waiting to see where this Zone 4 is going to be. Does it shift away from them to the open area? Yes, it does. Oh my, what a shift. Away from Barometer, down to the southeast side, or southwest side, excuse me, of this circle. That is God spot for the likes of Fire Beavers. Vex will also be very happy with that circle indeed. As meanwhile, I am keeping a BDI, by the way, on Aurora and Gamewood. That fight is still happening, and Aurora desperately trying to pick up those 2 KP.
Well, I want to jump into a listening with IG. You mentioned that Zone 4 shift. Well, now they've got to work out how to get to that zone. Let's jump into the comms right now with IG.
We need to try and get here, and then we can start angling middle or fight middle. Do you guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
How can we do it?
but how do we do it about these guys?
Is their team up top or no?
Wait, should be. There should be. I'm checking now.
Dude, we might even be able to pop a Valkyrie on me.
We might be able to... No, they're just team up top.
Oh, okay.
It's 50
I think we
seconds,
pop a
guys.
Valkyrie.
Got one of them. I'm looking this way.
Yeah, play.
Do we join?
Do we join? We want to cross. We want to cross on this right side here and then pinch the team in the middle. Just send them.
Okay. Yeah,
you guys ready?
Yeah.
Wait for the thing to land. Do it now. Do it now. Follow me. Just follow my pathing. Follow my pathing exactly. Follow my pathing. Follow my...
Let's move here.
Fuck it. I can get the crypto. I'm out to drop. Oh no. Can you guys angle them from there?
Yes, I am trying now.
One of you could drop and res me straight away.
You can res.
You can drop and res me, Jay. I think.
I'll nade. Drop and res. I'm nade stacking.
And then we just walk in. You have to do it now, Jay.
Yeah, I'm coming. Come if they drop, please.
I got one!
Nice, Grace.
Nice, Grace.
Are they pushing you?
No.
We're just running in on low ground.
You guys
Running in on low ground.
run.
Yeah, we will.
Baby.
Going. Oh, no, behind you.
Yeah, I went the wrong side, guys. There's a team on my right over here.
Come to me.
I'm with you.
Behind on me. Help. I cracked the crypto almost. You get this KP, 2 KP, 3 KP.
I'm getting shot in my back.
Valk close, Valk pushing, 2 sending.
I need one, Jake, on you. Nice one more, Jake.
No, nice.
I'm doing so much.
Well, IG doing everything, fighting everybody, picking up KP, but can't make it into this end zone. And with 10 squads remaining, E6 go down, Na'Vi go down, but there's a bigger story, Dan. Aurora, they didn't get the points they needed.
Gamewood took them out. Aurora took the fight. They didn't get 2 points, so they will not be on match point. We may have no teams on match point going into the next game, especially if Ascend go down, but they don't. They stay alive. 34 points at the moment, but Ascend, they are struggling. So many bullets flying around. Even our second place team go down early, and this is absolute mayhem in the circle.
Oh, it is starting to warm up a little bit now. It's only game 3 of the day, but you can see how every team has a story, how every team is fighting for something in this regional final. As we see Nags dropping down onto that low ground, he's getting shot in the back, in the side, from above, wherever you can get shot from, he's finding out. But while all of this is going down, Vex are just on the other side of zone. They're chilling right now, Dan.
Yeah, Vex have been chilling ever since they saw that zone 4 shift, but the one team that threatens them right now is Fire Beavers, a team who I said were in arguably the god spot at the time of that poll. They want to take this off of Vex. They don't want to have to fight their way in as the circle comes in. Instead, they're kind of taking this 3v3 here and now as VZN also just a 2, might be able to get back up. Maybe they've gone unnoticed a little bit here, and Zane will get that res, so there's still hope for VZN just now.
Pioneer's still in the lobby as well. Alliance is still in the lobby as Zane tries to do what he can. He's been the hero for his team so many times, takes one down, which might slow down now the rotation from Reply Totem, but with 6 squads remaining, Reply Totem looking for some more KP. Another solo player leaving the building. Should be able to finish this one off as well, but Sharp missing a couple of shots. Everybody's starting to look a bit nervy as KCP take out Reply Totem, but Pioneers go out immediately afterwards.
Get your swimming goggles on. You might have to take a deep dive here just to try and stay alive if you are one of those teams who are down to a 1 or a 2. SAF still alive, but my 2 teams to watch, Fire Beavers and Vexed, they are so close. They're being forced together right now. SAF shouldn't be a factor in this, but they are a distraction right now. Both teams looking towards them. SAF go down. It's a 3v3. It's Fire Beavers. It's Vexed going toe-to-toe.
It's the Wild Wild West out here on Storm Point, and it's time for a shootout between Vexed and Fire Beavers. And Tyler, he's getting pushed by 2 players almost immediately. A couple of shots not connecting. Not enough damage, in my opinion, for this fight to go the way of Vexed. As Fire Beavers now push through, it's all up to Matafe, but he's going to have those heals cancelled. And with only 1 player alive and 3 of the Fire Beavers still wagging their tails, it's going to be Fire Beavers who take down Vexed in the final moments. They win game number 3 here on Storm Point. And I tell you what, it was a wonderful push from them to clean that 3v3 out in such an efficient way.
Yeah, as soon as they had high ground and they were able to kind of catch out Tyler a little bit with that Eva 8, was kind of caught just hoping to find someone, didn't hit the shots, and by that point, I think it was a little bit too late. But as soon as we saw that pool rain day, Zone 4, the shift was deadly, and really it only paid off for Vexed and Fire Beavers. Everyone else, it was just carnage trying to get into that circle.
You know, Fire Beavers, they might have pretended they couldn't speak English in their interview that we had with them a few weeks ago, but they didn't need to do much communicating when the bullets were talking for them in that last circle. You call it a shootout, a Wild Wild West moment. Vexed usually wins those. Fire Beavers in form. What will that mean? They are still currently one of our teams who are qualified for LAN, but everybody has to perform here. And you can see that Fire Beavers have lit that fire underneath them to say, we need these types of moments for our team to be successful. Another team, though, Mark, that I think we transitioned into, you guys reacting to it, having to continue with the game, Aurora. We have no teams on match point. How is that possible? Aurora getting a tangle with Game Ward, and they still got to get a few more points.
It just shows how these things can play on your mind all of a sudden, right? Aurora probably in the previous game or game number 1, they see a third party, they full send it. They're like, all right, this is easy for us. But they're so aware of like, oh, we only need 2 points. And it starts to play on your mind a little bit. And, you know, maybe there's a fight they would have taken before. Maybe Gamewood played the fight absolutely perfectly, caught one of them off guard. And it was just one of those situations where you have to say to Gamewood, well played, you beat us in the 3v3, but only needing 2 points with the zone the way it was and the prio they had, that's a missed opportunity for sure for Aurora. And I think if they watch it back, they'll probably be thinking, we could have played that better, but you don't have time for that today. Game 4 is about to start in a few moments' time. You can't think about what could have been. You have to just look forward.
And Dan, literally, not just today, this is a test for what happens at LAN, because we're sure they're going to be there, but you can't make these type of mistakes in the biggest of stages.
I call it match point syndrome. We have seen it so many times from teams who change their playstyle because they are either near match point or on match point, trying to solidify just 1 or 2 extra points or trying to solidify a victory. It's so tough because you practice for weeks on end of playing this certain way, this certain playstyle of being aggressive or being passive, and then suddenly match point changes all that. You have to try and reassess how you're going to get those points on the board. You're not thinking about trying to get 25 points, you're thinking about getting 2, and even though that may seem so simple, it's so difficult to wrap your head around, and I think that was the perfect example for it. Aurora didn't get aggressive at the right time. We didn't necessarily see the fight that unfolded, but because they weren't their normal aggressive selves, perhaps they were a little bit too passive, it meant they were the team that were being pushed rather than being the team that were the pushers, and because of it, they are not on match point. No one's going to be on match point, and we go into match number 4 asking, can they do it this time?
Asking, can they do it this time? I love the synergy there, my friend, but also a great response from Fire Beavers to stay into the action. They didn't necessarily have the strongest of starts, but they took these fights with confidence, and that's what OJ Rain was kind of saying. 9 Impulse stopped some of the communication there, but at the end it was crystal clear that we are getting better. We will be a team at LAN that is threatening and continuing to improve. They're showing that today, and that's a good sign for Fire Beavers fans all around the world. 20 points leading the leaderboard. Vex coming in third, second with 12. Start a fight having a really solid performance in third with 10. Alliance rounding at 9, and Pioneers, Mark, you had mentioned they have to have a good day. That's a big 5th place for them.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's 5th place overall, but the KP that went with it means they get 12 in total. And after you just had a little bit of a slow, well, it was a non-existent game number 2 that we saw earlier on. I think moving over to Storm Point here and just getting those points on the board, winning the 3v3 engagement and playing that edge extremely well as well, I think that's a big motivator for them, because we know how good they have been when they can get into zone and do what they do best, right? We saw that in game number 1, but I think getting into that position where they have to try and play a circle which isn't favorable to them on a rotation and coming out of it with 12 points, anything above 10 is a win. Yeah, that's how you have to see it in Apex Legends. You get more than 10 points, it's a big performance from you. 12 points is massive for Pioneers.
Wow, and Dan, on the flip side, you know, we know how this second half of the leaderboard looks. Not a lot of kills to spare. IG International pick up a decent amount, so do Element 6.
Yeah, not the usual kind of style from IG. We're used to them getting a lot of placement points and maybe not as many kills, but we've mentioned all season long that Storm Point not necessarily as consistent for them. It seems like they're going for something a little bit different. They are finding more kills rather so than that placement. Just trying to get up those points leaderboards, trying to get towards match point. But I will say, everyone in the lobby would have been delighted once they got confirmation that there was no kills for Aurora after their elimination, so that you don't have to kind of panic. You don't have to think, oh, the game's going to be over soon because, you know, match point, maybe Aurora can take it. We need to be looking at compositions to see if we come across Aurora. You can still focus on your own game going into match number 4.
All these teams in this back half, actually, except for Aurora and Element 6, outside of LAN. So these are the teams you're looking at right now, as well as IG. Outside of them, need to win today or have some type of second, third place overall performance to make it happen. Let's see where they stand in our series results, because here's how it shakes out after 3. Aurora, 48 points. Disaster in this last game, getting 0 points and not being able to win the tournament. They're going to have to try to get over that threshold here. Ascend right behind them, 2 good performances, nothing too flashy. They're on 34. Fire Beavers, Vex Gaming, and IG International alongside VZN, the only teams within 20 points right now, Mark. But overall, you are seeing a few of these teams, Game Ward in particular, VZN, who are on the bubble, you know, Fire Beavers as well, a little on the bubble, having some moments that they need to have in order to get a spot at LAN.
Yeah, having some moments, but it's consistency that's a worry. At the moment, VZN are probably the closest to forcing their way into one of those spots coming into today. They were in 9th place, so they were holding down that final qualification spot for the LAN event itself. But, I mean, you look at E6, right? E6 were in 8th. They're down in 12th at the moment. You've got, like you mentioned, Gamewood sat on 15 points at the moment in 10th. They were down in 11th. So you can see how tight it is between these teams, and it really is going to come down to kind of a lot of difficult mathematics for these teams, because it's like, even though you're thinking about, okay, we're ahead of them on points, what happens if all of a sudden it's match point and the tournament ends.
Right.
You need to get the points quickly. You need to get the points now. There's no guarantee that you're about to have another game.
I mean, VZN and Game Ward, if they flipped right now in terms of just 6th and 10th, I think Game Ward would actually take that 9th spot over VZN. That's how close this is in terms of LAN. You're absolutely right. This is do or die time for all of these teams. However, there's been a few players who have stood out. Let's check out the leaderboard after 3. Oh, it's all Aurora, baby. I mean, Dan, Cleve, Ranch is clearing out the top, but a surprise appearance from Graceful, who actively has been mentioning how strong JMW has been showing up and is as a fragger. He actually takes the 3rd place spot here for IG.
Also, it was incredible to get a listen-in with IG and hear Graceful and the aggression coming out of such a calm man in our interviews. Such a well-spoken man, but suddenly when he gets into a game, he seems to be a different beast, screaming at his opponents, letting them know who is the big dog. And, you know, this IG team, even though they haven't had that big game yet, I still do think they are a team to watch. And certainly as we get closer to match point, they are definitely a team that can pop up and steal this away from another squad if they don't get there first.
Well, you know, a team that we talked about, IG International, earlier on, Dan, definitely true. They have potential. We want to see them if they can do it in match point, because it's relatively a quick rise for them in terms of the upper echelon of EMEA play this season. Also, KCP, Mark, you had talked about them. We highlighted them earlier, a team that needs these points. They're not qualified for LAN yet, and those spots, as you see from Game Ward, VZN, are kind of being pressed. So KCP have to perform. I mentioned Alliance. They haven't been here, but a team that we have been forced to talk about after 3 is none other than Aurora. Let's go ahead, as they're our team focus here. Mark, I'll start with you. Overall thoughts. Not a great game 3, but game 1 and 2 were nothing short of fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 and 2 were ridiculous, to be honest with you. The way that they played it was just, you know, to the team. One thing I love is, like, if a team has a great position in zone, a bad zone team will kind of just hunker down and just kind of hide, right? Not look to do any damage. But I think I love about Aurora is when they get good positions, they're not afraid to try and take space around their building, command their building, make sure that anyone who tries to show presence in the area is taking damage. And I think that's what kind of separates them when they get into some of these end zones, is their willingness to take a little bit of a risk, step out of the comfort zone, and make sure that anyone who's in the vicinity is going to be weak if they do try and siege that building. But I think also the addition of Maggie has been very, very good for them. You've seen the right drills having a big effect on some of those buildings. You're seeing, you know, the bounce bomb come through as well and cause a lot of damage inside of the building that we saw at the end there. And I just like the way that they're playing. And I've got to say as well, Ranch is on the Wraith. The control that he has over the car is honestly bringing, it's music to my ears at the moment. MK, he's making it look like controller right now.
Dan, you know, singing with the car, that's something that Ranches and Aurora have no problem doing. Team fighting is one thing, but their lineup with the Maggie, it is interesting. This lobby isn't prepared for it right now.
Yeah, I think that, you know, different teams will be analyzing others and analyzing the meta, saying, okay, do we need to adjust to certain compositions? Do we need to be ready for a composition that could maybe counter ours? And I think a lot of it comes down to actually just focusing on what you're comfortable on and what you can counter, rather than what other people are going to be doing against you. But certainly that Maggie has really upset some moments in the end game. Teams that thought they were comfortable in the building just getting deleted by the riot drill. And that's why I love what we're seeing at the moment with the amount of variety and legend selection, is there are going to be those interesting moments, those little nuances that change things in the end game.
Well, if you were joining us at championships in Raleigh earlier this year, you might have seen a lot of Gibbies and Caustics, and now you're checking in a match point format wondering, where'd they all go? That's the innovation that happens just in a couple of seasons of Apex Legends, why it's the best Battle Royale esport to watch, in my opinion, and also why you might be inspired to join up. The Challenger Circuit number 4 still has registration open. You'll be battling alongside the teams who fell into relegation from Split 1 that we showed you a little earlier in the show, but you might just have a chance to make your story a reality. Make sure to register before January 4th. It'll compete on 7th to the 9th of January, right after the holiday season, which we, of course, hope you guys have a great one of. Another thing you can get involved in, it's the MVP voting. That's right. Our ALGS MVP, powered by Monster Energy, is up for you to help decide. You can go ahead and use the hashtag and then the player's name right behind it on either Twitter or Twitch, and vote and have your vote counted for who at the end of the day will take home our ALGS Monster Energy MVP. What a day we have had so far. It's been 3. Aurora went out to a blazing start, and then in game 3 had disaster, just missing out on match point. Will game 4 spell a similar fate, or will they finally cross the threshold and put everyone on notice? One more game, and we are taking this thing home. We'll find out after this short break. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, you beautiful people, and of course it's time for us to keep this show rolling, and you get the feeling right now that we're getting to the point where we might have match point being hit by some of these teams in the lobby. My name is Onset, and I'm going to be alongside the wonderful Spider Tiff to take you through this next game. And Tiff, I mean, you've been watching what's just been going down. Aurora's so close to being that first team on match point, but now we've got a lot of teams who are starting to creep up on that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, this could be the match where we see maybe 1, 2, 3 teams going to match point if it turns out to be fruitful for them. But I've got my eyes on Aurora with 2 points away from that 50-point threshold. Anything could happen. You were telling me right before this, you're like, hey, what happens? They go to their first fight, they get 1 point, hit 49 and then go out. My heart would sink.
That's very, very true. It's interesting. We were talking about before, I'm kind of going through the teams. We were like, right, we sort of saw what's happened in some of the other regions, like 13 matches before we had a winner, and then we're like, wait, Aurora in this lobby, we could be done in 4. Well, it's kind of looking like that at the moment with the pace that they're playing at, and I start to wonder and worry if some of the other teams are going to be starting to keep a little bit of an eye out for the comp, looking out for Aurora and trying to slow things down a little bit, especially some of those teams who are kind of relying on the match point format in order to qualify for the LAN environment itself. Because Aurora, if they're stealing away all the points, there's none for you to even get close to match point to see if you can get to that LAN.
Look, I know we don't want to joke about it, but we could see 13 matches. No, I'm going to call it out now because I just want to curse it at this point, but it could be really exciting. And you're right. If they're already picking up 20 plus eliminations, how are these other teams going to be able to get their way to match point? But as we drop in, you see Antenna is going to be that hot zone. So Reply Totem going to get the benefits of that buffed loot. But I'm kind of keeping my eyes on Vexed because what was interesting in that last map by them, they made the distance, right? They get to that final 2 fight, but they didn't have the eliminations that they would typically be able to couple with that. So I thought that was rather peculiar, and I want to see them get aggressive early.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see a team which is Vexed being one of the most aggressive teams, the ones getting pushed, because it was actually Fire Beavers who took out, I think it was SAF, the last 2 players on the cross. So they were shooting, they had a little bit of a distraction on them, and Vex didn't take that opportunity, didn't see that window of opportunity in order to close the gap and maybe pressurize Fire Beavers a little bit earlier. Maybe they did, would have to watch it back, of course, and catch it on a VOD, which of course, if you want to watch, or you can jump into Command Center and make sure you're watching, you know, the VODs of the POVs of the players that you want to be watching. But for Fire Beavers, they were qualified coming into today, and I was like, how are they going to play things today? Are they going to just continue to go for points? It was probably the stupidest question I've ever asked myself, Tiff, because
confident. We talked to them on the broadcast, that interview. We have always been talking about that. We are confident, not only with our gameplay, we've been bonding, we've been going to the gym, we've been improving our lifestyle on, off the game, and it is showing. So bringing that domination here today to the regional finals is just going to bring that extra level of confidence over to the Split 1 playoffs. And that's what I'm really excited for. But the question is, who's going to be joining them from the EMEA region? I was kind of scrolling through Twitter last night ahead of the regional finals, and I saw Kick, you know, South American team going to be going to the Split 1 playoffs. They were like, hey, I'm so ready to watch EMEA in North America tomorrow to see who's going to be joining us, who we're going to be playing up against. And as we get a look at that zone, everyone on that northeastern side is going to benefit.
I think Alliance for the first time today are going to smile with the zone that they've seen as well, because they've actually got priority to the zone for once. They have beacon information as well. You would imagine it's going to be a Thunderwatch ending, and playing from the north side of Thunderwatch, if you can hold it down for the majority of this game, is the best place to play. It's quite simply inside of Thunderwatch. You've got to leave at some point a lot of the time, and if you're kind of forcing your way and fighting your way from south to north towards Thunderwatch, we know how treacherous a choke that can be. The uphill battle with 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams, however many there are in that end game looking down at you, it's a very, very tough situation to find yourselves in. So for Na'Vi, for Pioneers and Alliance, a great zone for them, and you can already see IG heading to the north as well to join those teams that I just mentioned.
Ooh, an Alliance. They want to keep an eye on all the teams that are going to be making their way over to the next zone. But Lightning Rod has a beacon. Stormcatcher has a beacon. And I believe there's one just south as well. So a lot of these teams going to be able to grab beacons on their way into the next zone. Alliance just taking a couple pop shops. Effect like, hey, if something happens, it connects. What a blessing. But until then, no worries. Just some warning.
One thing for Alliance as well, I know that they like to hit the armory if they can, if they see a southern zone, if they know they have time to, because everyone else is going to be rotating down to the south of Storm Point. But the fact that they know the zone's going to be coming a lot more north, excuse me, I wonder if they've just left that for now, playing a little bit tighter. All 3 players from Alliance all on top of Lightning Rod at the moment and just making sure they're holding the ground. The last thing you want to do when you get a good zone is make a little rookie mistake like that. One player heading towards the armory, heading a little bit out, thinking they've got more time. And we all saw it in the last game, right? With V2, one player goes for a little wander, they get eliminated almost immediately.
You cannot split and kind of try to flank and do anything on your own here in match point. We're jumping on over to Foot Esports as they go on their rotation onto that area. This is a team that needs to must perform, and they're not really finding the eliminations and the points needed to really get to that match point. But IG's been looking really strong here today. We're kind of talking coming into this, who would be the picks that I would think to get onto match point and find success? And I know we were looking at win rates, who's had the most match wins, and that was Ascend and IG. But I would have not thought it'd be Aurora, and IG currently in 5th, 26 needed to get to that match point threshold.
I was going to say, this looks like a little bit of a risky Valcolt. There's numerous teams in the vicinity, but this is what IG do. They're willing to roll the dice to get a spot that they think they can hold down and reset and hold for the majority of the game. And it looks like it's going to work here for them. Hitting the emotes, having a little dance on the way down to make sure they're as difficult a target as possible to hit. But there we go. IG again, that's the risk they take. It's always a calculated one, but now they'll be able to reset and expect IG to hold this ground for some time.
And I think doing so thus early on into the map before teams have been able to really take up the buildings and residents in them, I think that was a really smart play by them. They do have the Watson fences from Graceful that are going to be able to really get that. But Game of Drones, we only saw them for a split second, but I believe there's only one member left standing of that team, and they're trying to get a full reset.
Yeah, I think Game of Drones ran into Pioneers, who picked up a couple of kills on their way through a little bit earlier on. If my brain works in a way that it should, which sometimes it doesn't. But there we go. We got some beacon information as well. It is going to be, by the looks of things, a Thunderwatch zone. So keep your eyes on where the teams are moving. Game of Drones do get out, and they do get the banners, and they will live to fight another day. They will pick up the scraps left by KCP on their way out of the wall and see if maybe they can rotate for a little bit of a revenge. But here's Ascend, and they're already in a fight here, Tiff.
Yeah, Ascend on the roof, trying to make something happen, able to grab it down onto Unlucky. So now in a 3v2 situation, but the trade comes in. Now Postkill and Lufka are going to be forced to even the playing field, but fencing them in. That's going to be Post. That's going to give them the upper hand. Beautifully done. And just like that, Vexed out of the lobby in 20th place.
From second to 2-0. There's 2 in both of them, but, you know, one of them you would much rather take over the other one. And Vexed, again, try and take that early game fight, but Ascend, a great performance from them. Getting that first knock, so important. And Postkill with the Hemlock of all weapons. I would think if you were going to talk through weapons that have been used and favored by teams in recent times, the Hemlock will probably be right down at the bottom of that list. Sometimes it's like so infrequently used by players at the moment, you almost forget it exists.
Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of it, but I've seen some pro players picking it up in ranked and pubs lately, and I feel like they're just having a little bit more fun with it. And if that's all you have this early on, put it to use. Clearly Postkill finding success with it, so no worries. But it's the team in question. We got a good little free cam shot of Aurora as they're kind of split up. They've got an enemy in their weights, and I'm excited to see, can they get over that 50-point threshold? Because it was a little interesting, right? It seemed like they were playing a little more reserved on the last match, and it didn't really pan out for them.
Well, the good thing is for Aurora, they don't have to worry about having a good position in zone. They drop right at the southern tip of Storm Point, and now they have to work their way all the way up to Thunderwatch. So they might have a few fights along the way, and that's, I think, just better for Aurora, right? It doesn't muddy the brain, doesn't muddy the thought process on how you want to approach this game and how you're going to try and get those final points that you need to head towards match point. But also, I think one thing to remember is that Aurora are not just thinking about match point, right? They're thinking about first place. Coming into today, they were just behind Ascend overall. And they're going to be also very wary that Ascend have won a game today as well. So I think it's going to be incredibly close for Aurora and Ascend for the majority of today, keeping in mind that first place overall $20,000 prize that's available.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking 20K on the line, 1 point separating them, and a little bit of a Kraber on that care package. So Ranch is going to be able to do some massive damage. This is exactly the kind of blessing they needed from the Apex gods of above. Just a little bit of a Kraber action. Krabby Patty, you know? Make things spicy.
We love a Krabby Patty. We don't know the formula, but I tell you what, it always certainly tingles the taste buds when you do see one of the Aurora players having that Kraber in their hands. And like you mentioned, I mean, massive damage about to come in from that weapon. And the fact that Aurora have got to force their way into zone and they might have a couple of teams in front of them, they can just bully their way in for now. But E6, they found a spot to play. And I feel like this is an important game for E6 here. We're now in our 4th game. Game number 1 was pretty tilting for them, I would have imagined, with the push that came in from Vexed. Didn't win that fight. Been a little bit quiet since then, but being on the cusp of those land placements, being kind of on the outside looking in for now, they have a great spot at the moment inside of Thunderwatch. If they can hold this down towards the end game, then maybe this is the game where they put the points on the board.
And that's exactly what needs to happen. I'm like looking at it. They came into this day 8th place overall, 69 points. Case when he was like, yo, 69 points for 69 IQ, the former name of that team coming into this. So they wanted to be like, hey, it's guaranteed. We want to do well. And you're right, tilting as ever, but Game Ward getting into a little bit of a scuffle here. Found some teams on the crafter. I can only imagine who this would be.
Oh, Nightmare Esports lose 1. There's a push coming in, but that was a very interesting play going on between Gamer Drones and Game Ward. Game Ward wrapping through the zone and recognizing there was a player still on the crafter. Tried to beam him, but weren't able to. Now you're going to see the rest of this push coming in. Denze gets the first knock, and it's Fire Beavers who are on one side of this. IG have just been eliminated as well, as have VZN, so that just completely blows the leaderboards open once more. Nightmare trying to reset, trying to make sure they're healthy here as the third party might come in.
Nightmare losing out on 7. Now Limek and Denze trying to get out of dodge. I believe that is going to be a little interesting, and Fire Beavers relegated to 2 as well. Able to grab the banner for OJ, and they just need to get a reset, but they're just so far outside that next zone. And once that starts coming in, it's going to make for a horrible rotation, but the action's not over. They're able to grab the down onto 7. Frags going out to maybe couple that. Meanwhile, Game Ward going out as well.
Game War gone. I mean, this is all of the bubble teams who are falling at the moment, which I guess if you're all going to fall at the same time, it's kind of good for you. But it, again, opens the door. It makes everything tighter as we head through game after game for the chasing pack. So this is a very, very interesting way this lobby is starting to develop. And there's a rat inside the zone. And it's Jazaz from Totem. There's going to be a great spray coming in from Taskmaster. And I don't think it's going to change the plan too much here if Taskmaster can finish this off. He'll just pick the banner up and go for the res of both teammates now instead of one. But I mean, that was a little bit of a scary moment there. Jazaz picking up 1 KP at least for Totem, but yeah, Taskmaster now, you can see he's getting focused. Those shots that came in, they ring out across Storm Point, and now he's got to be extremely careful. The 2 players who are falling from the skies, they're not going to have anything to play with, and Taskmaster's going to have to go a little bit wacky here.
There is still one more member of Reply Totem alive. It wasn't a full team wipe, so there is another rat lurking from above, and I cannot imagine that you're going to be able to take action on that. The reset coming in. Now all 3 members of Fire Beavers back in charge here. Your winners of map number 3 with such a large deficit, but it's Foot. They're in a little bit of scuffle outside of the zone as well, and they can't afford to have this happen with only 6 points today. They need 44 to get into that match point contention, and they know this is a must-win day for them, so have to play really strong. Already picked up 2 eliminations with 16 squads left.
Well, it's going to be Pioneers who are in front of them that we're holding them out from zone. They've got a minute 40 to work with to formulate a plan, so no panic stations quite as yet for Foot. But like you mentioned, a little bit of a slow start and a little bit of a slow season for one of the most established and veteran rosters that we do have in Apex Legends for now. But another battle going down. You can see the black hole on the edge of the building. That means 1 ultimate is going to be expended without too much damage coming in, and it's those boys Auroras, those damn dogs Auroras inside of the building doing damage. Malawan, though, going to take first damage, and they might go down here.
Hey, Ranch able to grab it down onto Noob, so it is a 3v2 situation. Able to get the reset. You see Maliwan finally able with the... Oh, this is important. You have the Dark Veil from Catalyst splitting the building, able to reinforce some of the doors to try and reset, but they need to win this fight. 49 points. Onset, we were talking about this. We knew this was going to happen. There was going to be a fight, and if they got taken out at this point, I would just face palm it and say, you know what, Onset, I think you do curse people.
Well, I know I do. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. Like you could give me every piece of evidence that I don't, but I can just tell you that I do, and the players will tell you that I do as well. But Aurora, the story is 1 more point is all they need. They didn't manage to get those final 2 players down, which probably is slightly frustrating for them as well, because they'll know that they're sat on 49 points right now. But what it does do is it opens up a rotation for them to get a little bit closer to the zone. But this left-hand side is pretty much the only cover that you're going to have walking up towards Thunderwatch at the moment. This is a smart rotation from them, though, but waiting on their right-hand side is going to be Ascend inside of this building, or just outside, you can see. And they spotted him out. Cleve smells him out and hits a beautiful spray with that flatline.
I mean, just absolutely punishing Ascend at this point, trying to hold that open zone, showing the presence with the Watson fences and trying to hide. But now, when you mentioned we had that Krabby Patty, the Kraber from early on, they can lay down a lot of damage, but they just used Cleve's Dark Veil, so they're not going to have that to be able to cut off the line of sight. But using the piercing spikes to hold their back, that's beautiful.
Just wonder if one Kraber shot is going to change the complexion of not just this game, but maybe the lobby, maybe the format, maybe the entire tournament today. If Ranchers hit one headshot and they get the finish, then Aurora will spark match point. And you can see there's a couple of hairs standing up, but no heads to be removed quite yet with that Kraber. Aurora, you can see they're desperate to make a play. They don't have to because they're safe in zone for now. 20 seconds, and they're just looking for anyone who's going to be Ubin, maybe hitting a late Valcol, and now maybe Ranches has the shot, but Ascend now putting pressure on, smokes this one off, and you can see he's desperate for a line of sight on this play. A one shot here for Aurora, and they will hit match point, but Ascend causing the problem still here, Tiff.
You think that Ascend recognized the fact that they're playing with the Catalyst and they're like, hey, that's either Aurora or Nightmare Esports at this point. So knowing is what it happens.
There it is!
They did it. They found the reply totem rat, the one last member, and now 51 points, our first team in win contention, but it's not going to start till the next map, but they have done it.
Well, that makes things very interesting. It makes things very panicky for the rest of the lobby as well, who are maybe thinking match point is our format. Well, Aurora have just ripped the points away from the lobby. Gamer Drones, like you mentioned, eliminated as well. 14 squads now remaining. And the difficulty here for Aurora is that Ascend are just holding them out. They've got to walk up here. They're the ones who have to make the move. They don't really have a rotational character outside of being able to smoke off the LOSs with Bangalore. So they're looking for the fight. But at the moment, Ascend just not poking. You can see that Ranches is desperate to just get any kind of damage, and that will signal the trigger for Aurora to push.
To be fair, Onset, I'm not going to lie, I would not want to peek Aurora at this point in time. I know that they are feeling confident. They've been playing to their strong suits, and it's just been a joy to see. But Ascend needs to play the long game here. They need to find themselves getting as many points as possible. Start a fight and a little bit of engagement off screen with Nightmare Esports. You can see they're trying to rack up eliminations through the mid game. We're at 14 squads remaining, and this zone is atrocious. So you're looking at teams that had made that rotation over towards that IMC Armory side early on, like Forge and Co. They're
I mean, that's a shot. It didn't get the knock, though, but it was almost as like, how dare you shoot me? Here, have a look at my gun. My gun's much bigger than yours, and Ranches for now is going to keep his eyes on Ascend. They are so aware of Ascend's position here, but they use that Dark Veil to cut off that line of sight, like you say, and now it looks like they're desperately trying to focus. They want to take this fight. Malawan's trying to poke as well, but he gets his shield stripped away, and now all of a sudden, Ascend have a little bit of an advantage here. Speaking of Ascend, the Kraber does hit, but it doesn't hit for what they wanted to on that low ground. 5 Evas eliminated. Ascend under pressure. Let's jump into a listening.
Play here, on my ping.
I got no ulti.
Play on my ping, play here. They're gonna get shot at on the back. Just play. Set up bottom post, don't let them swing bottom.
I don't have my ulti, be careful.
Guys, we're fine on me. Set up. Back. Yeah.
Phoenix.
I'm fine.
They're gonna push.
Just hold them.
One is gonna Catalyst is really low.
I'm popping back. I'm gonna nade. Fucking that, we should have sent it.
Why this team like...
Well, Aurora, I mean, they held Ascend out for just long enough to cause them problems. Ascend had to make the play, and it's Aurora who changed the lobby once again here, Tiff. Second place coming into today, but they've just taken out that first place team in Ascend, and the competition has been eliminated.
I think Ascend was the next team that would have potentially, had they gone the distance, be able to get there. But it's LFO Forever that's looking to engage with Aurora, and they're going to get cut down as well. Aurora are on another level right now. I feel like I am watching My Hero Academia's end fights at this point, just slaughters. It's like Shigaraki going up against the... I don't even know what to say, but as they keep going, Mark.
I mean, all they're saying is who wants some next. It is as simple as that at the moment. Anyone who pushes Aurora is getting put in the dirt. Here's another team. There's the Dark Veil. One player's going to swing. Maybe for Esports can make it work this time. But no, once again, you can see one player chase him down, and somehow Aurora come out on top again. This is ridiculous from them.
And they're going to have the line of sight cut off by the Dark Veil to get an absolute reset. Go for the shield swaps, and that's beautifully done. I don't even know what team is going to be able to take them down, but some nice shots throughout are going to force them to not get their third member back up and running. They did use that Dark Veil. They're not going to have it for rotation, so they're going to have to rely on the Bangalore at this point.
Which Forge, you have the best position in zone. Pioneers have a great spot as well. Alliance and Na'Vi, though, they both have to leave the nut building that they're in, and that means they're going to have a little bit of a throwdown outside of the building. First player down will be Yuki. Zaza gets that knock, and look at Pioneers. They're having a little poke as well, but look at the spray coming in from Effect as well. Using that mobile shield that's been left by Hackis to try and survive, but they won't be able to. Alliance eliminated.
This is just an absolute bloodbath. You see Na'Vi right there on the gravity cannon trying to just survive at this point, but Aurora throwing out the piercing spikes. Kraber still in hand, 2 bullets left, and one is gonna hit. That's the end of Na'Vi. Now 3 squads remaining, and Aurora putting on an absolute show.
I mean, Ranches was never going to miss. Let's be real. He was never going to miss that shot. With the shots he's been hitting today, the fights they've been taking, the engagements they have been winning. Aurora say, Kraber, no problem. And they make it a 3-game, or 3-team, I should say, excuse me, situation now. Forge the building up on the high ground. They will have to drop at some point. KCP will have to leave as well. They don't have a huge amount of cover to play with, and I love this wide swing. Look at Aurora. Even though they only have 2 players, the space that they are commanding right now is so impressive. Plus, Ranches is going to get all of that loot that's been left as well.
Doing exactly what they needed to do. The question is, at what point is going to be forced off the high ground? You got Kansas City Pioneers over there in a building, Forge in a building, just trying to hold on. I think they've got the best positioning. They've got a little bit of a high ground as well. The question is, who is going to full send on to Aurora? Oh, they want to get their third back. That's going to put the bullseye.
The Dark Veil goes down as well. Is that going to buy them enough time? Maliwan, I don't think they've managed to stick it quite yet. The pressure came in from KCP to make sure that they weren't able to get Maliwan back into the game. And now Dell has been given the responsibility to hold that off. Ranches is going to have a little push, though. Ranches is going to have a little poke, and maybe he's going to try and stick this. But look at this. Cleave's now gone down as well. Cleve left on his own. The reset comes in as well. And Ranches is now left with having to make a miracle play. Is he going to be able to stick that res? But now the push comes in from the high ground we were talking about.
And now Ranch is just trying to take out Surdell and make it a 2 left standing, but Forge third party at the right time, and they are going to be your map 4 winners.
I mean, get the abacus out, get the paper out, calculators, get the supercomputers out, because I'm not sure how the maths is going to work here and how things are going to end up looking at the back of it. But Aurora will be the first team to hit match point here. The question is, what has just happened for the rest of the lobby? Pioneers, great game from them. They were desperate to hold on to one of those qualification spots. And with a game like that, they're looking like they are more and more likely to do so. But some of the teams we saw going out earlier, it's always the chasing back, which just makes it more exciting as we move through the games.
Yeah, it's just going to get crazy. At this point, I feel like all of these fights are just so intense. You mentioned it, everyone going out early. You got teams like Vexed going out in 20th place, which is something that I wouldn't have expected. Just fights all over the place, people rotating a little weird, playing reserve, but then going in and getting aggressive. It's just interesting.
It's a lot of fun. That's what it is. And we'll bring Rain Day back into the conversation, because I'm sure that you were having just as much fun as we were towards the end of that game, especially when the Kraber was doing what it does best and Aurora were doing what they do best. But hopefully we can see Rain in a few seconds. Maybe we're not going to, but for now, yeah, there he is. We couldn't keep him away for too long. There you are, Evan. Welcome back.
No, I forced production. I went all the way over to England. I said, get me on screen right now. And I came back here. That's how fast it was. I heard My Hero Academia mentioned, so I figured I got to open up the superpowers as well, Tiff. Mark, take a little break. Let's get back into the action, though. I think, Tiff, looking at the analysis of this game, so many things happened in that end circle that I was a fan of. Yes, Ranches hitting those shots. I think 7, maybe 8 kills on the day. Tried to take the 1v1 versus KCP. Didn't end up doing it. But his performance with that Kraber and on the Bangalore, absolutely stunning for Aurora's success.
I mean, it's just textbook at this point. I mean, coming into today, their average placement per game was approximately 8.1. And now the fact that they are just dominating throughout, it's just really cool to see. But it was a lot of these early on fights from Nightmare Esports, Food Esports, a lot of these teams that know this is a make or break day for them, trying to find as many points. And then Fire Beavers hitting the 30s as well. So teams like Ascend and Fire Beavers trying to do what it takes to find themselves in match point as well. But it was this start, this fight right here by Aurora allowed them to hit 49. Disengage, and Ozat and I thinking, maybe this is where they go out, because Ascend, I feel like they picked up really quickly as soon as they saw Cleave on Catalyst that's probably Aurora. They're probably getting close to match point. We have to kind of poke and punish them.
And you can see the issues with that. When Ranches was hitting shots to Kraber, we know the impact it had, but also Ascend being very aware that this was a team in Aurora that they had to get out. Their second place, it ends up backfiring on Ascend. So now they had to sit and wait and watch Aurora really pump up this lead. And that's not just important for taking the match point victory, it's important for the overall placements, which currently Ascend is leading. They are first in EMEA. It would guarantee 20K if they finished ahead of Aurora. Now that's looking very unlikely if today ends relatively soon, Tiff. So that fight determining many thousands of dollars most likely between the top two teams. But I want to shift into the middle part of these teams, Tiff, because I think you look at a squad like Game Ward, V2, Horizon, teams we have mentioned. The winner of that game was Forge. All of those teams are actually ahead of Forge right now, but it's only a 9-point difference between VZN at 68 and Forge at 57. If Forge were to stay getting these types of points and VZN weren't on this top leaderboard, Game Ward don't perform, I honestly think that Forge might be able to make some type of heroic run into the 9th spot and find their first place at LAN. That would be an incredible story.
An incredible story that I cannot wait to watch unfold, because I feel like that's what I needed out of this regional final. Someone outside that top 9 in points to win overall, or maybe find themselves doing something massive and Forge on your leaderboard. 21 total points after that map. But Pioneers, you had the lone member standing, trying to get as many placement points throughout, and did well. Got to second place with 13 total points.
I think it was Dell who lasted for a while. Pioneers doing a really good job. They have to have a decent day today, and they're doing just that. 13 points here on Storm Point when they don't have their entire team together. That's nice. It's not salvaging a game. It's really just making sure you are consistent throughout 4, and they've done that. So Pioneers fans should be happy. Well done, Max, Strafe, Dell, and Nasky. Of course, let's go into the series results, because that's going to determine where things stand. All right, the leapfrog is there, 5th through 10th. That's not quite enough yet. I think that would only be a 7-point difference if Forge were to leapfrog VZN. But if it continues and VZN don't have a good game, we could see that magical 9th. Meanwhile, though, Tiff, one team has finally hit match point. If Aurora win one more game, it is all over.
All over, but the action is just beginning. I have that feeling. Ascend 39 points, Fire Beavers 35, and Pioneers hitting the 30s as well. So a couple teams looking to find themselves in match point contention as well on the next map.
Well, you've been doing a great job casting. Thank you so much for helping rotate. We've got Mark, Dan, Tiff all throughout the day. I'll be hosting Rain Day, and we have just gotten started. One team on match point. It's an exciting day. And if you're watching and you feel like, hey, you know what I'd love to see on this broadcast, or here's something that would be great to also add into the mix, go ahead and open your camera onto this QR code and take the survey. It'll allow you to give your feedback on what we can do to improve the ALGS viewing experience for you. All right, we got one team on match point, baby. It is Aurora. They have had a great time on World's Edge, had a bad Storm Point, then turned it up in the last game on Storm Point. But guess what? We're going back to World's Edge. So I would be scared for the rest of this lobby, because 48 points in 2 games, I wouldn't want to run into Aurora then. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with game number 5. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Regional Finals for the EMEA region. And Matchpoint is active, Dan. It is live. We are ready to maybe, just maybe, crown a Matchpoint champion of today. It was, of course, the last game that we saw, one that went right down to the wire, where Aurora getting those final couple of points that they needed, but it was Forge who took home that win. And now, just to mix things up a little bit more, we had another Storm Point. We're going back to World's Edge, my friend.
And I think this is good news for Aurora. You can already see a victory for them today, a second place as well in match number 2, as well as throughout the season, they have been able to find 3 victories on World's Edge, including today. So they certainly know how to navigate those final circles, but of course, it's about getting there first. Are we going to see Aurora change things ever so slightly? We saw in map number 3, they hesitated, they played a slightly different style, it didn't pay off for them. Are we going to see anything change now? Are they going to change their comp? Are they going to go for something more defensive? Will they rotate quicker? I guess only they can answer those questions.
I almost feel like Aurora want a zone that isn't close to them. So they can
so they have to
think
move
about it too much. So the decision is made for them. But we're going to have to see if Aurora can close it out here in game number 5, which would be very, very quick by match point standards. But for the rest of the pack, of course, still so much to play for. And for Ascend, you have to say, with the amount of points that Aurora are putting on the board at the moment, that first place is under threat.
It is very much under threat, and I think that Aurora, when they will be taking it off of Ascend, and Ascend will be shaking their fist at them, wishing they could have maybe had the chance to do so. But Ascend have to get to match point first as well, and maybe they could do it in this game, and then just cross their fingers, cross their toes that Aurora do not get the job done. But I think this circle is going to be a very important one to see what's going to be happening for Aurora. Remember, they weren't running any sort of beacon character previously in matches number 1 and 2, so it doesn't really matter that the Harvester has beacon. But they might change things now they're on match point. Maybe they'll go for some beacon info, as we're going to be heading towards the fragment area, maybe up towards epicenter as well with this circle.
Yeah, I get the feeling that might be a little bit of a bridge zone, I'm going to say, for fragment. I'm going to call that one a little bit early, maybe a little bit too early. I'm sure that when we get a bit more beacon information, we'll be able to be a little bit more precise. But looking at Aurora, they are over at Harvester at the moment, so they'll have good priority to this zone. So will IG, and I just wonder if they might kind of cut each other down on the cross here. Maybe they're going to bump into each other on their way towards fragment. But the winners of our last game, Forge, they were a team who were hoping for match point to be their savior coming in for today. And another win on the board here, one on Storm Point. Maybe that's going to give them the confidence to make a little bit of a late run here, Dan.
Oh, well, they'd need another victory, another big game to push them closer towards match point. I mean, technically, 24 points, you can do that. We've seen 25 already secured today. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but certainly as the lobby gets harder and teams change their strategy, maybe it will be quite difficult. Confirmation that Aurora still not running beacon character. They are going to be staying with the same legend composition they had previously, Caustic, and you've got the Wraith, of course, we saw a little bit earlier. Very important that we have ranches on that Wraith. I think that they've been doing wonders with it throughout the last few weeks, and of course here today we've already seen how important that Wraith can be.
Yeah, really, those little micro rotations, using the portal to third party some of the fights that have been going down. It's kind of like just throwing it back, kicking it bedrock, so to speak, kicking it back to the old school, Dan, making sure that you're doing what Wraith was designed to do and was so effective at doing, it feels like forever ago now. I was about to say quite some years ago, and actually might be accurate at this point, to be honest.
And it has been a long success road for Apex, and it's changed and developed so much since I think we all started playing it. But World's Edge has stayed a popular favorite since its introduction. And now we'll have to see whether Aurora can make it even more home, as they are the only team on match point. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them, but it's Forge, our previous winners, who are making their way into this next circle, as are a lot of teams moving quite quickly, but no one kind of heavy rotating just yet. I am, though, Mark, keeping my eye on IG on the map. Look at where IG are heading. They're going up towards the northeast side of epicenter, and IG, heavily rotating team, a team that does often predict things correctly. Maybe we are going to be heading closer towards epicenter than we first thought, and certainly if IG have predicted that one correctly, they'll be in prime position straight away.
Yeah, maybe they're just sending the drone out to hit that beacon and get a little bit more info. It's going to be interesting to see where these teams do line up. Though I'd be surprised if Ascend, you can see that maybe have an opportunity to hit the Overlook beacon and then work their way down, but instead they're just going to be kind of shadowing what IG are doing at the moment. Aurora's still taking their time. As we say, they don't even know that beacons exist. They do not care for beacons. They are anti-beacon. And they're just making sure that their armors are leveled up, that every time they take a fight, they're going to be in the best position to do so. and already managed to level the armors up, not just to one purple, but also those blues are going to be on the verge of being purple as well. But a little bit of pressure coming from the high ground now, and that's going to be Game Ward just saying, hello, we are here, Aurora. We can see that you're crafting. Just be on your toes.
And Gamewood will know full well that that's Aurora as well, because they've not left Harvester, but Gamewood, they have a different idea. They'd have a different intention at the moment. It's about catching them up. It's not about playing spoiler. You don't have to be Batman in this equation, right? You don't have to be the one team that full sends it onto the team that's on match point. You hope someone else does it, because if you full send it, it goes wrong, then you are even further away from match point than probably you were previously, and other teams will be even closer. But speaking of battles, there's one happening here in Fragment East.
Fragment East. VZN, excuse me. Yeah, you went a bit American there. VZN.
VZN.
I know.
It's not the right broadcast. You can do it on NA.
I've got a dual passport. My name's Dan Gaskin. Anyway, some knocks are going to go down on the edge of this building. This is right on the eastern side of Fragment. Such a difficult building to try and hold. A little choke points that you have to get out of it. And Zane is already over there holding things down as well. Will we get the first knock as well? The second knock, I should say, onto Jazaz. So totem down to 1. And now it's just a case of trying to hunt him down, find out where that player is, or maybe just picking up the loot. You can see not a lot of ammo in the guns here for Zane to work with. So it must have been quite an early push coming in from VZN.
Yeah, and you can see just on the top left-hand side of their screen as well, they've got the beacon information. It is going to be moving up towards Epicenter more so than Fragment. Of course, Fragment's still in it. There is a chance it could pull back down, but a lot of teams banking on that Epicenter pull, because I would say it's easier to transition from Epicenter back down to Fragment than trying to do the other, because obviously you are going uphill and you're going to a lot of cliff edges where there are going to be teams just shooting down upon you. But VZN, they're still kind of thinking about this fight, but it looks like SAF, they are going to be getting out of dodge, retreating immediately and trying to find maybe somewhere a little bit safer for them.
Well, safe in getting to the highest verticality there. A few shots being taken, but extremely close, that Valkyrie ult, to that wall. A little bit of maybe a graze on the chin for the Valkyrie on the way up, but they're going to be moving towards Overlook here. For Esports will be in the vicinity as well as Game of Drones. And they might have just caught someone out here. They are going to catch someone out. Taylor is completely split from his team, gets caught behind that bin, and that's a mistake, you have to say. You can't afford to give away a free knock that easily, especially on a team who's just Valkylted up. It's not like it's a surprise they've landed. You can see them flying through the skies.
Yeah, and I think it's because Foot may be forced into a bit of a weird spot by Game of Drones, who are also in the same area at the moment. And as you say, just not necessarily been on your toes, not looking to the skies, and caught unaware. And that's going to be so tough now for Foot to try and do something, because they are locked between two teams and are down a player at the same time. I can't see this ending even remotely well for them. But a lot of teams now have moved up towards Epicenter. There are, of course, your usual late rotators that aren't going to be there. Alliance are late. Aurora are also taking their sweet time, probably for good reason as well. You don't want to throw yourself in the mix when you're not really sure on the circle. But now, Aurora will have that information. Of course, not running a beacon character, but they can start making their way towards zone now that they have been able to see it.
Something to highlight for everybody watching at home as well. Aurora on match point. We know that. So if they win this game, we will be ending the tournament after this game is done and dusted. Ascend, they still need 14 points. Firebeaver's just in behind as well. They need 18. So it's not like the rest of the lobby is close to match point, to be honest with you. It has just been dominated by Aurora at the moment.
Yeah, this is what we call a free hit for Aurora, where no one else is on match point, so they can afford to still not win it and go into the next game, and maybe even have another free hit. Like, it's not guaranteed we'll have another team on match point by the next game, that's for sure. With how kind of even it's been across the top of the board and the amount of surprises we've seen today, points can be snapped up by those at the bottom of the leaderboard. And just to reiterate, if we were to see a team like Aurora win today on match point, they are already within that top 9. They would take one of the guaranteed places on LAN, and that means we would hand that next position down to 10th place. So those teams who are kind of fighting for top 9 at the moment, there is kind of a reward for one of the teams in the top 9 winning it, because you could maybe still scrape through in 10th.
I tell you what, just to keep an eye on, we're like Ascend and IG, we always talk about how they give us great information on where zone is going. They've both just wrapped right back almost immediately.
They have.
Into Fragment, which is very, very interesting indeed. Using those drones maybe to go off and hit that epicenter beacon. Maybe they were just waiting for that information. Ascend will go down though inside of this building, and that will be the end of Ascend. They were the team who were closest to being able to join Aurora on match point. If you're an Aurora fan, that is big news for you.
And one of the reasons why we keep highlighting IG is not preference, is not because they're favorites, it's because they have been the most consistent team on World's Edge with their performances, with getting to late game, with getting to top 5s, and with finding victories. So the fact they have heavily rotated all the way up to Epicenter and then dropped all the way back down to Fragment means they probably know something that other teams may not. They're running crypto. They can utilize that drone to get the beacon information, and it looks like they are saying, look, we feel like this is going to be pulling back towards Fragment, so we're going to bank on it.
Well, it's going to be a very, very interesting couple of moments now for teams, especially the teams who were over at Epicenter. When they see two teams leaving, especially with the Skyward Dive like they did, then they're just going to start questioning themselves. If they're not able to hit that beacon, all of a sudden it's like, well, why are they leaving? Wait, they're playing crypto. They're going to have that information. Like you say, we need to maybe start thinking about making a move ourselves. And the extra seconds you take to make that decision, that could be the difference between you getting a half-decent spot inside a zone and ending up having to play edge, or maybe just dealing the hand that you're left with. But looking at the kill feed, we did see one team being eliminated. Finally, I think Reply Totem did go down, as we see Nubicide also being knocked, but not quite finished yet. But VZN controlling this PlayStation? Fire station? Train station? What other things rhyme down that I can go to before I get the right thing? Train station. Extremely well.
I mean, I will say,
it's gonna be a long day, isn't it?
Just keeping an eye on the map as well. Foot Esports did manage to get out of that tricky situation, and they're back up to a full 3. They are going to be fighting with a zone to their back, but maybe there's still hope for them. It wasn't all doom and gloom as I first thought. But Aurora also find themselves in Fragment. This is going to be the west side of Fragment, though, rather than the east. And we really are going to learn a lot in this next 30 seconds. This is something that Onset calls the Zone 4 dreaded shift, right? This can ruin a team's game if you had predicted this wrong, or maybe you didn't have the beacon information, because it can really pull away from you and be the difference between finishing top 5 or finishing top 15.
Well, good news, everybody. Alt F4'd my brain for a few seconds. I just rebooted it and we're back in. As Ranches is going to have to jump into the void as he gets those shields cracked. A couple of shots coming in from a bow check from distance as well when he manages to get out of dodge. That team who's firing on him is going to be Game Ward. So Game Ward holding down this westerly building, the triple stack building and Fragment West. And look at that. That scan's going to give them so much information of numerous teams who are already in front of them. That's going to be Na'Vi, who's in that building, one of those teams. Forge are just across from them as well. But the bow check from height down could do a lot of damage here.
And you can see that circle has pulled further south, back towards Fragment. And I think you said, you know, around that bridge area is where we've seen finishes before. It could end on either bridge, really, at the moment.
Here they go.
Still could pull back, but Aurora, they're sending it.
Yeah, that's going to be a big play, actually, using the ultimate to cross into market, using those speed boosting pads to get across. That's another smart use of the ultimate coming in from Maggie, right? Usually you're thinking about that's going to be used to siege a building, to cause problems, to cause damage like we saw in game number 2 today. Well, V2 have been eliminated while all this is going on as well. And now look at Aurora. They want to go in. They want to third party this fight. And the stick, the damage through the window is big. Shots on the outside as well. And Ranches is just picking his spot at the moment. There's the knock. And Game Ward, who are firing onto him, now do get the knock as well. So we're having Aurora, who were looking to be aggressive, who were looking to take advantage, now losing their Wraith player.
Well, we speak about how this game's been out for years, and back in the day, Wraith would have got out of that without even being a worry. But of course, ever since that nerf into the void, just an extra second or so can really hurt you. Aurora, remember, our team on match point. If they were to win this game, they would win this competition. It would all end right here in match number 5. But it looks like Aurora might be able to get Ratches back onto his feet, and they get a second stab at this one.
Vex were taken out while all this was going down as well. Alliance with the team who took them down. There's going to be a death box somewhere right next to Ranches when he lands as well. And now you're going to see Aurora take the bottom of the broken building. There is a team in the vicinity in market, I think, at the moment. That's going to be Alliance, who I think might not be a full team. We'll have to get confirmation on that, but they're kind of ratting out on the little platform just above the lava to their north. Forge still in that building. Game Ward back up to 3 as well. Na'Vi, 2 buildings inside of Fragment. And also, you saw that IG, they were involved in a fight as well. And here we go. It's Alliance on his own. Hackett is having to carry their banner and see if he can do this as a solo.
Can just rat out for a short while to at least try and gain some more placement points. Seems like a good little hidey hole. Top 15 already secured. There's 1 point. Let's see how far that Hackers can get. It's certainly not going to be easy. It's Fire Beavers. Remember, they got 1 victory a little bit earlier on Storm Point. If they were to get a victory here on World's Edge, they could put themselves on match point as well. There are a lot of teams that can get onto match point if they were to find a win, plus just a couple of kills. So I think if you look at the fact that Aurora are still alive, still within a chance of match point, they need to try and take this advantage whilst they have it, because I don't think they're going to be the only team on match point once we get around to the next game, as Pioneers also eliminated.
Ooh, a little bit of a, shall we say, squeaky time here for Pioneers as well. Good game in the last game, followed up by a pretty poor one here. Inside the top 15, a couple of KP, but not too much. Aurora back up to a full 3. Game of Drones eliminated in the meantime. Aurora taking on Game Ward, not for the first time in this game. It feels like every time we've been on board with them, it's been one team pushing the other. The smoke is causing some problems, though. Cleave is going to go down. Malawan with a big spray, switches to the R99 to get one, but Ranches has to back out here. And this is looking like bad news here for Ranches.
It looks like we might be guaranteed another game if Ranches is to go down. He's so weak at the moment. And Aurora, just by the skin of their teeth, are surviving and giving themselves the opportunity. But it's looking less and less likely the further they get into Fragment, because they are being chased by several teams. Remember, the only team that really is running Wraith is Aurora. So you are very much putting a bullseye on your back, as Na'Vi also down to just one, it would seem. No, it comes off. Rugby still alive. And now it's going to be surely them out and will be eliminated.
Aurora's still alive, by the way. Ranches gets his Q back. He can jump into the void for a few seconds. Is he going to be able to get into a spot to hide and heal, though? That's the question. Na'Vi go out. Shield cell's being popped. He's only got 2 in his backpack here. So, med's becoming an issue. Aurora's still alive. And I would say, if you wanted, in this meta, one legend in the pool to try and rat out, it would be Wraith. I'm just saying, there might still be a chance here for Aurora. We're down to our top 10.
I mean, I'd love to be able to tell my kids I was there the day that Messi won the World Cup and Ranches was able to rat his way out to a victory in ALGS Split 1 regional finals, but still a lot to do. As IG, remember, they moved so far down south, and the circle is not so bad for them, but it is going to pull up towards the train tracks.
Oh! Hackis versus Ranches. The two rats meet, and there's not enough dinner for both of them. Aurora eliminated. We will go to another game guaranteed here. No surprise to see that, as Aurora only had that one player alive, but IG trying to force their way into zone as well. You can see that it's pulled away, and it's actually going a little bit more north now from where the teams are set up. It's going to finish in and around those train tracks, maybe on that tunnel. You can see the seer exhibits are down. Everyone's trying to get information on where each other are. Graceful putting some good damage in, but IG in a very, very transitional setup here.
Yeah, a lot of teams just trying to make their way over and hope that they don't get sprayed down by too many teams with a little bit more area to play with. Certainly those Watson fences come down just to try and give you a little bit more security and making some room to play with yourself, and it looks like IG are doing all right in that job, but Firebeaver's in the vicinity, so are Nightmare Esports, as now everyone forced into what is quite a tough circle to find any room to play with. Any sort of tunnel, any sort of cliffside you can hide behind, you've got to take it right now.
By the way, Hackis is doing God's work right now. I don't know how he's alive, but he's managed to pick up a couple of different placements and KP for his team as the solo player alive. VZN and Firebeavers having a fight as well. IG in the vicinity. You can see on the left-hand side, Firebeavers up on the tracks. This is where there is a potential end zone, but it's pulling away from it. And now Firebeavers only left with one. They will be eliminated as well. And Alliance grab another placement point here. VZN trying to stay alive. The armor swap comes in here for Zane. He will be able to survive, but Hackis is going to be there to clean up some of the downs. So Hackis, somehow or other, is doing some pretty wild things, but here comes IG now. Invictus trying to clean up the pieces. Spray coming in from Graceful, has to reload, but the help is going to be there. VZN are out.
My big question, can anyone get to match point? I mean, we saw Ascend go, we saw Firebeavers go, we saw Pioneers go. IG are the closest team that could get to match point, but they've also lost a player. Alliance would be next, but they've lost 2. We might be going into the next match with still only Aurora on match point, but there's still a lot to play here. A victory can give you so many points if IG was somehow able to clutch up. You never know.
Hackers is like, leave me alone, 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 please leave me alone. He's trying to run and he's doing a hell of a job of it, strafing left and right and somehow managing to survive. IG are trying to chase him down though. They want to clear their backs, and Hackis now has decided to go up high. He finds somewhere to call home. He's going to be able to heal, you would imagine. And with teams in the vicinity, he might be able to bait them IG into making a mistake here.
Yeah, IG want that extra KP, that extra placement point, but they don't want to overexpose themselves here. They don't want to give themselves away, because look at where the zone is. They're in a good spot right now, and it's still entirely winnable as a 2, albeit unlikely as they get the KP. Alliance out. Now, IG into the top 4. They are on 35 points. A victory, of course, would take them to 47, but if they were to pick up kills along the way, still doable. I'd say IG are closest competitor here to try and take match point.
Nightmare Esports are above them, though. This is difficult for them to try and work out this position. They're going to have to hope that maybe Horizon come up and shoot them in the back here. The longer that IG can survive, the better their chances of winning this game. And there is the damage that comes in. You can see Noises, he hit the MP, and now Nightmare, they might be getting flanked by Horizon. While all this goes down, E6 are just watching, and IG have baited their time perfectly.
Yeah, IG just waiting, hoping that they can go unseen here, as now Horizon are going to make that push. Nightmare push down, though. IG will find them. IG will take the fight, but NM take them down. And it means that Nightmare may have got the kills, but it looks like they will be giving their position away as well, as E6 coming to join the fray.
E6 trying to finish off the final player. Urban up on high ground with that RE45, but E6 with that swing have given away the high ground here. They maybe thought we're going to play for second place in this situation. A little bit of carnage going in and around the bubble, and it's all up now to 0-0. Maybe it's going to be E6 who come through with a clutch. They do! On the low ground, Element 6 pick up the win here on World's Edge. And for a bubble team coming into today's action, that is such an influential game for their chances to qualify for playoffs.
E6 who pick up their first victory on World's Edge for the entire split, and what a time to do it when no other team has gotten onto match point and you can push yourself even closer to Aurora and themselves on match point. That is the perfect time to be able to find a victory, and what a way to do it as well. It did look like the best of situations for them, but they were able to clutch up a very interesting dynamic as well, with IG being able to survive but only as a 2, and of course Nightmare getting forced into that engagement. But what a circle that was to try and navigate your way around. It was going up north towards Epicenter, back down towards Fragment, then we're at the train tracks. It's like people didn't really know where to go.
Yeah, it was a very, very tough circle to navigate, like you say. But it's E6 who come out on top. We'll bring Rain Day back into the conversation as well, because E6 needed that more than you feel like a lot of teams in that lobby.
Yeah, they certainly did, Mark. And Dan, great job on the call. I want to get some analysis around this entire process with Tiff, I believe, who's going to be joining me yet again. It was E6 who got the win on the low ground, Tiff, but that entire circle was a little bit like follow the White Rabbit, a little Alice in Wonderland going, okay, where does this lead? And the White Rabbit being IG International, because they're so good at predicting where this zone goes. They switched to Fragment. We realized that's where it's going to end. And then it's Zone Mayhem from start to finish after that, with all those teams catching up little by little.
I mean, anytime we have a zone that we think is going to pull towards Fragment, you know the chaos is going to ensue. And it started right there with Ascend going out in the building, Game Ward firing down onto Aurora, and Navi dealing the final blows into a lot of teams such as V2. But that is where things got messy, especially right here. You needed Wraith to be able to hit that Q and be able to get out of dodge. But it was this push in particular from Ranches that I think just goes to show you they're not changing up their playstyle. They're not going to play more reserve to maybe hit that match point victory. They came here to have some fun and throw down, and they're doing just that.
They realized that it didn't work for them in game number 3 on Storm Point. They bounced back, had a great game in game 4, played their style. They're continuing to do it here, and in game 5 it didn't work. Game 6, another chance for them to win, the only team yet on match point. Fire Beavers got close though, but they went out. We saw IG International put it together, but without enough points to really push them through the threshold. VZN also had a chance there too, but it just isn't enough. These points are getting split in between, and yet another time Aurora is probably going to go into a game being the only team that can win this tournament. But it's getting close, Tiff, and I think that's a good sign for the rest of these squads. One more game and I think we see multiple teams on match point.
And I think that's what's going to be incredibly cool, right? If we're at like 3 or 4 teams that have the potential to win this. But it was Element 6, and you said it, from the low ground. I see that fight. They're pushing in for the third party. And as soon as Horizon is just looking down on them with that RE45, I was like, there is no way that that is going to work out for them. But Element 6 pulling it off in great fashion. 7 eliminations make it 19 total points on match 5. That was just incredibly well done. But interesting enough, Horizon not able to pick up any eliminations throughout that and only benefiting from placement points. But it was Nightmare going the distance, hitting that end game and getting 7 eliminations on the way. And it seems like a lot of the teams from 3rd through 8th place here finding all the eliminations on the game.
Most importantly, Element 6 mark a different type of threshold in the standings as of now. Coming into today with under 70 points, them and every other team below 8th place is in that same spot, and usually actually only within 10 points difference. So that is why these teams getting points here starts to potentially shake up who's going to land with the 3 remaining spots plus our winner today. On the second half of things on this leaderboard, it obviously is not a good look for teams like Reply Totem, who have to win. They've got to make some big type of momentum shift here. Pioneers, little nervy, Mark had said. Tiff, and 4 points, it's okay. It's not great. Still giving themselves a chance to hold on to their spot in 7th.
Yeah, you've got to do what you got to do, and at least it's better than a donut, because you look down towards 19th place, Ascend, looking to get into that match point contention. Yes, they're already going to split 1 playoffs, but why not get your reps in on match point here in the regional finals and test it, considering they had won the most matches throughout our split 1 journey in Pro League, along with IG International. So we are thinking, hey, those are the 2 teams that should be able to hit it and win, right? But Aurora really shaking up the game plan here, and I feel like them being in the lobby is denying so many eliminations from all of these teams. But even when they don't frag out, other teams step up and grab a ton of them. So it's just denying kills and points from these teams in 11th through 20th place.
Absolutely. Let's head to the series standings and see where it all ended up after 5. Ooh. That's not even close. 68-39 Aurora. Even if they don't win it, which they're the only team that can because they're on match point above the 50-point threshold, are looking at a pretty guaranteed 2nd place. If they finish this way, it would be them taking the $20,000 in the 1st place overall in Pro League after our split 1. Fire Beavers, though, tied with Ascend now. Element 6. This is great for them. They were sitting in 8th, trying to hold on to their spot. 4th place right now, solid. So is Pioneers. IG International rounding that out as well. Keep an eye on, like I mentioned, Forge and VZN. VZN holding the last spot in 9th coming into today. Forge, they find themselves 9 points behind VZN. And that is going to make maybe the biggest difference here in terms of discussing what they have to do, 11 points, in order to leapfrog them. It's not enough right now, but we'll keep an eye on that as we get to it. Tiff, heading into this, what I really love is that we're seeing Aurora say this is our tournament. They're not really letting their foot off the gas.
Yeah, but it's been really interesting considering 48 of the 68 points that Aurora has gathered here today came from the first 2 maps. So throughout, 3 through 5, they've only gotten an additional 20. So it is slowing just a little bit since they've been able to get to match point. The question is, can the other team step up and close the distance, get into that match point win contention to really halt them?
Well, we're going into another game, and it's on World's Edge. Before we switch over to Storm Point, which we know Aurora has dominated, can they get it done on this map that started their road to being the only team on match point in EMEA thus far? Find out after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. I was vibing to the music there. Sorry. I'm sure that some of you at home as well are vibing to the tunes. I got to say, the filler music is pretty damn good for the ALGS. But we are here in a position now where Matchpoint is still live. Aurora still the only team who have hit it down. But that win for Element 6 in that last game, I think they are such a big momentum team. That could really kick them on as one of the bubble teams coming in for today to maybe look to solidify one of those land spots.
There are often turning points in people's careers, in tournaments, in certain scenarios, and getting your first win on a map in a match point format as well. So now you know you can get it done on World's Edge as well. Gives you great confidence. If you can get to match point, then sure, maybe it could happen again. Maybe lightning can strike twice. As we get confirmation there, Aurora, 68 points, the only team on match point. They got a little bit caught out in the previous game, and I think got spotted as well. You know, only team playing the Wraith as far as I was aware. I think it's very noticeable when you see a Wraith on the map and you're like, okay, that's Aurora. Let's make sure they don't get away here. Which begs the question for me, Mark, do they change things? And I can see on my other monitor that answer is yes. We are not going to see the Wraith coming into the equation, or at least maybe we're not. We'll see what happens with the game. But that would be interesting for me. If they do change their comp, if they go away from what they have been leaning towards in World's Edge, then maybe they can go unnoticed, get a little bit stealthy.
That would surprise me, to be honest with you, for Aurora, because remember as well, it's not just about match point for them, it's about first place overall. So we'll have to see what Aurora's plan is, if they are having, what do you call it, match point syndrome? We're going to have to find out as we roll into game number 6 here. But something to point out, you saw Aurora at the top of leaderboards there, the only team on match point. I would say the teams kind of from 2nd down to 10th. One good game for them, one win with some KP. We should maybe have another team joining them on match point after this match is done and dusted. Unless, of course, Aurora can end it right here, right now. World's Edge again here before we head back over to Storm Point for our next game, if we do have one, of course. And this is probably starting to play on Aurora's mind right now, knowing that they've had a free shot now at match point about closing this tournament out here and now. Now they know that there are going to be some other teams who are chasing it down and could be joining them.
Aurora are moving over to their Storm Point composition. It's going to be Catalyst, Bangalore, and Seer. So they're going to go for something a little bit different. This is not going to be the same kind of style that they've been playing World's Edge, as already you can see action on your screens.
What is going on here? Vexed taking on Pioneers, and I think there was a little bit of a battle maybe for Beacon. I'm not quite sure what went on, but somebody was not allowed to play the game. Someone wasn't allowed to shoot their gun. And Vex catch that player from Pioneers off guard. Maybe they noticed he was splitting from the team on a loot path. 2 of them dropped on him. We'll have to get confirmation on that and look at the replay. But that is a brave play, a smart play, maybe a little bit of a griefy play coming in from Vex, but it was for sure effective.
Yeah, that's not something you see too often in the world of Apex Legends, where a lot of teams have respect for one another, where they allow them to loot certain things, but perhaps Pioneers had overstepped their barrier a little bit in previous games, and Vex said, you know what, we're not happy with you taking this certain amount of loot, and we will fight you for it. And there is often that back and forth between two teams who are from one POI to another, and we'll have to see how that develops as we go on today. If we go any further than this game, of course, because Aurora could spoil entirely if they were to win this game, but there is a long way to go, and still potentially could be a lot more games, because I thought we might see one other team make it onto match point at least in the previous, but when we see teams who maybe haven't found victories before finding victories today, Mark, it really does shake up those leaderboards.
It certainly does indeed. Now, to give you a little bit of indication on zone, where we're going to be playing from, where we're going to be going, it looks like we're going a little bit more north of Fragment West, I would imagine, maybe to that train station ended, or maybe we're going to pull back towards Fragment East, and we're going to be a little bit north, pretty similar to what we saw last time. By the way, I've got to ask you a question, and be honest with me, right? Are you giving me the prediction on where that zone went? Was it Fragment, just outside of Fragment East?
You said Bridge, didn't you?
I said Bridge, yeah.
I'll give you Bridge. Considering the fact it pulled up to Epicenter, and a lot of teams were thinking Epicenter, and it did come back down towards the Fragment train tracks, I'll give you that. That's a brilliant call. And as you say, a very similar circle we could be seeing here, actually. And again, we'll learn a lot from the teams that do move fast and rotate fast with that beacon information, as Gamewood looks like they're going to be getting involved with a little bit of a scrap here, and it's going to be Pioneers again on the receiving end of it.
Oh, Pioneer's got to be careful here. Natsuki goes down as well. Psychop takes a lot of damage, but I think that might be the last player alive here for Pioneers trying to escape. And I mentioned how this has been rough so far. Well, Strafey is still alive, just gets the battery off, and Dell is going to have to escape. But what a horrible start to the game this has been for Pioneers. And now they are down to 1.
And here comes Vexed. Vexed have heard all this commotion. Vexed have said, oh, well, we did take down a member of Pioneers, and now they're having a fight. Well, perhaps we can come and ruin their day a little bit more. And as Pioneers try and escape, the last remaining player is going to run straight into Vexed, by the way, through the tunnel. And this might be the end of Pioneers. Gameword will probably survive. They're going to be fine, because Vexed, they're going to be on the hunt.
I was just about to say, how has he managed to sneak past? Well, he has just about managed to sneak past for now. Unlucky. Probably feeling a little bit unlucky. Finally gets the shots to connect. Just takes a second to deep breath, reset before they do get that final kill. But Pioneer's out, and this was my concern today, that coming into today, Dan. Like, they just felt like they've been a bit off the boil on some of their decisions that they've made. Yeah, fair enough. Maybe they feel a little bit hard done by with what happened right at the start of this game. But also, you've got to expect it. On the way down, you can see if you get landed on. You can always try and rotate away. You can always try and swing back to a teammate. Pioneer's got some questions to answer, but Aurora already set up in a very similar position we saw from them earlier on, Dan, where they managed to take home that win here on World's Edge.
They did find a victory earlier. Slightly different now. They've got the Catalyst to work with, so this isn't the usual comp we've seen for World's Edge and their success, but certainly is one that could really help them in the end game. So we talk about Catalyst and how important she can be in final circles. You can block vision, but of course it's the micro rotations that really help out with her as well. You can move across from certain areas by just blocking so much line of sight from other teams, as long as you use the Dark Veil correctly, though. We have seen it used incorrectly at times and maybe has left you a little bit exposed from certain angles. It comes down to how much you've practiced and the areas of the map that you know how to use it.
Well, the moment Aurora just trying to command as much of the space that they can find here. It looks like that team has dropped into the Dorito building, and this is not a team that you want to drop near, especially out of the skies, because Aurora will always look to take this fight. However, they're going to have to slow down. Looks like they're trying to bait out that Seer ultimate, but they've used it themselves as well. So a couple of abilities being used in this fight. You can see the Dark Veil is down as well, maybe trying to split some of those players inside of the building. And if they can get some damage down here, it's only going to be 12, which isn't going to be really enough to do damage. But now the smoke comes in. It doesn't matter about the damage. They're going to send it anyway. Spray and pray. And the prayers are answered as Blast and Bambino will go down. It's Totem also getting involved. Doctor's left on his own.
Yeah, it's looking like a dismal end in the end, as Aurora will. You'd imagine you've got to do this flawlessly. You can't afford to go down. That's sensible from Ranches. Get out of dodge. Don't overcommit. You don't want to be allowing one player to go down, so you have to get some sort of res on the go. And thankfully for Aurora and their chances of winning this game, it is a full clean wipe in the end. They get all of the extra loot, they can reset, and now they can breathe for a short while.
Yeah, reinforcing those doors as well, so important. This is another thing that Catalyst can add, right? Sometimes you're kind of playing a game, teams will focus those doors, try and blow them off so they can get grenades in, but if you can reinforce them, it just makes that position so much more solid for you. Well, here's Foot Esports. A little bit of a wide swing from them coming in. You can see the Riot Drill just hanging out in the side of that building. Nothing's taking some damage himself. Deals out a little bit, but I felt like he took more than he dealt out in that position. And Kuya's going to go down, and Foot not looking good here.
Not looking good at all. Game of Drones, though. Should be able to clean up the pieces. Should be able to get some sort of damage on their rotation in. They managed to avoid it. IG also getting involved onto the fight, onto Foot as well. Game of Drones are going to be under a little bit of pressure, as I was worried about. There are teams in the vicinity looking over towards this tunnel. This is so tough when you're one of these teams that arrive through a bottleneck like this, and there are teams who have heard the kind of commotion that may have happened for one of those areas and can watch over you. But at least there is a charge rifle to work with, just to kind of push one of these teams back maybe a little bit, as Game of Drones might consider their rotation here. Because you've got the Skyward Dive possibility, I think you can just wait for that. You've got a couple of minutes to work with. That can be your panic button out. But certainly there are teams that know they're there.
Well, you can see that G-Dolphin, he's got longbow in his hand. I'm pretty sure that the charge rifle as well had a gold scope on it, which means that you've got that 10 times scope, which means you can pretty much see the bacteria on players. You can get that zoomed in on them. And Game of Drones holding down in a very similar position. And let's remind ourselves that Game of Drones, when they played from this position before down, they got up into that top 3. So if they can control the height, they can control the northern side by Overlook, and they can hit. Oh my God. Zane, what are you doing? You should have learned from that first shot. The second one, you deserved it. And the third one, you got what was coming.
Zane gets blamed, but probably won't amount to anything. It should be a simple res, but it is a great way for Game of Drones to now use this as an element of escape. That's going to be one less team looking at them because they were able to force them back. I thought it'd be the charge rifle, but turns out you've got other means to be able to do that damage from a distance. Taking a look at the circle, by the way, slightly different from what we saw previously, where it was kind of moving towards Fragment and a little bit of that train station, or train track, excuse me. This is going a little bit closer towards Overlook, and there are teams who are banking on that heavy pull towards Overlook as well. You can see like the likes of Ascend, the likes of VZN, the likes of Totem, they are hoping it is going to pull east, but there are still a few teams hovering around Epicenter, and you do get this kind of 50-50 of, well, we saw what the pull was like in the previous game. Even though we may have scrimmed and it may have ended up here, it's not a guarantee. It can still pull away from us. So do you go for an area which allows you to transition from either side a little bit more comfortable?
Tough decisions for teams to make for sure. Aurora still inside of the respawn village at the moment, just pretty much holding down the entirety of it, but Forge are now starting to make their move from Fragment. V2 are going to be shadowing them behind. Alliance, tough circle for them once again here on World's Edge. They're currently working their way towards Fragment West, just kind of coming through the choke from Harvester. Game Ward all the way in Skyhook still. Vex on the very northern side of things at the moment, but being held out by a couple of different teams here. You've got E6 up on top of the central structure. You've got Na'Vi as well, and look at these shots coming in from Aurora, taking the Valkyrie down to barely any HP whatsoever, but can't get the knocks. That team will survive for now.
So teams for us to keep an eye on: Fire Beavers, Ascend, E6, IG. They are all close enough where they could secure match point with a victory here. And even without a victory, just some KP and a top 3 finish could do it. I think we heard Tiff and Rainday talking about it. We might get several teams on match point after this game if we don't see one of the kind of bottom leaderboard teams pick something out of nowhere and really disrupt this leaderboard. Similarly to what E6 had done, really. E6, maybe we wouldn't have put them down as victors on World's Edge, especially considering they'd never won the map before coming through this entire split. But when it is match point, when it does come down to do or die scenarios, some teams just play better.
Well, Vex looking to take a fight here, maybe on the bridge. I think it's Na'Vi who are closest to them, but also very aware of some of the teams that are in Epicenter. A little ping going out. That's E6 who's on top of that structure in the middle of Epicenter. Nightmare Esports, here is a bigger fight. Denze taking down a no shield. The zone might finish him off if he's not careful. He manages just about creep inside. Can he get the barrier off though? That's the question. Nightmare Esports coming under so much damage and so many items just barraging down on them. But they make it work somehow. They should be able to reset from this position.
Well, remember, it was Nightmare who actually took out IG in the previous game right at the end. And IG, they're in the kill feed at the same time. And they are going to be getting those knocks. Maybe getting the revenge and being the Nightmare for Nightmare here.
Last player alive. Shield's almost broken as well. Every single player still up here from IG, and Nightmare Esports will be eliminated. And that's not the first KP. You can see 5 in total now for IG International. So maybe this is a game where they can force themselves on match point. Gamer Drones will go down as we jump over to Ascend now. We're in a little bit of a sticky situation to play from here, Dan. A very tough rotation out. They try and 3-2-1 someone. Unfortunately, Lufka and Co couldn't get the damage needed to get that knock.
Yeah, with that KP, it puts IG up to 2nd place overall in the standings, and Ascend dropped down to 4th in today's standings. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that, not the overall split standings. We'll get into that a little bit later, but it means IG are 10 points away from match point, Ascend 11 points away from match point. So as I said, a victory would guarantee it. Even a top 3 finish plus kills is definitely achievable for these squads as well. But that circle has moved, I think, predictably for a lot of these teams, slightly closer to Overlook, but also back up towards Epicenter a little bit. It is going to be the northeast side of the zone, and there's just not a lot of coverage in the middle for people to work with here. You can see a lot of the buildings are on the edge of this circle, and that's where a lot of teams have kind of committed to. But the 2 squads in the middle, you've got Totem there. They're definitely in one of the better spots, but they are currently being contested and very vulnerable. And Totem, they need a big game here, Mark.
Ford's just been eliminated as well. You can see the Vex were on a solo mission now as 2 players have also fallen. Game Ward, they're in a great spot for this end game though. Controlling this bridge so good. That truck that's in front of them as they'll peek over this is going to be important as well for a team to try and hold down maybe in the late game. A little knock coming in as well. You saw Matafe got finished, excuse me, by a member of Game Ward. Making sure their backs are clear here with this scan coming in from Bloodhound as well. But they're going to be set up for some success. Looking elsewhere, Aurora, they just backed out of a little fight in Fragment East with Alliance, back to where they found themselves. I think they might have been looking for a third-party opportunity, but Alliance They would have known they probably were fighting them, considering how late that they've just arrived to fragmenting themselves. So not the smartest of fights to take, and Aurora have decided to back out of that one.
Aurora have been able to find home, though, in this next circle, and I think that's very important for them. They're playing it slow and they're playing it steady. They have that catalyst for the kind of micro rotations to move across the map and take that cover where necessary. IG, one of our best teams on World's Edge when it comes to their win percentages from top 5s. That percentage has dropped today, by the way. They've had a couple of top 5s and not been able to find a win. It was 75% before we started the day, but only 60% now, but still a very impressive statistic. But at top 14, they're nowhere near top 5 at the moment, but are in second place on points, now 9 away from getting match point, as Graceful is going to be that kill leader right now. Can they get 9 more points to work with?
Beautiful shots coming in from the observing team as well. Shout out to you for bringing us all the action. But IG, you can see that zone has just shifted away from them, and it is going to be going back towards that bridge that we mentioned. Alliance have managed to work their way down to the low ground, or maybe up on the high ground. Can't see from the map overhead. But IG have got to plan what they do right now. So I want to jump into a listen-in with some of the best shot callers in the game. Let's see what IG are going to do next.
Swing left.
Be ready to play with Jay.
Two on my right, two on my right.
Yeah, come here, swing on them, swing on them now, swing on them now, swing on them now.
Swing them.
Go, Jay. Swing in low ground. On the rock, There. Different teams are fighting. They're going to come at the butthole. Stay my life.
Kill this guy. He's slow. He's flesh. Bulk.
He got knocked off, guy behind you.
Introduce themselves to the party. IG out, VZN out, and now you can see Ascend win that fight over on the the east side, of the zone. They now have a clear entry in. Aurora still alive though, Dan, and having a little poke fight with Alliance, but Ascend, they're making their move onto this as well.
And Ascend, they denied Aurora's match point a little bit earlier, and they will deny IG's match point possibilities here, but give themselves a fantastic chance to make it. They're now 7 points off. They're into the top 10. Their chances of match point have been increased significantly, but Aurora are still alive, and if they were to find a victory, remember, they would win. They are already on match point, but they're in a tough spot at the moment. Thankful, I would say, that they do have Catalyst to work with here, just to give them a little bit of coverage if they need it.
Oh, that's a really big ultimate being used here by Aurora. They want to try and take the fight to Ascend, jumping back up to the high ground. The Rolling Thunder is going to chip away at some shields, just waiting for the opening. Maybe the smokes will go down, and the GG threat might be the difference between these two teams. Ascend want to get out of here, and they do get out of here. They drop down to the low ground, and that's really, really important for them to stay alive, but also important for Aurora, because now they can look over them. They've just commanded all of this space. The high ground is now belonging to Aurora.
Yeah, remember, Ascend, they're going to want to play this passive. They're going to want to try and play for placement. If they can get third, it would be guaranteed that they're on match point, but suddenly they have to get aggressive, and Postcode is going to be the last remaining player, and Ascend get wiped. No match point for Ascend either. Could this be Aurora's game still? 8 teams remain. Totem, they're also struggling.
D6 out, the winners of our last game. Na'Vi out as well. The train truck is usually a place of absolute carnage throughout these games when we do get to the end game, but Aurora still in this, Dan. Aurora still in this. The one team that's on match point are shredding people through the skies as well. Plus, they've got that Dark Veil down. They cut off all of the lines aside from the rest of the lobby. Clay's going to go down. And Hackis and Effect have turned this one in the favor of Alliance.
Alliance will do the damage for the rest of the lobby as Aurora get taken out. And it means we're guaranteed another match. But my big question, can anyone get to match point? Alliance now are the team we have to keep the eyes on. They definitely have the possibility to do so. They are 5 points off of it. And maybe they could be the next team joining Aurora on match point.
Hackis, Yuki, and Effect. I think the RE45 might have been the difference between the two teams in that fight. Fire Beavers have just hit match point as well. We've just been let know by the production team. So we now have somebody joining Aurora for the next game that we will see in front of us. Alliance now making their move towards the height.
Alliance need 2 more points. They're on 48 at the moment. That could be 2 more kills, or of course, it could be just getting top 2, and that would secure it for them as well. They probably don't want to run into Fire Beavers, because if Fire Beavers know they've got their 50, then they might get a little bit risky here. They might get a little bit aggressive onto anyone that might be in the vicinity, but Alliance, a lot to do, but they have the zone. This is the perfect position for Alliance. Not only can they get top 2, they could win it from here on set.
Once again, that digi-threat's going to be important. Hackett has to be careful. Those shots coming in from numerous positions, and they decide they just want to get out of here. They should have some armor swaps if they need them. They should have time as well with the amount of space left on this zone to back out, but now here comes Horizon. Horizon, who were the team to win that train cart battle, they're up on the high ground, and maybe Alliance have baited these two teams into fighting.
This is perfect from Alliance. They knew they had their backs against the wall. They needed to try and encourage this, but Effect, yes, he gets involved. He goes onto Horizon, but that will allow now Fire Beavers to take the initiative and to have the best position in this game. But remember, Alliance just need 2 points. They need 2 KP or to secure second, but Fire Beavers are now going to be above them.
Fire Beavers are going to swing on them, but that's more difficult. The Horizon lift! They're absolutely shredding them out of the skies! Alliance move in! It's a double push into the grav lift, but now you can see it's been evened up. Taskmaster, with some great shots himself, now leaves Alliance with just 2, and they have to be so careful. It's a 2v2v3 at the moment, with Horizon having every single member of their team alive.
Alliance will want to secure this KP just to get themselves 1 point away.
They didn't get the finish.
They haven't got it yet. Effect full sent it for the finish is what I felt like happened, but it means Horizon now, they're the team that is a full 3. They're the team who has a real chance to get a victory here, and it really would propel them closer to match point. Fire Beavers have already got the job done.
Alliance just got the res onto Effect. Fire Beavers were so worried about Horizon's impact on the lobby. They knew they couldn't give the position up to overextend for that res. Fire Beavers haven't managed to get the res, and now Fire Beavers are in an awful position. They're in all sorts of trouble, and Alliance are coming in for blood. Hojo Ray manages to get that battery off, but they get the finish. That might be the 1 point to put them on to 49 that they needed. Yuki is 1 HP and a dream, but they stay alive for now. Alliance, they're holding on here. They're creeping towards match point, but they can't get their final point yet.
Yeah, Fire Beavers also got a knock onto Horizon. Horizon down to a 2. They aren't able to get it. Did Alliance get that knock? I'm not unsure, but at the moment, it is going to be Alliance pushing in, and they get that kill. They just need to get the wipe, and then this will be it for Alliance. They'll be on match point as well as Fire Beavers. There you go, and we have 3 teams now on match point.
And Alliance somehow have survived all of this. Effect takes to the skies, sends in the black hole, follows it up with the RE45, and now Alliance triumph on World's Edge. And what a battle that was for them to win. That was one of the most impressive end games I've seen from a team in managing horrid situations for quite some time.
And what a time to do it for Alliance, as we are going to transition to Storm Point. And Alliance have one of the best win rates on Storm Point out of these guys in this lobby. So their chances now have just gone through the roof. But Rain Day, 3 teams on match point.
You gotta love it. And joining Fire Beavers and Aurora is Alliance. It felt like they were just inches away from getting it the entire time, fellas. But then they finally make that push, that switch. I'm a little surprised, too, that ends up happening that way, Mark, because you saw Effect and Yuki have trouble. They both went down. Effect actually fell. Then you saw Alliance go down, Hockey's, excuse me, take a lot of damage, be able to heal. Yuki gets 1 HP. Horizon doesn't push out of any of that. Fire Beavers don't push at all, and it kind of feels like things were really going, despite it being a difficult fight, Alliance's way with some of these lucky rolls.
Yeah, I mean, I watch it in the firing range quite a lot now when pros are warming up, and one of them will play Horizon. They practice shooting the Horizon out of the sky, but it's easier to shoot 1 rather than 2 players flying up into the sky. And I think the difference that saved Alliance there was Fire Beavers didn't get the finish on Effect when he got knocked. He managed to kind of crawl back and fall off the side of the rocky area that they were at, and then they were able to get that res. That meant that Hackis could just kind of hold the other team, keep an eye on them, and Fire Beavers didn't get that res. They can swing on it, they get the kills after the damage has come in, and then it's a situation where it's winnable. But it's small moments, right, in endgame. Always small moments that you're looking at. And Alliance, a lot of the time I thought this is over for them, but they managed to hold on.
Interestingly, too, Dan, no gravity lifts really used. I feel like ultimates are probably exhausted getting to that point. And so a lot of these teams don't have any shield batteries. They don't have any ultimates ready to go. It was definitely brute force and willpower that got them to that situation. But hey, that's what you have to do. Alliance also do the work of taking down Aurora initially, making it so this game doesn't end. This whole tournament doesn't end in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you had Alliance, you had Ascend, you had Aurora, all in the same kind of areas. 3 teams who are fantastic to watch in any sort of engagement. But when it comes down to also adding match point onto it and how important it is to try and stay alive. But Aurora, they try and shift things. They try and change their composition to force themselves towards the victory here. But now they're going to have to share the match point threshold with 2 other teams. And we are going to transition over to Storm Point, which statistically is a worse map for Aurora when it comes to victories and actually being able to pick up that W, but it's far better for the likes of Alliance. So it is going to be a lot to see about who's actually going to try what. Are we going to see more composition changes on Storm Point? I'm so glad that we do 2 for 2 rather than it being 3 for 3, because it means we get the quick changeover of maps and people have to adapt every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, heading into it, Alliance, they've run into Aurora twice. They've killed Aurora twice. That's sometimes what you have to do to show that this is your tournament to win, Mark. You have to take it by the reins and control your own destiny.
You do indeed. And Aurora here, it felt like they were holding the high ground. They were going to be the winners, but you could see Alliance just waited for their moment to strike. And it was, again, Effect, the new addition, right? We always talk about the impact that this player has had, but on Horizon, he's never afraid to hit that grab lift and take almost a 1v1, just expose himself completely to being shot by multiple teams. But he backs himself to get the damage down so quickly that it creates so many openings for Alliance. And off the back of that, they're able to do so much damage. This was the moment, though, right? They get the swing, they try and clean things up, and they eventually manage to do it. And then Effect again in the end game has the black hole available still. You mentioned how sometimes you don't have those ultimates available, but if you can hold on to it for those final moments, you combine it with an RE45 and it's good night to whoever's on the other side of it.
Well, Alliance put together a monster game in game number 6 before now switching over for game 7 to Storm Point. 25 total points, 13 kills, and a first place. Horizon will grab that second place, which they desperately seem to want. They try to be neutral in that fight, you know, try to not really get on anybody's bad side. It results in a couple extra placement points, but Fire Beavers in third place still with the KP, end up taking 12 overall. It was a good game from Reply Totem too, who, you know, they desperately needed some movement, Dan, and I think they got it. We saw LFO Forever, 9th place, still not a lot of kills. So the conversation is really, it's a shift up at the top most of the time, and a lot of these teams in the middle and the back haven't separated themselves yet.
Yeah, I mean, a few teams giving themselves a chance at the very least, and I think the worry for me is now as we start to see more teams end up on match point, the likelihood of seeing that kind of Cinderella story of one of these teams getting that match point and being able to send themselves into the LAN playoffs is looking more and more unlikely as the big teams get closer to match point or secure match point. So it's got to happen now on Storm Point for some of these squads that are a little bit lower down to give themselves the real opportunity to actually have that story and write it for themselves.
Well, let's endeavor to take a look at the options here that they could have as we go to the series results. As you start, we have 3 teams on match point heading into now the third match switch up that we will have today. It is Storm Point now for the next 2. They'll have to get it done there. Notably, Ascend and IG International just 7 points away, meaning even if they got over the match point threshold and won this next game, they'd have to do it again and get a win in order to end the tournament. Aurora, Alliance, Fire Beavers right now, Mark, and shut it all down. And with the way that these individual performances have been showing up, whether it's from Alliance, whether it's from Aurora, you look at this kill leaderboard, I mean, Aurora has clearly set themselves apart in terms of showing up and getting kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it was almost such a surprise to me that Alliance came out of nowhere, the grab lift, you know, up into the heavens to finally actually win a fight against Aurora, because nobody else has seemed to have the answer to it so far. But I mean, Cleveland Ranches, if you're dropping that many kills across this many games, you're going to be winning games. You're going to be putting up huge amount of points, and I've been really impressed with them so far today. I think the only thing that's missing at the moment is just that consistency of winning the game, which is 20 teams in a lobby. It's a battle royale. It's so hard to do full stop. But if you can win 2 out of 6 games in a week, you're one of the best teams in the world at the moment, and Aurora looking like that.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, when you take a look at this lobby, and there's some team, I think, in the second half of this that has gotten, you know, a little bit more coverage, but Aurora has, what, 75-something points? This is the best lobby we've seen. It's not A versus B. It's the best performers across 9 days. Aurora's still doing this in the hardest lobby that we've seen across 10. So congrats to them on that. But still, the team I think we need to focus on, Dan, now, who's had a better back half of this tournament, it's Alliance. I mean, their performance, talk to me about what they're doing so well.
I mean, the fact they've just had a 25 bomb to put themselves onto match point is unreal, especially when your back's against the wall. You know another team is on match point, and you've got to have a big game so that you can get there quickly. If you take too long to catch up, your chance of winning this thing is entirely out of the possibilities of it happening. But I think what Alliance are doing very well is they are predicting this zone well, but they're not, you know, forcing themselves into spots like other teams are. Instead, they're walking up, they are kind of picking their fights correctly, their 3v3 engagements have been almost flawless at times as well, with how they've been interacting with some of the fights and making sure they're backing each other and picking them at the right time. But it just seems like everything fell into place for Alliance in that particular game. From gaining the high ground, from being patient, from actually getting aggressive when you need to, and also backing off at the right time. There was a moment where they went down to 2. They could have joined Effect, right? They could have tried to really hone in on picking up that second place by winning that engagement, but they said, no, we think we can still win this game if we're patient. Effect just crawl back. They were able to get back on their feet, and really was an amazing game for them.
Well, if you think Alliance and any of those players, Yuki, Hockeys, and Effect, are your ALGS MVP so far based on their performances, I wouldn't blame you. But go ahead and in the chat on Twitch or on Twitter, hashtag the name of the player that you think. You can see it right there, Alliance_Effect, or hashtag Hockeys, hashtag Yuki. Whatever you think, you have a chance to put your vote in. At the end of the show, we'll be announcing who wins the Monster MVP. Well, Alliance have been doing things right, but with a Horizon, Seer, and a Valkyrie on World's Edge, the question is, does Hockeys go back to the Newcastle to IGL and Stormpoint, or does he stay with what's been working? Anybody doing anything against the top team, Aurora still, who is in dominant fashion leading, should be praised by the rest of the lobby. But with 3 teams on match point, Fire Beavers, Alliance, and Aurora, it is going to be up to who takes this tournament by storm. We'll find out right after this as we head to Stormpoint in Game 7.
Welcome back, everyone. It is ALGS EMEA Regional Finals, and we are on to Map 7. I'm Spider Tiff, and joined alongside Gaskin. We are going to take you through the action today. But Gaskin, man, you just went through 2 different maps with Aurora on match point. Now 2 more joining them. It's getting a little feisty out there.
Getting a little bit dicey, isn't it, for Aurora? They still look like the best team in this lobby, but you've got to get that victory when it counts. And I say so many times when it's match point format, it's so tough to do so because you change your play style, you maybe overthink things, you don't play your natural way. But Aurora now getting that fresh reset, going on to Stormpoint. Have they got something else up their sleeve? Can they provide now in their 3rd opportunity to win here? Or will we see one of our newcomers to match point? Will we see Fire Beavers? Will we see Alliance be able to just rip it away from them at the final moment? Or, Tiff, could we keep going? Maybe a match 8 could even be on the cards here.
Hey, you never know, or we can hit double digits eventually, but let's go ahead and take a look at the map. I know Aurora typically lands towards Gale Station more so often than not, but you can see they went Shipfall, and they have the beacon available. You can see the Rory, so someone picked up a Trident over off. They split a little bit, and if people were to think, hey, maybe they're changing up their team compositions on World's Edge, going to what they do on Stormpoint, that's got to make things a little bit mixy for teams trying to identify. If they don't have that Wraith over there, you can't identify them. But LFO Forever currently in 19th place, finding themselves in an early scuffle on with 1 member already down.
Yeah, 1 member already down indeed, and I was a little bit worried we could see early fights the further we get into this tournament, and as people start to look for extra KP in certain places. We saw the Pioneers unfortunately be victim to that in the previous game, but now Na'Vi are down to just 1. Dazzo's got a lot to do here, a lot of responsibility to try and give Na'Vi that chance to get to match point. They're 25 points off at the moment, and they're not going to get any closer, as Ela for Forever will win that engagement.
I mean, look, wicked sick right there. 6 bullets left in the vault. That fight couldn't have gone any longer. They would not have been able to hold on, but I think they kind of got the benefit of the doubt there. If you're going to have an iron sight triple take, it's not something you want off drop. But that alternator vault, that's going to be a little bit better to engage early on, find that damage, and now they're going to be able to reset and hit the road. And as we get a quick peek at where that map is pulling, we're going to get that northwestern side. So those teams in Checkpoint or North Pad going to have easy rotations into zone.
Yeah, there's going to be those teams who have beacon information like VZN, like GameWord, E6, Game of Thrones. They've all got that beacon information in that area of the map that you talk of. So they could be the first teams to actually try and get any sort of map positioning. But it looks like we are going to get a reset on that one, Tiff. So it'll be a chance for everyone to restart things. Maybe there were some problems with that drop. But that's good news for Na'Vi. Maybe Na'Vi, they've got another chance here now, Tiff.
That is true. That's the way to do it. If you are going to go out in 20th place, hey, run it back, make it happen. That was just a little bit of a warm-up, you know? They just wanted to get their hands wet in Storm Point and go on. But we talk about a lot of things going on, and we're like, will we see the distance? We're in map 7 now, back on Storm Point for the second time. And if you cut it back to when we went to Storm Point the first time, Aurora really wasn't finding that much success on Storm Point.
Yeah, Aurora do struggle a little bit. I mean, we've seen that throughout this entire split, especially when it comes to actually getting victories. They've only had one victory on Storm Point throughout the entire split. So if they're going to get it done anyway, you would have imagined it was going to be World's Edge. But we have seen a few teams already get their first ever victories on maps. And, you know, maybe Aurora can pull something out here. We'll see what happens when they start to get into the top 10, start to get into the top 5. But my favorites, I think, would now be Alliance that were on Storm Point. We've seen it all split long. Alliance have gone from a team who struggles on World's Edge, but then as soon as we transition to Storm Point, they start to find wins, they start to find points. I think Alliance will be quite silently confident going into this one.
Yeah, that's what you got to think about. A lot of those zones are going to favor that lightning rod. You talk about the rotation that Alliance typically makes. They land lightning rod. If they have the ability to hit that southern IMC armory, they'll drop down and do that, get all the smart loot, and begin their rotation in. But teams like Forge and Element 6 have already found success on the earlier maps of Storm Point. So that's kind of who I'm looking towards. They're not yet in that match point contention, but they need all of the points they can get to do so. But if they can run it back like they did earlier, could find some success.
Could be a success. Well, a team that we have seen reach match point and a team we can focus on now is Fire Beavers. So let's take a look and see what we've prepared about these guys. They have been a roster that can really kind of show up at the right time and are very dangerous on any given day, Tiff. I'm very impressed by them, and like they kind of went a little bit quiet at periods of time throughout this season, but it looks like they've been able to find their form right at the perfect time.
I think this goes to show you when they navigate their micro and these 3v3 fights, especially on that fight against Vex, where they were able to isolate Tyler, who is known for being one of the most dominating eliminations performers thus far. If you can isolate a strong suit from a team, it should give you the upper hand, or maybe eliminate that movement character. Take out the Horizon first. Let's say that Horizon hits the grab lift, you take them down maybe in a 3-2-1 scenario, but they have just proven to be so incredibly confident. And to be fair, OJ said themselves, they were here to win. They don't want to lose. They're going out on top.
And remember, Fire Beavers, they did already find a victory on Storm Point today. It was their first victory of the split on Storm Point, but they were able to grab it today. They don't have the best win rate when it comes to getting into top 5 and actually securing that dub. But I'll tell you what, it will give you so much confidence going into this game now, knowing that the last time you were playing here on Storm Point, you did find a victory. And now you're on match point, you have the chance. I think both Fire Beavers, both Alliance, they'll be rubbing their hands together at the opportunity here. Whereas now, I think it's got to that point, Tiff, where Aurora are starting to get a little bit nervous about whether they can actually get the victory. It reminds me a little bit of how Furia played at the championships way back then. You know, a team that's great with aggression, that can get a load of points, but when it comes down to it, aren't quite able to get over the finish line in match point. I hope I'm proved wrong just with how Aurora have been playing. They've got so close, but at the moment it seems like it's a little bit of a struggle for them.
It is definitely eluding them, but it's not impossible. I know I'd kind of been looking at some statistics prior to coming in. Vex, the average placement per game throughout Pro League Split 1, 11. Aurora, 8. Ascend, having the best stats there with just under 7. So a lot of these teams pretty close, but that's the favorite. If you're joining this and watching, Ascend and IG are typically those teams that are going to come to your mind when you think of who could potentially win that match point format. And yet, those two teams are still not on that win condition that they need. They need 50 points, and Ascend, although making it into zone, I saw it the other day, or the other map, they had a complete zone pool away from them. Ascend and IG, typically great at calling it, lose that 50-50 zone pool, it goes to the complete opposite direction, and you're just like, oh no, they're not getting it.
Yeah, sometimes you are just at the hands of the RNG, right? The zone can pull away from you, but it's about how you position yourself going into it. We see a lot of teams now making sure they're in maybe not the best position in the world, but a position that will allow them to move very quickly to a better one when that circle happens. I am seeing, by the way, in the match chat as these players are getting ready to get into the game, of people calling out their drop spots, maybe people changing their drop spots, maybe some mind games happening here as well. This is where it starts to get interesting, Tiff, because you've already got 3 teams on match point. There's going to be a lot of teams worried about that, but a few teams very close to match point as well. If we were to get into match 8, we could be looking at 5-6 teams maybe on match point, and then suddenly these drop spots are going to be very important, and you want to make sure you are holding your ground here.
Yeah, there were a couple free areas, if I'm not mistaken, like that were not claimed prior or hadn't been typically dropped at throughout the Pro League split. But now you mention it, the mental warfare between these teams are coming out. Not only do they want to show out on the map, they're like, we're gonna win the battle of the minds. We're just gonna outsmart you at this point. And now I'm just like, who is going to be able to withstand? We do only have 3 teams on match point, and I'm trying to think back to APAC North when I had started watching it, fell asleep, woke up the next morning, and it was still going on. So everyone's celebrating at like 7 a.m. throwing it down. But by that point in time, I think they had 13 teams that had hit match point. And currently we're sitting on 3 going into map number 7. So you're right. If we go to map 8, 9, there's gotta be 6 to maybe 10 teams that have the ability to win.
Yeah, and that's when it starts to get scary if you're not one of those teams on match point, because the likelihood is one of them surely should get over the finish line. I'm just looking towards the statistics on kind of who gets victories from top 10s, from top 5s, between our 3 leaders at the moment. So when I'm looking at the likes of Fire Beavers, they've got a 12.5% win rate from top 5s on Storm Point, which isn't the best, right? We know that they've not been the most successful Storm Point team, whereas if you compare that to Alliance, they have a 37.5 win rate from top 5s on Storm Point. So everything is kind of leaning towards Alliance a little bit more. Aurora are just on a 16% win rate as well from top 5, so I'd still say Alliance are my favorites, but then we can't count out other teams who have been incredible on this map. Vexed, when they get into top 5s, they have a 50% win rate, so they can really disrupt everything here. Like, there are teams who haven't yet shown up today, Tiff, that have shown up throughout the season, right? That are just waiting for maybe that moment to pop off. And if it does happen in this game, we might be going to match 8, we might be going to match 9. That's how good this region has been. It's just so close, it's so competitive.
I just hear all those stats, Gaskin, and all I'm thinking is, so you're saying there's a chance. No, but just kidding. Let's go ahead and bring Rain Day back in. I'm curious to hear some of his thoughts. We've got Vex. You said 50% win rate once they hit top 5. I mean, that's that's substantial.
I would respond to that if you didn't quote one of my favorite movies before that, Dumb and Dumber. You know, shout out to Jim Carrey, one of my boys right there. But no, seriously, I think you had just talked about it as a team that is missing that I expected to be here. Vexed, Matafe, Unlucky, Tyler FPS. They've got the same team fight potential as Aurora. They really can contend at any point in time. But look at where they're sitting at the leaderboard. A team that is qualified for LAN, a team that is essentially a top 3 team, is sitting in 11th place. We've got teams like Forge overperforming. We've got teams like Element 6 doing well, Pioneers staying where we expect, and Vizian and Horizon. To me, I want to ask the question to you, Tiff. Why has Vex not picked it up yet? And is this a problem that Vex has that they've got to get over when these big moments showing up, putting themselves in that top 3, saying we are one of the best in the world?
I think it's been a little interesting. I've had a little bit of downtime watching some of these matches. So I perused the social media. And at one point, I think Tyler FPS said, I haven't even gotten to play the game yet. So I think that should tell you exactly where it's been. We've seen them go out in 20th place. They get into these early game scuffles, not necessarily able to recover from it. I don't believe we've seen them much inside the top 5. And when we did, Fire Beavers bested them in that 3v3. So I feel like they just haven't been able to get things moving for them. I wouldn't say they've changed up their play style in any way, shape, or form. It's just everyone else is doing things a little bit differently. And when you mesh the top 20 best teams, it's not groups B versus C. It's all 3 groups together in one lobby. And that one mistake where they're like, oh God, I forgot V2 landed here. I mean, that just goes to show you what is kind of happening.
To me, I don't understand how that could happen. I mean, heading into a regional final, I think maybe the only thing that would make sense is they already know they're going. So is this, to me now, Dan, a level where you're kind of relaxed a little bit, have to pick it up, realizing this is important? Because when do you get an opportunity to practice a match point format? This is really the time to take advantage of it. And the mistakes that you show here, it's not like they disappear if you do make land, which they will be at, and you get into that championship Sunday. You're still going to have to solve these same problems then.
I think it's because we're in match point format and all the teams around them are playing very different. Vexed, you know, a team who runs at people, that plays edge, that looks to pick up kills, and then they build off momentum. Those kills aren't necessarily available. People are rotating a little bit faster. Right. People are playing a little bit safer. Right. People are trying to get those zone placements. I spoke about Vex, you know, they have a 50% win rate when they get to top 5 on this map. They've only got to top 5 4 times, and they've won it twice. So when they get there, sure, their success rate is incredible, but they do struggle and have struggled even throughout this season to get into those top 5s when it comes to Storm Point, because they like to push those fights on edge, and they get a lot of their points through kills rather than placement. And when you're in match point, when people are trying to get those placements, you can't afford to necessarily kind of just get tunnel visioned into playing this way. You need to find a different method.
For those who are in the chat, for those who joined us in Raleigh, North Carolina for the championships, this was a big thing that we saw actually take place. I know we bring them up on a lot of broadcasts, but there's some North American teams, notably TSM Optic Gaming, who had actually kind of switched away to what Furia was playing, a very aggressive Seer, Horizon, Valkyrie lineup, and they had done it through the group stages. When it came to match point, they said, we're switching back to Gibby and Caustic. And ultimately, that's the lineup that Dark Zero won with. And so you're absolutely right. Teams like Vex, Dan, who end up having to rotate to get their kills, they struggle sometimes when the lobby tenses up, when teams go to more conservative play styles and there aren't as many KP opportunities as they would be in a normal match day. So something for Vex to work on. I'm glad we highlighted them. Another team I think we have to look at, Dan, you had already highlighted, and so I'm gonna throw it right back to you to then hand off to Tiff when you're done. But IG International, that is a team that has gotten top 5s. They've kind of started heating up. And this is a great time for them to do it.
Yeah, but unfortunately for IG, we find ourselves on Storm Point, which hasn't really been where they found their success throughout the season, because very opposite, the polar opposite to Vexed, IG are a very rotate-heavy team. They move quickly, they get beacon information, and they go for one of the best positions possible. It's why I like to look at where they're going on the map, because it's usually an indication of where that circle's going to be heading, because their predictions have been so good, especially on World's Edge. But Storm Point, they dropped down a little bit. Their win rate from top 5s is only 14%. Like, they've only reached top 5 7 times. You compare that over to the 10 times they've been able to do it onto World's Edge and the victories they've been finding on World's Edge, they really are a hit or miss side when it comes to predicting these circles. So we've just got to see IG find a little bit more form when it comes to actually getting into these late games, because when they're there, I trust them completely, but they've just not necessarily been able to find their way in as of late.
You know, Tiff, if that's the case, what's going wrong? Because it seems pretty simple if you look at the math. I mean, IG get to the end zone in top 5, pretty much win 70% of the time. So just get there. What are we missing?
The zone pools, I mean, I wouldn't say that's every map per se, but they did find a little bit of interesting things that were happening. I mentioned it earlier, you know, it was Ascend and IG holding up the right side, thinking the zone was going to pull that way. And so far, for the most part, they've been really accurate. But then you see the zone pull to the complete opposite side. And if you're already a zone team, now you have to go on that aggressive front, but you're on a legend composition like Watson, which is not going to have the movement, and you're going to be dancing around with your heirloom across an open field where teams like Fire Beavers and Aurora are looking to eat you alive.
Yeah, and you're going to notice that on World's Edge, you do end up having less of the aggressive rotating teams, which means you're not going to get stopped while you're moving into guys who are trying to position for late game as much as you would on Storm Point. Maybe run across that, you know, errant team that decides, hey, we're coming with a trident, we're passing you, we're taking this fight, and you haven't gotten to where you want to be, especially if that zone pulls the way it has been harshly. I think we have to mention this, though. Coming into this lobby, there was one team who was at the top of the leaderboard and at the top of the league. They've won 3 match days. This is something unheard of across all of North America and EMEA. It's Ascend, and Ascend having gotten about 43 points. Dan, I wouldn't say it's a bad day for them, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great day for them either. I think this is maybe characterization of what they like to do. They're consistent. They're always in it, even if they're not flashy.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend have been consistently getting top 10s throughout the day, and you'd imagine they are going to be on match point after this next game, as long as we get to the next game and one of the top 3 don't win it. Storm Point's far better for Ascend than it is over on World's Edge as well. Actually, I think Ascend are the best team that we have when it comes to Storm Point. They had 4 victories throughout the season, a 40% win rate from top 5. So they definitely will be a focus going into this next match, and a focus of who actually can take match point away from some of these squads that were already there. I wouldn't say they've necessarily been doing anything wrong today. They've just come out on the bad side of a couple of team fights where third parties have come into the equation. They haven't necessarily got that zone pool completely right, but they've been there or thereabouts in the right area. They've had good consistency, just haven't had a pop-off game, and I think that's the difference. Alliance, they had a pop-off game. We've seen them been able to jump up. Firebeavers had a bit of a pop-off game in that final one as well. The big kill games really can make a difference in match point format because it just propels you through those leaderboards maybe a little bit unexpectedly, but those consistent teams, they will get to match point eventually. You've just got to hope that it's not one by the time you arrive.
There's 7 points right now outside of being on match point. As we talk about, having a decent game is around 5 to 7 points. They certainly can't have a bad game because now with 3 teams already on match point, and those 3 teams being as deadly as they are, Aurora, Firebeavers, and Alliance, you do not want to give them any more room to finish this off before you can get there and have a chance yourself. Dan, Tiff, thank you so much for the analysis between games here. We've got Game 7 coming up on Storm Point soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to continue our match point format. We don't go home till someone wins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is the regional finals for the EMEA region, and we are looming down on map number 7. I'm Spider-Tip. Joined alongside me is Gaskin. I have stolen him from onset. I promise not to curse anyone, and we are ready for an epic matchup.
That we are. We are waiting to see if we can see any more teams joining match point. We already have 3. So as we develop and as we get further into these games and the more teams that are on match point, of course, the higher the likelihood we finish here. But I think on average, match 7 is usually where we finish, but I've got a feeling we might be going a little bit further here, Tiff. I don't know, with how these lobbies have been and how we've been having maybe underdogs finding the victories, I feel like there's going to be another team who just pops up out of nowhere as well and just kind of spoils the party, or makes the party even better if you're a viewer, because at the end of the day, I think you want to see as many games as possible.
I mean, that is the joy of match point. I know I was in the stands at Raleigh, and every time there was another game, I was like, one more, we're going the distance. So all of you at home, I'm glad you're super excited, and thank you so much for joining us here today. But you mentioned, and you think we've got a couple more. I'm curious, I'm going to put you on the spot. How far do you think we're going today?
Oh, what match do we think we're going? I mean, I could curse everything here, and I could just be like, match 18. We're in for the long haul, boys and girls. And I tell you what, I'd love to see it. We can make some history. I reckon match 10, I reckon, is when we're going to see. I think that we'll get a couple more teams here, but then we'll still see another team break through in match number 9, and then 10 on World's Edge is when we're going to see a team find victory. But I do feel like on Storm Point, it offers for a little bit more discrepancy of who can actually find a win, because statistics, they go all over the place when we change from one map to another. It doesn't seem like there's one true squad who dominates both maps. I think the closest we have to that maybe is Alliance, with their points distribution throughout the season is closest to 50-50 out of most squads. So perhaps Alliance technically the favorites in my eyes.
Well, we're still hunting for that one squad to rule them all here on Storm Point. And while we wait for that, I'm just sitting here looking, thinking, I just can't even fathom. You mentioned some underdogs that seek to perform, but I'm looking at like Reply Totem, Nightmare Esports, V2, Game War, teams that I think have the ability to throw down a match win if they really get the chance to do it. And I've seen Nightmare go the distance, make it to the top 3, but a lot of these teams sitting in that must-win situation. They have to have this regional finals win to advance to Split 1 playoffs. But for some teams that are just on the bubble, this is tough, especially like KCP, right? They're coming in today, 7th place. I believe it was 80 points. There are some teams that are just below them that are looking to get into that top 9 and unseat them from going to playoffs.
Yeah, we talk about match point, we talk about who's going to be winning today, but of course the bigger picture is we need to be sending 10 teams to LAN. One of them will be who wins a match point, but the other are going to be the 9 teams who have the points total to follow that. And there are squads who will be kind of nervously biting their nails here, saying, well, maybe we do want it to finish here because we are within that top 9 right now. Or saying, okay, we need this to go to a match 9, we need this to go to a match 10 to give ourselves a chance of starting to scrape some points through and start to catch up these top 9. But it's interesting you focus on Pioneers. I know Onset was talking about it as well. Really crazy to see the up and downs they've had throughout this split. They were the team to beat right at the start, and I was thinking, wow, they look untouchable. And then suddenly they've dropped off a little bit. I know very frustrating times for them, and they've been going through difficult things on their own end. But I've seen social media saying, well, we could be playing better. We could be doing this. We could be doing that. Has to happen now, I feel. We need to see them actually show us something in this game to prove that they do deserve a position at LAN.
I feel like I saw something from Nasky stating, hey, we haven't been playing our best today in the regional finals, but we are having the most fun that we've ever had. And I feel like that just brings a little bit of joy back into it, because at the end of the day, these are pro players playing Apex Legends for a chance to go to the playoffs. You have to have fun at the end of the day and just let a little bit of that relax. And speaking of fun, map number 7, we're ready to get locked and loaded, and we're switching back over to Storm Point. I'm ready to see those tridents. I'm ready to see these rotations.
And I'm going to be keeping an eye on the compositions of our 3 teams on match point as well. Aurora, Fire Beavers, and Alliance. Do they change things? Are they going to go for something a little bit more familiar? It looks like it's going to be the same composition for Alliance. It's the tried and tested one for Aurora, and it looks like the same for Fire Beavers as well. So their usual Storm Point compositions that we've been seeing so far throughout this tournament and previous tournaments seem to be being used right now. The good thing about not being the only squad on match point, you can go under the radar a little bit more. You're not going to be as heavily targeted because it is, of course, harder to target 3 entire squads rather than just the 1.
Just wait till we're like 7 match contenders in that have the ability to win. No, I'm just kidding. We're just out here speculating. We don't know what's going to happen. We could walk away and it could be done here and now. This could be the last drop into Storm Point that we see for the EMEA region until playoffs. And you know everyone that's waiting for the North American regional finals that are going to be happening later this evening are like, I wonder how this is going to go down. And if we're getting 7 already now, what's going to happen for NA? Will there be a team that scoops up a large majority of the points, denying them from other teams?
Oh, I saw a lot of drama in the match chat of teams saying where they were going to be dropping. Are we going to see any fights? It looks like Ascend and Totem are very close to one another, but Ascend will just take that beacon and then get out of there, you would imagine, as a lot of squads want to get as much info as they can at the start of the game so they can move quickly. And I tell you what, that's pretty good for Ascend. They are pretty much slap bang in the middle as we are going to be heading down south on Storm Point today.
Well, that's also going to benefit Aurora and Fire Beavers. Fire Beavers over there in Cenote Caves, not going to have that long of a rotation. But let's go ahead and jump on over to Alliance, the ones coming back off that win in map number 6. They hit the gravity cannon, made their way all the way up to Lightning Rod, and now they just get to loot up a storm and play it safe. But they're going to have the longest rotation to that southern zone, and they're going to have to fight their way through it.
They are going to have to fight their way through it, but they've been able to do that successfully so far throughout today. They have just been a team who have really picked their fights perfectly when they are moving and grooving through the map. So let's talk about teams that can maybe do something from this circle. Let's talk about SAF, right? Just because I know they've been able to get wins so far throughout this season. They've got 2 victories on Storm Point throughout the split, and it's not a bad circle for them. I think we have to highlight teams who could disrupt match point, because otherwise we're going to start to be looking at maybe ending things here today. But Alliance, they've got to move quite a long way. As you mentioned, they are going to have to fight their way through the circle. And I know they've got the tools to do so, but at the same time, you want to avoid fights when you're on match point. You don't want to take too many fights and put yourself in too many risks. So you really have to find that balance of knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them.
Backpack here.
I like that. Knowing when to hold him, knowing when to fold him. That's kind of cute, and I like that. Maybe Alliance can take that into effect today. Speaking of effect, they've got the Alliance effect, and I've been really enjoying watching that. You know, they started off Pro League Split 1, Mandy subbing in. Match day number 1 for them didn't necessarily go so well, but coming back in with Mandy on Horizon as opposed to Gibby, found a lot of success in match day number 2, and now they have found themselves in that win condition here in the regional finals. So it's a real big joy to see. And checking in with Ascend, currently 7 points, I believe, shy of hitting match point win condition for them, taking to that skyward dive to begin their rotation. And Ascend and IG, quickest rotating teams here on the day.
On average, by the way, Ascend have got 11 points per game on Storm Point. It's a pretty nutty statistic if you think about that's across the entire split and how successful they have been. So it would suggest that they should have enough on average to be able to get over to match point, but it's about denying then any of the other teams winning. And it's something that Ascend have done well already today. They've knocked a few teams out of the chances of getting onto match point or killed them when they were already on match point. So maybe they can do that again here in match number 7. I did see the map overhead ever so slightly for a while, but we'll focus on that a little bit later because it looks like Ascend maybe looking to try and ruin someone else's day. A team below them down in the building here in Barometer, as a lot of teams will be joining them because it seems like that's where the circle's going to be going.
Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of teams over here. I believe it might be Reply Totem on the underside of them, but Startified Esports in the mix as well. And honestly, if you're already going to be kicking it off with a purple and 2 blues, a charge rifle and a flat, you're kitted off pretty nicely. Don't have too many shield cells available to them, but as a Watson, you do have the interception pylon to be able to throw the Jenny down and regain up to 250 shields. So not bad there, but Ascend with the high ground early on is going to be incredibly fruitful for them. Yeah, they've got the 30-30 and a 2x4. No stock on it though, which could get a little interesting, but I think they're gonna have to start farming those Evos now.
Yeah, a lot of teams just trying to break their way into Barometer and find a place to hold. And I've mentioned it a few times, when you do get Barometer finishes, it very rarely finishes dead on Barometer. Instead, it kind of pulls either southwest, southeast towards the kind of watery areas, as SAF maybe could be under a little bit of pressure. I did highlight them earlier because they do have 2 victories throughout this split. That's more victories than the likes of Aurora, for example, on this map. So definitely a team that could upset the balance when we look at who could maybe get onto match point a little bit later on. But it's Element 6 that are below them, another team who were able to provide a victory for us earlier on today. And they're only 11 points shy of match point, so they'll fancy their chances in this one.
I mean, this isn't too bad. When I was talking to Case Winnie leading up to the regional finals today, they mentioned that World's Edge was a weakness to them, and they felt a lot more confident on Storm Point. So hitting that match point threshold on Storm Point is exactly what they need. You can see EMPs coming in, gonna stun them up just a little bit, but that was their own EMP. So now they're pushing up the stairs, shots going out, and that's gonna be all they wrote for start of fight. They're gonna be able to get the res onto EMP because you need that reset as quickly as you ended that fight.
Well, Starfighter gave you a chance, but unfortunately you go out in 20th position. Not the best of days for them, and they started in 14th, so they needed to do some work to try and get into that top 10. And if the game were to end today, well, they wouldn't be making LAN. If the game were to end on this game, not today. I mean, hopefully it does end by today. Who knows? We might go into tomorrow with how match point can work if we get enough games. But E6 They do the job, and they will be able to take them out. And E6, another team who could very much change things here on this match. They have a 50% win rate when they get to top 5s on Storm Point, but they have only been in 4 top 5s throughout the split. So if they can get to top 5, maybe, just maybe, they can find another victory here.
This is a very hard position to hold over here by the bridge, and you called it. You're like, if they're going to barometer, sometimes it pulls to the outskirts, which this would be nice if you were already here maybe later on in the game. You do have those Watson fences available to help secure this bridge area, but it's only going to take one team that decides to int on you and damage your generator and then just nade spam you for you to go out.
So Forge under a little bit of pressure. Elsewhere, you can see on your map, Firebeavers still in Cenote Cave, just making their way through zone. They are going to take their sweet time to arrive into the circle. Alliance, exactly the opposite side of the map on the northeast. They are very much going to take their time as well. So we've got 2 teams that are going to be playing on the edge, just trying to walk their way in and seeing if they can find some success via doing that. However, Aurora, a little bit different. They're quite central to the circle at the moment, just east of Barometer. They'll be hoping for a zone shift that pulls that way. Otherwise, they're going to have to fight their way in. But Aurora, a fantastic 3v3 fighting squad, and I'm sure that they would back themselves in any sort of engagement, as yes, there was that confirmation. We're going to the Barometer area.
Kind of interesting to me how you've got Firebeavers and Alliance just taking their sweet time trying to get as much information as possible. Then Aurora is like, you know what, chow me, I dare you. Speaking of chow, V2 on the high ground of the nut building, trying to provide some anchoring shots for the fraggers that have kind of covered the distance. So you see on the roof of the building, Peaks grabs 44 damage and is going to go ahead and drop down, reassess the situation. But luckily they do have Joke holding their back.
In such a slow day for V2, 20th position at the moment. They came into today 12th in the overall leaderboards with still a shot to try and get one of those placements in top 9 to get to LAN, but it is not looking comfortable for them at all. I've always enjoyed watching V2 and the way they take fights and the way they have so much success in some of these engagements. We'll see whether it can work out for them, as Vexed going to be on the other side of this and will be doing a lot of damage. Tyler needs to hit these shots, gets the shots done, and that's the first knock.
I was watching a watch party, I believe, with Wig a couple days ago when he was really breaking down the Mastiff and how hard it can be without a bolt. But man, it looks just as difficult even with the blue bolt. But Tyler mentioned he hadn't been able to actually play the game yet. So now you're going in 66 damage. You're in the grab lift, and that's all they wrote for V2. Now you can say you've been playing the game. So let's go ahead and restabilize, get the res on your IGL, and continue the domination.
It's another poor performance though from V2, and it's just frustration upon frustration for them, and they'll be crossing their fingers, crossing their toes that this match carries on going. We go into match number 8 so they can have another chance to have a big game to give them just some points on the board so they can try and even move their way up those overall standings, because it's looking dismal for them right now as we take a look towards our lobby leaders, Aurora, who are on match point. They are within the circle. And actually, it doesn't look like a bad position for them right now. If the zone were to shift their way, which you can see, they've got beacon information. They could just play on the west side of this mountain area. As long as there is a little bit of cover, there's a few cars, there's a few shipment containers that they can work with. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the game for Aurora. It's been a frustrating experience for them. You'd imagine they've had 3 games to win it on match point, but yet been able to get there.
Yet been able to get there. I was gonna say they were kind of looking like a little bit of mountain goat-ish, but you have to be able to secure their back. There is just that little bit of sliver here in Shipfall that would allow a team to hit the ultimate flank should they decide to do it. It's not kind of, we just saw Vexed over there fighting in Gale Station, so it could potentially happen, so you need to keep that aware. You don't necessarily have the Caustic Nox gas traps to kind of anchor that. You could use the piercing spikes as we saw Aurora do it on Stormpoint over by Thunderwatch. But I mean, look at the damage going out. Now they have the knock. That's going to give them the opening to push on to that Denze from Nightmare Esports. And you got the Bangalore ultimate coming in, and Ranches is full heading, but being reserved as someone else is in the mix.
And just looking at where this circle is pulling, it could be the one that just finishes on the very edge, the southeast side of Barometer, when you try and play the kind of edges a little bit and the areas approaching Barometer, or it can pull over further in the water, a little bit closer to the mountain. And we'll have to see. If it does pull that way, then Aurora are in a good spot, as there's the map overhead. So the areas I'm talking about is where Forge currently are and where Totem Esports currently are. That's where the map can pull at times when we get to that zone 5. And if it does, then they're going to be in some good positions, but of course will be under heavy fire from teams arriving there. So it's all well and good having the position now, Tiff, but of course everyone's going to want to take those spots off you when they see where that zone's going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at Fire Beavers, looking at Aurora. Those two, they don't even realize that they are right next to each other, which you have to think, because Fire Beavers land Cenote Caves, Aurora typically over to the southern side on the right. But now look who wants to get into the mix. It's Vex. They're the ones that are going to be rotating throughout the southern side. And typically it's been Alliance taking out Aurora, but they're over here kind of busy in Antenna. So now we look towards Vexed.
Yeah, Alliance, they're struggling at the moment just fighting the zone, as Aurora are fighting two teams. They're fighting Fire Beavers and they're fighting Vexed, and they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I tell you what, Vex Gaming and Fire Beavers, that is not two teams I would want to be stuck between whatsoever. The Mountain Goats come out again. Cleve trying to get a little bit of high ground. Aurora may have to make a decision here to just push one of these teams, and that is not a decision you want to have to make when you're on match point. You want to play it safe, so they need to hold out Vexed here so they can walk into the zone, but they know full well Fire Beavers are going to have eyes on them.
This is kind of reserved. Vexed could decide to not engage and go up through a different chokehold, but you still have to be very aware of Fire Beavers. Maliwan already using the Seer exhibit, so not going to have that information available to them. But as we come back on over to Alliance, throughout that scuffle in Antenna, they've lost out on Hakis.
Well, that's because there's like 5 teams in this area. Alliance are in one of the hardest positions. We knew it was going to be tough because there's so many teams traversing the map from the northeast side. They started all the way up the top towards Thunder, and they've had to move their way down. But maybe Yuki can utilize this charge rifle just to force people back to then grab that banner. You can see he's thinking about it. If they can get the banner, they can be able to get him back up as well. And actually, it might be a team composition that tries to work for it, but now Vex will send it onto Aurora, and this is a big fight.
Unlucky down and fully out. Maliwan down as well. So now a 2v2 situation. Trying to heal, but Tyler FPS and Matape have the health advantage. They're able to grab the knock onto Cleve. That means there's one member standing of Aurora, and Tyler deals the finishing blow, recovers the banner, and just like that, Aurora eliminated. Now we look towards Fire Beavers and Alliance to potentially bring it home.
So Alliance are back up to a full 3. They have been able to get the banner and go to the res so that they can at least give themselves a shot from that northeast side. You could argue, though, Fire Beavers are the most likely to win from this scenario, just with the amount of teams that are around Alliance. But Vex really have ruined Aurora's day here, and now Aurora will just watch on, hoping that Fire Beavers and Alliance get eliminated so that they'll get another chance going into match number 8. Na'Vi are still alive. They were one of the teams that were kind of in the area with Alliance a little bit earlier, but it looks like they're leaving early, which could be good news for Alliance. But of course, if Alliance are last to arrive, then they might be getting held out. Let's see whether they can get there a little bit faster using Skyward Dive.
It's kind of interesting. You've got the mobile respawn beacons inside the crafter, but on the map, there is only one available left where Vexed was, but Alliance still hitting that Skyward Dive and pushing in. Full 3-man stack still. Finding a nice place nestled under this bridge like the little trolls they are.
Worked out for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they get poked by a charge rifle from above, but that's to be expected.
It's tough, though, because everyone would have seen them arrive, so now your position is given away, and everyone's going to keep tabs on you. They're going to have eyes. They're going to be making sure they keep checking back to you as well. So Alliance, they have to puff their chests out a little bit, do some damage to those teams surrounding them, and just warn them off and say, hey, actually, we're claiming this space. Don't even try and do anything to us. But Gamewood are going to arrive shortly after. Pioneers, I think, might just be a solo of Pioneers, also going to be joining the fray over near Alliance here, but I think they're unaware of the Pioneers member that is just going to be ratting out to the left. Maybe they've just spotted him out now, but as the circle closes, we get more beacon information. It is going down towards Fire Beavers. They are in the prime position right now. Maybe only Horizon could ruin their chances right now, and this is a very similar circle to what we saw Fire Beavers win earlier on today.
I can only imagine what Natsuki was saying as they full pushed him and eliminated him as the solo. But meanwhile, seems like Vexed has found another victim off screen. That's going to be Na'Vi. Tyler FPS, the new kill leader. That's nothing new. We've seen that all split long, but it's Alliance that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many kills they get this game as long as they get the win. They want to put this thing to bed in 7.
So Alliance, the biggest threat to Fire Beaver's chance, but Alliance have to move all the way across Barometer to get to this next circle, whereas Fire Beavers are sitting in prime position. They have cover, they have the zone coming towards them, they just have one team that is close. So Alliance, they have a lot to do here. Let's jump into a listening and see what their thoughts are.
I bet KO left side.
Yeah.
One shot in
It's the team from the left. It's the team from the left.
Yeah, can we swing a little bit left?
Best bounce our bums this way.
Yeah, we can take space. We can take space. There's one guy low ground or something. Yeah, they're low ground. I'm queuing it. I'm taking space. Wait. Yeah, we're good.
Syringe here.
Team in this building.
Enemy. That's
Yeah,
away.
we're not playing for Valkyrie too. We want to Valkyrie deep here. We're doing the play. We're playing the beach here. We're playing the beach low ground in the bins, okay?
Okay. You got that. Finish him. We can play that. Nice. There's only 2 guys here maximum.
We'll be there.
Guys ready to Valkyrie me? Guys ready to Valkyrie me?
Yeah.
We're playing the beach. We gotta carry the high ground, Yuki. You have to stay the high ground, okay?
Okay.
Kills. You have to hardcore take
Let's go.
space. Do not play the same angle. We have to take space here. No, just same as last one.
Shall we
Last one I played it. No. We're going here on my mark, on the bins.
Oh, okay.
Over here.
Stay on the bins here.
No.
Look at my mark!
Okay.
Land on me. Play this space.
Yeah.
Play this space. Fight this.
Okay.
Next doors, careful.
Yeah, behind.
I'm queuing up and ulti.
Film me.
Oh.
Hide here.
In my queue.
Hide here.
I hit him 100.
Hide on me.
I'm hiding. I don't
Skills in
know.
this.
Bad guy.
Look at this one coming behind us.
We need to kill this out. Kill this out.
Okay.
Solo.
I'm moving up.
Get a bridge.
Under the bridge, look under the bridge.
Yeah.
Can we 3P on the bitch? Can we 3P? 3P.
Okay.
Go.
In open. Another team coming from cannon.
Yeah, that's fine. Twin, send it.
Sending.
Guys stairs, kill guys stairs.
Armor swapping.
I did it.
Flash.
Come to crypto.
Be here.
I did a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, behind us here. Nobody behind. We're good.
Knocked him. Hold it.
Yeah, we're pinching this. Pinching high ground. I need to swap a little bit.
And Alliance managed to do the unthinkable, bully their way into zone, destroy everyone that was around them. But one team they did not fight was Fire Beavers, 2 of our squads that are on match point, still alive. And the third TIF is Ascend. Ascend can spoil everything for these 2 teams if they were to get a victory, as they all pose up against each other now.
Yeah, but look who's got zone. That's going to be Fire Beavers, although in the dead center, sandwiched between Alliance and Ascend. The question is, how can you get 1 or 2 of these teams to fight? Ascend needs Fire Beavers and Alliance to kind of focus each other, then third party in to prevent both of them from winning. Right now, it's all coming down to Ascend if they want to keep their chances alive, to hit that contention, to be able to bring this to another game. But Fire Beavers and Alliance, they want to end it here.
If they've been watching that kill feed closely, Ascend will know. If Ascend go down now, this will end here now. We are guaranteed to have a victory if Ascend were to fall, but they just about stay up. Fire Beavers trying to get aggressive, but they know full well they can't move, otherwise they'll be vulnerable to Alliance. It's a matter of a game of chess now. When do you make your move? When do you send in your queen? As Fire Beavers, they're still holding strong.
The fact is, their Alliance is able to get a reset. They have the health advantage with the charge rifle, just punishing Fire Beavers, trying to utilize the Trident. But Ascend, they were able to regain on their shields as well, but they have the ring at their backs. They have to push, and they only have that little bit of cover available to them. This is an actual game of chess at this point, Gaskin. That was a beautiful way to put it. The question is, who makes their move first?
Well, Effect had a little peek there from Alliance. He thought about it. Effect has been very aggressive for them. But they don't want to throw away their opportunity to win regionals here and now. Both Alliance and Fire Beavers on match point. Ascend, the only team who are not on match point. But of course, if they were to win, they'd find themselves there and they would deny both of these 2 teams. At the moment, it's just a poke contest. You've got plenty of weapons that can hit from distance. If we were to see a knock on any of these squads, that's when this final circle would just explode. You have to imagine that Ascend are in one of the worst positions right now. Not only are they very vulnerable from both sides, but also both teams know where they are. They have hit so many shots onto them, and Ascend now are just hoping that Alliance and Fire Beavers will go toe-to-toe, but I think it's unlikely because the zone is going to force Ascend in first.
It's going to be really unfortunate for Ascend. Hopefully, they do have that Newcastle in the form of Kashera, would have that wall to be able to throw down, maybe play those supply bins in between them and Fire Beavers. But Fire Beavers is going to have to fight, which would then give Alliance the opening hand. And you mentioned it, there goes the wall. Fire Beavers taking the opening shots. Ascend about to fall. That means we are going to have a winner here and now.
We will finish it here in match number 7. Alliance versus Fire Beavers. It's all going to be won here and now as Alliance are looking to get aggressive. Horizon Gravity Lift throws things down and allows them to get the high ground. The smokes come out as Alliance look to try and make the push here, Tiff.
Oh, but they've got the Digi threat, so all the information available to them, but it's Hakis that's gonna fall, not before taking any other thing. Yuki in effect, you need to have the damage going in and out, but they're not able to reset. They can't get a line of sight on the Fire Beavers.
Fire Beavers as a 3 have the damage and they get another knock, and now it's all down to 1. It's a 1 versus 2 for Alliance to try and stay alive, and they're not able to do so. Fire Beavers will take the EMEA regional finals in what is a perfect game for them. They had the zone, they took their time, and boy did they pick their fights correctly.
That is immensely well done. The last time we talked to OJ, they were like, we are confident. We are going to go out in style. This is just the beginning of Fire Beavers. And just like that, the regional final winners, and it was impeccably done.
Amazing, really, from Fire Beavers to navigate that one. They spoil things for Alliance, who thought they had that opportunity. You've got to imagine Alliance, the process they had to go through to actually skyward dive onto the beach. You heard it from the listening. You heard the plan was there. They executed incredibly. They then took out 3 other squads all on the meanwhile, but it was just the positioning from Fire Beavers. As soon as they saw that zone pool, they knew full well they had a chance of winning the regional finals. But what does this do to the top 10, the top 9? Because that is one of the teams who was in top 9, getting the victory, getting the match point. So that means 9 more teams via points will still make it to LAN. But the fact of the matter is, when we go to LAN, Fire Beavers are match point winners. They've shown they can do it here, so why couldn't they do it at playoffs as well?
I mean, that's the question, right? All of the teams that have already advanced and earned their spot from other regions into the regional finals and the Split 1 playoffs are now going to be looking at Fire Beavers. They're like, hey, if they won from EMEA region, we have to study up on them and see what's going to happen, because now we just have to answer who is going to be joining them. And honestly, I'm sitting here, I'm shaking. That was one of my first experiences being able to cast a match point win with you, Gaskin, and whoo, it was wild.
Well, you asked me, where are we going to go? How far are we going to go? I joked about match 10, but I said, on average, match 7 is where we usually end up, and it's happened here again. Rain Day will bring back into the conversation because we have found our champions. It's going to be Fire Beavers.
Congratulations to Fire Beavers. They are your Split 1 EMEA Regional Finals champions. They were already going to LAN, but guess what? They're doing it in style and with a little bit more cash in their pocket, because that's 25 points on the day. They're sitting in 6th, but I think they're going to jump up quite a bit. Thank you so much for your commentary, Tiff. It's great that you got your first match point out of the way. I'm sure there's many more to follow over the next few months, but I'll bring back Mark and Dan to help us wrap up what has been an unbelievable day in EMEA. Except, Dan, I'll go back to you. You're right. These things do end up ending on average around 7 games played. That's what happened today. And poor Ascend in that circle. I just felt like they really didn't have a shot.
Yeah, I think when Ascend saw where the zone was pulling and where they were going to have to fight their way through, they knew they had a chance because of the castle wall, but just the angles that were being taken on them and the positioning from Fire Beavers ever since that zone pulled towards them. They didn't overextend against any squad. They knew they had prime position. They didn't panic when all those teams arrived onto the beach with them as well. And in the end, it was just a matter of winning that 3v3 engagement. They blocked the site. We saw what happened. The smoke made things so difficult. Everyone trying to get the digi threats out so they could see something. But what a brilliant final play it was from the Fire Beavers.
I mean, Mark, they talked about it in an interview in day 8 saying that we are going to be better and better and better. We're going to win match point. We're going to win LAN. Well, they've started off strong, and they just won match point.
You love to see it, right? I mean, the way that they held that ground down towards the end game as well is very difficult to do, to show that discipline, especially when you are a team who loves to fire your guns. So for Fire Beavers to come out of that situation on top, amazing performance from them. But I need to give a shout out to Alliance. The travel they had to make to get to that end game, to be one of the final 2 teams and be on match point and have a chance of winning, that is a mesmerizing game from them. What a rotation it was. Great calls from the IGL hackers to get them into that position, but unfortunately in the straight 3v3 they were always fighting an uphill battle, so literally and figuratively. I mean, Ascend as well, showing the value in Newcastle. They're dead without Newcastle numerous times, but the castle wall was there. Only problem is, one castle wall, 6 players looking at it, it doesn't last that long.
I mean, I thought that thing was supposed to do something. It melted like Swiss cheese, a hot knife through butter for Newcastle's main defensive primary tool, but it was Fire Beavers who would take the win ultimately. I felt that Alliance did something that was great too. They went off of the Newcastle, stayed and stuck to their guns from Storm Point, World's Edge to Storm Point, and went with Seer instead for Hockeys. What a day he had. What a day Alliance had. Ultimately 16 points. Not enough to get the win. Fire Beavers will take your EMEA Split 1 regional finals, but in terms of placement points, Alliance still may be on top. We don't know where Aurora ended up. They obviously weren't in the top 10 here, Dan.
No, I mean, a tough last game for Aurora. They were stuck between Fire Beavers and Vexed at one point, and it was Vexed who got aggressive just at the wrong time. Aurora really couldn't find their way out, and again, it was down to the positioning from Fire Beavers. I think Aurora would have wanted that spot as soon as, especially, they saw the circle pull, but they were punished in the end for just not really making a decision as to where to go. They didn't take a risk, and in the end, they fall in 14th spot. And you got to remember, Aurora had 3 games at it, right? They had real opportunity to take this entire thing. I don't think it will be too much of a disheartening situation for them, considering how well they played and also how many points they were able to secure. They're still one of the favorites going into playoffs, but I'm sure they would have loved to get over the finish line, A, for, you know, that extra little bit of dollar, and also just to go in as winners to playoffs.
Well, let's see how it stands at the end of this series. Of course, this is how today ended up. It will be Fire Beavers going to LAN, but Aurora will take the 2nd spot in terms of overall points on the day. It will end up also being Alliance, Ascend, IG International, Element 6, Forge, Pioneers, VZN, and here is the playoff picture. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this actually is what happened beforehand, so I'm going to just double check on this because these are the stats coming into today. But when we get our updated stats on what these points mean now for our team, we'll bring back and get it to you. Just so you know, these are what we had coming into today. So there's going to be some changes, and we will bring them to you as we can.
That's a great catch. I was like, oh my god! I was like, oh, wait a minute.
We just got to let people know, you know, we're doing these things on the fly. It happens. Mark, overall though, a lot of high points, a lot of low points for certain teams. Let's take a look back. I think we have it ready, so I want to get your reaction now that we're seeing our season standings. Here it is.
Okay, there you go then. And let's put this in perspective, right? Fire Beavers taking that match point win means those 10 spots that you see are the 10 teams that will go to LAN. So Game Ward managed to scrape in at the last second and take home one of their spots. Congratulations to Game Ward, VZN, Element 6, and Pioneers who hold on to that spot. They were the 4 teams who hadn't qualified yet for LAN. And we'll be very, very thankful, I think, to Fire Beavers that they ended it. They dropped the nuke and they got the job done and the tournament ended, because they will be going to the playoffs.
And LFO forever, Dan, they'll be pretty sad about this one. They were sitting in that 10th spot coming into this. Game Ward, because of their performance today, leapfrogged over them and now find themselves going to LAN. Another disappointing moment from Forge. I got to mention, I love my boy Phoenix. I've cast him in multiple esports. They're always just outside of LAN contention, and I feel 3 points is just, it's a tough pill to swallow.
Well, considering Forge were in 16th as well coming into today and managed to push themselves all the way up to 11th, it's so close yet so far for them. As you're quite right, Game Ward will be delighted. They will be thankful that one of the top 9 teams did win on match points, so that 10th spot opens up for them. Gutting for LFO forever. V2, teams that were really, you know, in contention for a LAN position, but just couldn't really get going today. As there is confirmation of what happens on the other side of the leaderboard. Of course, we know our relegation teams, we know are teams that were going to just be going into split 2. But really, you know, you've got to give your heart to these teams who have put so much effort in throughout the season, won't be making playoffs just on a few points, what it is at the end of the day, what could have been so different for them. But of course, massive congratulations to those who are going to be at playoffs. Those 10 teams on the left-hand side of your screen, they are going to have the times of their lives.
I think they had the most impressive seasons overall. It's very clear that Game Ward was making a move to get in. They finished in day 6 with 21 points. This is after starting with just about 18 points overall after 5 days. In game 6, they turned up the heat, got 21 points. Day 8, they got 8 points. Day 9, they ended up getting 9 points. And of course, today, they got enough points to push through. So that's how you do a back half of a season, Mark. And ultimately, you know, I think that's what they deserve.
I agree with you. And the craziest thing with this Aurora lineup is, right, you take everything you know about traditional Apex Legends, you know, hit your beacon, head to zone. Like I say, Aurora do not care. That you could land them on a POI that had 7 beacons and they won't hit it. They're just not bothered. They want to fight people and they want to work their way into zones, and they think that's the most effective way to pick up points, and that's what they decided to do. It's worked for them. Look at the number that's next to their name. I'm not talking about the 126, although a very impressive number in itself. I'm talking about the number 1. So Aurora kind of redefined what edge play means, and I've been really impressed with how they've kind of redefined how they want to play Apex this season.
Shout out to all of our teams. Really great performances to highlight, but we have to highlight the players too. There were some individual performances that stood out today. Of course, you could see Ranches and Cleve defining what it means to be a lethal threat when you go up in a 1v1. But Fire Beavers, it's right there in plain sight. Tied for first. Taskmaster. I mean, just putting it all together, Dan.
Yeah, I think that Taskmaster returning to the fine form we've seen him play out for the longest of time in Apex Legends. They had a quiet period, did Fire Beavers, for a little while, but seem to be back at their very best now. And Taskmaster is often the forefront of the damage dealing on this squad, so I'm not really surprised that he's topping the leaderboards alongside Ranches and Cleve not so far behind. Also, shout out Postkill to be able to put himself on the leaderboards as well. And then a few that sneak in, the likes of Sir Dell still managing to find his way into the top 10 despite the fact Pioneers didn't have the best of days today. Really shows you can still get kills individually.
Well, it's always fun to talk about how things happen, but people who drive what happens is what I find more interestingly. Who's the person, who are the individuals that somehow showed up in such a big way that it was undeniable that their team was going to be a threat and ultimately take this competition in their own hands. That's why we have to always end our shows and end the special regional final with our presentations of our Monster Energy MVPs. All right, Mark, I want to talk to you a little bit about this, but I'm going to go to Dan first, and maybe, Dan, you'll cover these thoughts. Personally, you know, we loved Team Aurora. You loved Alliance, but I want to lead to you. Who gets your Monster MVP for today?
I think I should be highlighting Hackis here, especially after that listening that we had from Alliance in that final game and the calls that were made of, we are going beach, we are playing bins, you know, we have done this time and time before. We know how to play these final circles. Trust my call, trust the positions we're going to go. But then it was what followed of not just where they initially landed, but the teams they pushed, the fights they took, they hid originally, then they got aggressive when they needed to. And it wasn't just that one game. We can look back at all of the games, the 25-point game that got them on match point. A lot of that will come down to the calls that was made by Hackis. And also, you know, he's still cracked when he's hitting shots as well. As an IGL, you've got a lot of responsibility for your mentals and making sure that everyone is on form, everyone's doing what they want, but you also have to have the individual ability yourself, and Hackis just seems to be that full package for me.
I completely agree with you. Hockey's one of the most incredible stories from a military background, taking his leadership into gaming and bringing it to an Alliance team that definitely had some adjustments, losing Vifes and now adding Effect to get what he's done. This split, I think, is incredible. But I've got to shift my attention to a team that has undeniably been dominant today. That is Aurora. And of course, I'm speaking about not the Kraber shooter, Ranches, who is amazing, but Cleve, who's, to me, pioneering a way to be creative within the Apex Legends esports ecosystem that we don't often see players at this level take a risk on. Running the Mad Maggie was a thought, it was a concept, it was a theory, no longer. And why not? Because Cleve took the chance alongside with Aurora to show you why it's valuable, to show you how you could be effective with the riot drill, forcing people out of situations, being a nuisance in in-game zones, playing off of what you thought had to be somebody pairing a Gibraltar with a Caustic. No, we'll play a Maggie with a Caustic, and we'll get the best of both worlds. We'll hold down a defensive line. We'll then switch up to a Catalyst and show you why this new legend is something that people are underlooking. When you talk about players that make waves and cause you to find the joy in a game again, to make you think, wow, if that's possible, what else could be possible? Immediately, I think of Aurora, and immediately I think of Cleve. To me, those are two players as well, ALGS and Cleve, that deserve to be nominated for today. Dan, however, though, we've had this discussion, and we aren't the only ones who have picked here. We've listened to your fan vote. We have discussed among ourselves and talent, and we have decided that your ALGS Split 1 Monster Energy MVP for EMEA's regional finals goes to ALGS. That's right. Congratulations, ALGS, on an incredible day. I know Alliance was so close to taking the W, but you got a W personally, and I think your switch off of Newcastle into Seer for Stormpoint indicated that you and your team were trusting each other and the rhythm you had built. That rhythm is picked up all season, and I think at LAN is going to be something everyone pays attention to. Dan, what an overall impact that I think EMEA has shown us today. It was our first match point to see a lot of changes that have happened in Apex Legends and how they shook out. Your thoughts in general? It's a far cry from kind of the Gibby Caustic match point that we saw just a few months ago.
Yeah, I feel like even though we ended in 7, you know, it was very possible we could have gone further with how this region has been, how close it's been, how teams out of nowhere can find victories here or there. But with match point, we have to look at the teams who are prepared to, you know, face the pressure a little bit. Like, no offense to Aurora, I think they are an incredible team, but they clearly know now they need to work a little bit when it comes to match point format, going into playoffs. If you're giving 3 opportunities and you don't take them and someone steals it at the first opportunity, you're left scratching your head saying, okay, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing right? How can we transition a little bit better once we are into match point? And I think that will naturally come once you've had practice. We don't have match point until you get to this point, so it means it's hard to practice in that way. But I do think the region has been so entertaining, and I can't wait for playoffs.
Yeah, if it's any indication of what's going to happen in North America, I'm excited. That has been your conversation about our Monster Energy MVP. Well, talking about MVPs is fun. Talking to MVPs is a little bit better. In fact, on the line, we've got our main man himself, ALGS from Alliance, joining us today. It's just going to be me and Dan going into the questions. ALGS, congratulations on the MVP nominations, but also, despite not winning match point, I feel like you got to be confident and happy with your performance overall today with you and the team.
Yeah, overall, I'm super happy with the team. Like, we got the second most points today. 3rd overall. Should have probably won it all on the last game. I kind of threw a little bit, but yeah, we played good overall.
I know Dan has a question for you, but I want to get this out first. I noticed that you switched off of Newcastle onto Seer, heading from Game 6 in Stormpoint, excuse me, World's Edge into Stormpoint. What was the thought process behind that, behind you and your team's decision for that?
Newcastle gets more value when teams are like playing more close together, and you can like build cover to stabilize and just hold down certain areas. But I felt like the games weren't playing out that way. Like, I felt like Seer would have given us more value where we could just take as much space as we wanted to, because I don't know, teams weren't holding properly, I guess. I don't know, at least not on our side of the map. I guess everybody just bunkered up on the other side, so we got too much space. But that's kind of why we swapped off. Like, Newcastle didn't give us the value we wanted because we had too much space to work with.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in. You mentioned you threw a little bit in the last game. We were actually listening when you made that kind of skyward dive into the circle. You were able to get onto the beach that you called for. You won the engagements versus the other teams. What happened in that final fight then that you feel went wrong for the team?
If I just at least trade a guy there, I think we win that every time. I trust my teams in a 2v2. So played out a little bit slower, wait out the zero ulti. I think we win that every time.
So I guess coming off of that, Hockeys, we just mentioned you don't get match point until you do. It's hard to practice this because it only happens at the very end. You usually only get one shot. What's your takeaway heading now into LAN with what you guys need to work on for match point and maybe what also went really well that you want to keep going?
I think we played perfectly in the match point format. Like our game plan was to play Valkyries and Newcastle to gather up the points because usually the first games are kind of sweaty, and then the further in the tournament you go, people get a little bit more desperate, and you have a little bit more work to like a little more space to work with. So we were gonna swap into Seer on the match point once we got it, but since we didn't really get there too early, so we decided to swap it early and take the extra risk and gather more points.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys, you looked incredible, and really the development since you've picked up Effect has been amazing to watch. Talk to me a little bit about that. He seems to be, you know, the next big thing on the scene. How was the pickup process? How has he adapted to the squad, and where do you think this team's going?
This team's going for #1 in the world. That's the only goal. I don't care about Europe. I don't care about anything. I want to lift the trophy at LAN. That's all I care about. So we're going to do our best to do that.
Very, very determined. I know that it almost felt like it was just so seamless, the transition with Effect coming into your squad. I want to ask you to react to this. You know, we asked people to vote. Hockeys, did you get that? Who is their MVP?
Sorry, vote for what?
Vote. Did you know you were getting voted for to be an MVP? Did you know that?
No, I had no clue.
Yeah. Well, we asked the fans to vote who they thought was their MVP. They had a choice of everyone competing today. 25% of the votes, 1 out of every 4, was for you. How does that feel knowing that the fans also recognized how well you guys played, and you particularly today?
Feels amazing. Yeah, it feels great to be recognized, you know. Feels good to do more than just IGL, you know, like I felt like probably personally was kind of frying today. Like I was hitting my shots, which as an IGL is hard to do. You know, the thinking power takes over a little bit of aim power sometimes. So it's hard to manage that where you have to aim and make decisions at the same time. But I felt like I was on fire today. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the recognition.
All right, well, some great words to your fans. And, of course, great always speaking with you, Hockeys. Congratulations, not on the win today, but on an incredible performance and making LAN. We hope that you get your dream of raising that trophy. Of course, a lot of teams hope you don't. But either way, I hope you have a great holiday season, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. You guys too.
All right, Alliance Hockeys, the #2 team overall today. We'll bring Mark back. Just quick reaction, man. Hockeys feeling confident. Lifting that trophy is his only goal.
Feeling confident, and I also kind of like the fact that he doesn't seem particularly happy. You know, he's won, had a great day. Everything's looking good. You know, he's in MVP conversation, but he's still, you can see in the back of his mind, that's the mind of a true winner, right? They want to be in a position where he's having that interview, having won everything. He only wants to do an interview when he's won whatever tournament he's in. He says, I'm not interested about this, I want to be #1 in the world. And I have such respect for that, because I don't think you're able to get to #1 in the world, to be the best at your craft, unless you have those nagging things in the back of your mind, like I could have done this better, I should have done this better, even with the success that comes your way. So amazing performance from him in Alliance today. But I love the fact that you can clearly see he still knows that they've got some stuff to work on to be the best in the world.
Mr. Onset, Mark Hatcher, incredible thoughts there to close out the show. Dan, I want to toss it over to you. What a day in EMEA. It was Fire Beaver's turn to shine. Alliance shone brightly as well. So did Aurora. What's the takeaway and sending us off into North America in just a few hours?
I think the takeaway is we have a lot of teams who are very good at getting points when it comes to this competition, but match point, there's still a few that need a little bit more practice. And some of our best teams who we thought would be successful in match point weren't able to get those points. So it really does show how these lobbies play differently once we get there. And I'm sure there's going to be some shakeups over in North America as well. And I've got to say, big respect for Hackers to actually acknowledge that he thinks he made the mistake going into that final circle. And perhaps that's a big lesson to learn before we get into playoffs as well.
Oh, Dan Gaskin, Mark Onset, Hatcher, congratulations on a great cast today. And you both were excellent as always. We look forward to seeing you in North America. Thank you for your efforts, boys. All right, that is an incredible day wrapped here for EMEA. But in terms of ALGS action, we're only halfway through. That's right, in an hour, just about 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, 10:30 p.m. GMT. We go again, and this time it's North America's turn. TSM, the Guard, Xset, recently introduced to Apex Legends. We'll see how they perform. Dark Zero, our LAN champions. Will they miss LAN? Maybe, if they don't perform today against the likes of Furia, LG, and the rest of the incredible teams that will be going at it. It is storyline after storyline, and it's not something you want to miss. So grab some lunch, go take a break, take a walk, hang out with your family, but come back here in about an hour. The action will begin. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Thank you, all our production team, our players, and everyone who's helped put on this amazing show and been a part for Apex Legends family. We won't have to say goodbye for long, just goodbye for now, because we'll see you in North America. As always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming. See you in about an hour.